Good morning, everyone. Hopefully everyone's doing wonderful here. Good morning, Rob. Maybe if you can shut your camera off for just a couple of minutes. And okay, I will.
You got it. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am sharing it out to our friends over at the FB to make sure we get all the people landing on the Portals to Ascension page.
All right, so the audio sounds good. We are good there. Wonderful. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us here today on this wonderful summer solstice 2021. Just thought we'd give you a little background. Let me just I'll put my camera on so you guys can see me. Go ahead, Rob, you can turn your camera on. We'll let everybody see what
the cat dragged in this morning.
That's right.
There we go.
I believe this is the link, so I will send that to my brother from another mother.
I think we got quite a few shares here. Let's see. I'm doing it to selected groups because I feel that these are the most responsive groups to the, it's not, I'm in a lot of paranormal groups. This isn't for, I posted all of it there already, but I'm not going to spam it there because it's really, they have a different take on things, and we want to bring all the people in we can. So they've already seen it, but I got a couple of really great groups that we've promoted to and have everybody get to the, like I said, Portal to Ascension page. It looks beautiful. I mean, I love the new platform. It's really nice. Really nice.
Yeah, me too. I love it. And thank you very much to Neil Gore from Portal to Ascension for letting us stream onto their platform.
Absolutely. Okay, so and thank you to Paul Wallace as well for sponsoring the event and the Eden series with Escaping Eden and Scars of Eden.
We will get into that here in a couple of minutes, guys. We'll just give people some time to roll on in. It's still a little early morning. Just give some people here. I'll gonna remove us, Rob, and I'm going to just play a quick song, a Cube song.
What you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them. They treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you. What you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them. Us like subhumans. Repeat after me. I am not free. They're lying to you. They're lying to me. What are they hiding? I'm dying to see. Why is it God that they're trying to be? The acquisition of wealth and power is what they know. They've always been among us. They own us. They run the show. When it comes to making a difference, we ain't moving. Freedom is a fallacy. You're just a free-range human. For the crypto, you live as a slave, and that's just a matter of fact. If you want to see change, forget all the games. We're gonna just have to attack. This is our world and we're snatching it back. If you don't want it, move off to the side. Not for the cowardly, not for the weak. Only the strong come along for the ride. Won't be so simple, I'm not gonna lie. But that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna try. With everything that they're doing to all of us, be tomorrow, we're all gonna die. Either way, they kill us slowly, dumb us down and make us dopey. Everything you see is fake and all the news you get is phony. It's time we show the people how the elite are so deceitful. It's time we rise up high up enough to expose this evil. Take a look around you. What you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them. They treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you. What you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them. They treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
ODD TV, truth of vision, the one and only. They hate the fact that I'm nosy, but I say fuck it, blow me. I'm a researcher, a real truth seeker. This is my classroom, fool. I'm a school teacher, prepared to be blown away. Everything you know gets thrown away. Take your mind to a whole nother level, put the pedal to the metal with no delay. How much worse must it get before we do something about it? For we are many, they are few, man, we got them surrounded. It's time we think outside the cage where our brains have been placed. The true history of the world has been changed and erased. It's 1984, these things are so Orwellian. Big brother, motherfucker, super totalitarian. Your thoughts being suggested, your speech being suppressed, always being corrected, freedom being oppressed, always under surveillance, in a state of unrest. And if you protest it, they put your ass under arrest. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them. They treat us like subhumans. Take a look at you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them. They treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
Wow. What a great song.
That was amazing.
What's going on, Neil?
Hey.
Hey, what's up, Greg, Rob,
What's
Mara?
up, brother?
Nice to meet you. Good. Just woke up like literally 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago.
Me too,
Bro,
it seems like.
You look fresh. You look fresh. I've been up
know,
for like
man.
2 hours.
I'm just wearing the same clothes as last night. Threw on some cold water on my face, and I'm good to go. You know.
You need one of these big cups
Yeah.
of coffee.
Well, I was just thinking, like, there's very few people that I'd wake up before 8 a.m. for, and
That's
one
very
of them is
true.
Omar.
That's very
Oh,
true.
yes.
I'm excited for today, guys.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. I can't wait to give people all this information on stuff that may not be common knowledge to everybody. You know, we're so warped from big pharma and, you know, treating the symptoms instead of actually looking at what's causing, you know, the hurt for people and adding other symptoms to the already underlying issues. That and the animal communication for me is going to be absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Definitely. And it's going to be a full 14 hours today, guys. And I guess more than that tomorrow. So there's going to be like 28 hours within 2 days minimum of some really incredible content that everybody's going to have unlimited replay access to and can view back at any time. If you need to step away for a little while, chances are when you come back, we'll still be going live and going strong.
On Father's Day of all
Oh, yes.
days.
Happy Father's Day to all the
Mhm.
fathers out there.
Planting
Yeah.
seeds.
Happy Father's Day, everyone, and happy solstice to everyone out there, and to my friends on the screen. Oh, where's here? Let me just remove you for 1 minute, Mara, and then I will bring you right back.
And happy anniversary, Omar.
Yeah,
Oh,
thank you
happy
very much.
anniversary, bud.
Yeah, man.
Thank you very much.
Congrats.
It was 7 years ago today that I began Watchers Talk, and really didn't expect it to go as far as it has, and with the wonderful support of my friends, Neil, Rob, Greg, Leonard, everyone that's been involved in Watchers Talk, Clarence Mitchell, everyone that has spoken on Watchers Talk, presented on Watchers Talk. Lots of gratitude to every single person, and most importantly, all the people that have come and watched our shows. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, and really appreciate your support in really spreading the truth and becoming the seeds of consciousness and within our own bubbles. So with that being said, my name is Omar, and I'm the host here at Watchers Talk, coming at you guys from British Columbia, Canada. Today is the summer solstice, the first day of summer, and the longest day of the year. And like Neil was just saying a couple of minutes ago, we're going to have like 28, 30 hours of content in the next 2 days. And, we don't expect you to, sit here all day long like us, but, you can come in and out. More than likely, we will still be live, and you will have full access to the replays anytime you like. Now, I created this event seed along with my buddy Rob Yox from Full Spectrum Universe, because we thought that we should focus in on something in particular instead of bringing on a bunch of speakers and then looking at things from a different perspective. So we thought that we're going to bring everyone in that's just going to solely focus on the earth, animal communication, aromatherapy, plant medicine, things like that. So my intention for this event here is to really bring out the information and use that information on a day-to-day basis. So whatever our speakers are telling us, I'm going to be taking notes, and after this is over, I'm going to hit the grocery stores and garden shops and such, and I'm going to be looking for roots and herbs and kind of what have you, in order to make my avatar a little bit more healthier instead of taking pharmaceuticals. I really don't take pharmaceuticals myself, but I know many that do, and it's not really good for you. So that is my intention. I will jump over to Rob Yox, and we'll hear some words from him.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. I'm totally down with that sentiment, Omar. And one of the things that we try and do on a daily basis is raise our frequency. One way to do that is by conditioning our bodies to, our avatars, to essentially be at its greatest level, right? So by going through earthbound types of healings and basically going through everything that we have and making sure that we are on this path of being basically symbiotic with the planet. And that goes into the earth healing and the raising of the frequency. And I really want to emphasize that, I know everybody's not going to be able to stick around all day, but if you do, it'll be worth your while. I promise you that, because you're going to hear things that you probably have never heard. And I stress that because even as we were coming into this event and we had put this up on multiple platforms, we got a little bit of pushback because we know that a lot of the big media companies also facilitate big pharma. You see commercials everywhere you go. So it's just sort of like our flag plant. We're planting our flag to say, we're not going to stand by and let people fall victim to what other people justify as a good cause. we're going to give this information out readily available to everybody. And I appreciate Neil because of the free playback, and he has it on his platform. And brother, I appreciate you so much. And I appreciate Greg and Clarence, and happy anniversary, Omar. I have been a part of, I think, the 3rd birthday, the 4th birthday, the 5th birthday, the 6th birthday, and I think now that this being the 7th, and I'm pretty sure we're going to go to at least 25, right, bud? At least 25?
We are aiming for that, and really what we're doing here is we're chasing Neil Gore, because really he is the innovator and really a true leader in this conscious events, and bringing people together. So I'm really chasing Neil, and Neil is a mentor and also a role model to really look up to, because he's really created this awesome platform with PortalToAscension, and there's so much content on there that you can literally watch it for months on end and raise your awareness. And and like I've always said, when you raise your awareness, you raise your consciousness. So thank you very much to Neil for really being the innovator and a leader in this industry that's just coming together now, because a lot of us are waking up, and a lot of us are approaching this venue doing things like this. And Neil really started all of this. So thank you very much to Neil. He's a really true legend when it comes to this type of I don't even know what to call it, conscious events.
I was going to call it conscious curation.
Yeah, that's
curation. That's what
he's the visionary.
I actually
Neil
kind of
is
use those words too when I explain myself. Curating conscious events.
Okay, Neil, we'll jump over to you, brother.
Yes. So, hello, everybody. I'm here for the beginning, and I'll be on and off throughout the day. And my name is Neil with PortalToAscension, and I'm excited to be here and to be hosting this event that Rob and Omar put on, and Greg is going to be co-emceeing with them. And this is, if you're watching on our website, this is the first event that we've embedded on our website, which means we're in the process of something new. And it was a great time to experiment with this, because our website is functioning well and not crashing, even though in the past we had too many people on our site, which is a good problem, I guess, that my site was crashing from it. So we fixed all of this now, and we're able to host events on there. And as you can see, there's the chat box there, there's the video over there as well. So that's how we're going to start doing some of our free live streams. So not only am I getting an opportunity to really help just get this out to more people, but also we're starting to funnel things onto our website rather than direct them away, even though we're on multiple YouTube channels. And the reason for that is that there's just hardcore censorship going on. So blatantly hardcore that even a skeptic like myself cannot deny. Right. I just started my second Facebook, and Omar, they deleted me yesterday, bro. They deleted me again. I don't know how the guys that page I was on that caused me to get deleted have new accounts and haven't got deleted, but I keep getting deleted. So it's been a challenge to really get reach in regards to all this since October. So we're going to start doing everything in-house. A new website's getting launched very, very soon. Tomorrow, I think I'll have some time to show the website. And when the website gets launched, everything's going to be in-house, even its own forum, even its own social media network that's going to be on there. Everything's going to go from that. Our own app, our own ability to cast the TV, 100% independent, a separate server. So that's all I want to say on that. Now, in regards to this event, very important information here. We've done, PortalToAscension, we do a couple of events a year on plants in general. We have some workshops on animal communication. This is a combination of it, and probably going to go much more into depth than we've ever explored on Portal2Ascension. So I'm grateful to be able to have this content to share with our community afterwards. But the intention and the purpose for this is we're moving into this world that, let me just say this to give some context. For over the last 100 years, sickness has run rampant, right? Like it's illness has gone exponential. I don't know if you've ever seen the exponential graph of technology of how it was in the 1800s. All of a sudden it's like this. That's pretty much like sickness as well. And what has occurred is a disconnection from the natural frequencies of the earth that keep us harmonized and healed all the time. Plus, we've now been taking a lot of medication that has been covering the symptoms. And what happens when you cover the symptoms is they start acting out in different ways along the line. And when they start acting out in different ways, then people people just give you something else in order to block those symptoms, or it's just too late and no one can even get to the root cause anymore. That's pretty much an oversimplification of what is actually going on. Now, let me jump onto the other side and say, yeah, we're in an advanced world. We have medication that can assist us with all types of things. Some people in extreme pain, they may need morphine. We're not saying don't take any of this, but we're saying that there are many options, and preventative care can assist you, right, when it comes to your overall well-being and others. And the more that we concentrate on the external, the more we're going to need to rely on the external in order to, in order to heal ourselves. What these plants can do is they can go and remind our body on the cellular level of how they should be at their original state, and then we can get back to this harmonic state. So that is what this is all about here. There's going to be a lot of information, great information, and I'm 100% sure that probably 90% of the information here is probably going to be new to me as well, because if he's got this many people with such different experts on different topics, even if I'm familiar with it, right, there's probably chances I'm going to get a lot out of it. So I'm going to be checking this back a lot. And so everybody enjoy, take in all the information, take some notes, and just remember, if you miss anything, you can always come back and check it out later. And if you want, share it with your friends and family, because this will benefit everybody, right? So thank you for having me here, Omar, and I'm glad to be able to facilitate and host this for you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Neil. And I 100% agree with you that in the last 100 years, sickness has become rampant, and cancer rates and stuff have been climbing. And I've hypothesized that the reason why that's happening is that since Trinity, I believe 1945 or something, since then to today, we've blown up 2,056 nuclear weapons here on Earth. So that if you do the math on that, that turns out to one nuclear device being detonated every single week for the last 75 years. Now, that has to do some sort of damage to the planet and some sort of damage to our beings, our avatars, the animal kingdom on this planet, even the plant world. It's done a lot of damage. So for me, I resonate with what you said, because it's the cancer and sickness has just been climbing. And Rob was saying there, really addressing the symptoms and not really the overall problem. And the intention for this is to not heal cancer, but allow people to change their lifestyle so that they don't depend on pharmaceuticals. Like if you have a headache, chew on a leaf instead of chewing on a tablet of chemicals. That's really my thought, on this whole thing. So thank you very much, Neil. Really appreciate it, brother. Great. Go ahead, brother. Let's get some. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I love when he does that.
Hey,
Greatest.
baby. Yes.
There
Hey,
we
thank
go.
you so much for having me on. First of all, I want to thank you, Omar. Congratulations on your anniversary. It's been an honor to meet you and have you bring me on to these events and have you on my show. Rob as well, and Neil. All three of you have been so grateful to me as I've been. It's about a year since I started the Open Loops podcast, so I am all grateful for you and my journey. Really starting to have these conversations more and more. What's interesting about this event to me is I think about what happened with the lockdown, right? One of the first things that we started seeing when the lockdown happened last spring was people showing footage of lakes restoring, less smog in the sky, the trees more colorful. What I get nervous about with everybody's going, oh, the vaccine, everybody's better, everything's opening up again. To me, it's very important to have these events still, because we're losing sight. I don't see people going, okay, stuff can open up again, and let's make sure we're taking care of the earth because this was a really good thing for a brief period of time. That, to me, is not conscious. So the idea that we're here doing this, presenting these ideas, and making sure that people remember where they came from. I think this whole seed, show empathy every day. It is, you really, really have to think about it not just for yourself, but for the earth too. Empathy isn't just human to human. It's not just emotion to emotion. It is a full body, full planet, full cosmos experience that you can have. So to me, I'm definitely excited to be here to listen, to learn, and about things that, look, I'll tell everybody right now, I don't have that much deep experience with ayahuasca and plant medicine and animal communication. I don't know that I, in general, and this is from my podcast too, Open Loops with Greg Bornstein, Conversations That Bend, on that show, Omar knows I have more of a skeptical bent towards things, a little more on the, what is this? Is this real? Is this? But to me, empathy isn't just emotional. It's even intellectual, saying, I'm going to sit and I'm going to listen and understand more, because I know things could be better on this planet, and I know that we can pay more attention to the earth. And let's not forget that as things are opening back up. So I think this is a perfectly timed event, and I am so honored to be on the panel emceeing. And Omar, I really appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, thank you very much, brother. I really appreciate you as well. A lot of respect for you for what you do, and really you opened yourself up to the world and threw yourself out there and began sharing content and information with people, and that takes a lot of guts to do that, especially in front of a camera, where in this day and age where there's so much ridicule and anger towards each other, that when you do put yourself out there, you're prone to being attacked and put down and things like that. So kudos to you for stepping out of that shell and sharing content with the world, because you really share a lot of unique material, not like what Rob and Neil and I do, because you're really into hypnotherapy and deep mind science. I would say is what you're into. Like us over here, we're more into like ancient history and extraterrestrials and UFOs and things like that, right? Which I know you're a skeptic of, which is a good thing. That is healthy to have that. And
you're pushing me towards it more, though. The more I have these, definitely after the last event.
In the last year, or for as long as we've known Greg now, for the last few months, I'm sure when he started a year ago, where he was then and where he's at now, after being with us, with all of these people that come forward, not just because of us, but with what you're hearing in the mainstream now. But I've seen a slight shift in Greg's opinions on things.
That's funny.
I went onto his show and I lambasted him with a bunch of stuff, and he was like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
We should do a show, Greg, on your podcast called Convince Greg, and it should be just like an hour and a half of like us just dumping things that
I would love that.
That would be great.
You have to read statements like, Greg, what do you think? No? Yeah? Okay.
Greg reacts.
That's right.
I'm so in. I'm
down, bro.
So
we give it cards with emojis on it. So you just pull the emoji up.
We have 13 minutes before we bring on our first guest, Mara Calvi and Sona Tandon. And I want to give a shout out to everyone that's watching us: Denise Bertucci, Angie Briers. Who else is in our Portal to Ascension room? There's a few, but not too many are commenting, but that's okay. People that are watching on YouTube, welcome, guys. I really appreciate you. If you can do us a favor and leave YouTube and come over to our Portal to Ascension landing page, which is portaltoascension.org/seed. Watch Seed now. It's
watch-seed-now, right?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I'll actually put that link in the comments here right away. So maybe you guys want to come on over into our PTA room instead of being on YouTube, because really we want to build PTA. We want people to watch us on here. Now, with that being said, this Seed event, 2-day virtual event featuring 16 speakers, is brought to you by the Eden series by Paul Anthony Wallace, Escaping from Eden and The Scars of Eden. You guys can probably see the covers behind you, but here are a couple of the books that our buddy Paul Wallace has authored, and these are available for order from Amazon, or you can go to Paul Wallace's website at paulanthonywallace.com. So with that being said, I don't really have a whole lot to say. And besides, let's get the show on the road,
Let's do it.
and let's get some downloads. So I'm going to bring on our first speaker, Mara Kalbi and Sona Tandon. So guys, I'm going to remove you off the screen. I'm going to bring them on, and then we'll get a download from these guys. So I'll talk to you guys in a bit. And if you guys want to say anything, just go into the private chat in the studio, and we can converse there, or even on our messenger. So let's bring on Amara. We'll
Hi.
bring on Sona, and I will remove Rob and Greg. There we go. Welcome, ladies. Thank you very much for joining us here this morning in Western Canada, and of course, evening in the United Kingdom. Really appreciate you coming here today to share your wealth of knowledge with us. I'm not a professional when it comes to plant medicine. I guess I would be a professional when it comes to cannabis medicine, but beyond that, I'm not really a pro. So I'm really looking forward to really getting some information from you that I can use in my day-to-day life. And I know it's going to be fantastic. And I've downloaded your book, and I'm going to be giving that a read. As you can imagine, I've been like super busy for the past couple of weeks and no time to read. I got like, 4 books that I got in the last couple of days. I've been wanting to binge read those. And I was like, when do I find the time to read this? I've just got so much going on.
That's too much.
Let me just quickly read what you have on your website, the About Us, and then after that, I'll remove myself from the screen, and then you guys can take it from there. So it says, our story. Mara, I was always fascinated by what Sona used to teach me about homeopathy and herbs over our lunch breaks. I remember wishing that I had come from a background of health practitioners, just like Sona did. Sona, I was always fascinated by Mara's knowledge of batch flowers and blood groups, and I learned a lot from her during the breaks. Coming from 2 different realities has been part of our strength. We bring to the mix a multitude of disciplines and knowledge that we combine to create winning strategies to help each of their clients in a personalized way. We share the same ethos and passions for well-being, and our desire to help people makes us understand the individual's needs of each person. Everybody is different and unique. Therefore, create tailor-made programs for each of our clients. Our holistic vision of the individual includes body, mind, and spirit. We work alongside your health provider, and based on scientific research, we give you tools to help you get to the optimal well-being with nutrition, lifestyle, and supplements. We adhere to the principle of naturopathy, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, focusing on helping the whole person and the root cause of the condition, not only reducing the symptoms. We help and support our clients through motivation and discipline into transformation. I really like that, that you don't, really just pay attention to the symptoms of the problem, that you're actually getting to the root of the problem. It's like Rob and Neil were saying earlier, that in the world that we live in today, and the pharmaceutical agents that are out there, they're more apt to really address your symptoms rather than a problem. They'll give you a pill and tell you to be on your way. And, even if they have some holistic knowledge with them, they're not really going to share that with you. Because for me, I feel that they're more pharmaceutical agents than they are doctors, pretty much as salespeople for them. So that's why, Sona and Mara, you guys are extremely important in this paradigm shift that we're going into, and this energy shift that is happening, because you guys are the teachers of the future, because a lot of people are going to get away from this pharmaceutical mafia, because people are beginning to realize what's going on with that, and they're going to start looking more towards you ladies and people like yourselves for advice and health remedies and things like that. So I really appreciate you guys, and I'm looking forward to really learning from you. So I will remove myself from the screen, and I will hand it over to you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Okay. So yes, well, I guess that's it. That's only 2 of us, Sona. So yes, thank you so much, Omar, and thank you for inviting us to this fantastic solstice event. So happy solstice, everybody. Yes, you pretty much said what we are about, and that's what I wanted to reiterate in our talk, is that we are really into getting to the root cause of the problem, not just helping with the symptoms. That's really an important thing. That's a fundamental thing that we want to achieve when we speak to our clients. So today in our talk, we decided to divide it into two parts, because yes, we need to heal the physical body, but we also need to heal our emotions sometimes. So I'm going to go for the first part and talk about emotional healing with flowers and plants. And Sona is going to take over on the second part and talk about how herbs can help to balance the body. So first of all, I'm going to try to share my screen. Okay. Okay, so I hope you guys can see my screen. So really, yes, today we're going to talk about a practical application of plant medicine. We're going to give you a few tips and tricks that you can use in your daily life, because that's all about, that's what it's all about. We want to give you the knowledge. We want to empower you, and to give you tips on what you can do in your daily life. Tomorrow, if you want, you can get out and just get a few things, bits and pieces, and start your journey towards self-healing, really. So, I mean, Omar, you said everything of what, I wanted to mention here. Just one thing is, because we really truly believe in people, knowledge, and we want to empower people. We created a few free ebook that you mentioned that, you can download anytime you want. And we also have created a YouTube channel so that, that's going to give you information if you want in, many things. We are specializing in gut restoration, immunity boosting, stress management, and hormonal imbalances. So that's just to give you another idea on what we're doing. So the first thing is how you can balance your emotions with Bach flowers. So let me go in there. There you go. So what are Bach flowers?
I can't see your screen.
Oh, good Lord. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Omar, maybe can you see my screen?
We can see you, but not the screen share.
Okay,
If you could share screen again, because you were sharing the StreamYard website before.
Okay, let me have a look.
So try selecting the.
How about this?
The
Can you
presentation.
Can you see something? I selected the presentation now.
It's coming. Yep, there we go.
Okay, brilliant. Sorry about that. Okay, there you go. There wasn't nothing. That was just the first page was this one. So what are Bach flowers remedies? So there's 38 of them. They are non-invasive and they are emotion regulators. They are divided into 7 groups, and there's more additional divisions after that, which I can't go into this right now. But they can be taken on a singular basis, or they can be blended together, depending on the emotions that you need to rebalance. The idea is a negative and disruptive emotion can have a very big impact in your mental and psychological well-being, which will have then an impact on your physical aspect. So that's where you're going to start develop symptoms, have conditions, etc. So Bach flowers help you to regulate those emotions that are disruptive and therefore can have a beneficial impact on the physical body. So just to give you a quick information to understand better what they do and why they've been created, why they've been found, let's just go through a quick history. So they have been created by a gentleman, a doctor called Edward Bach, who was born in 1886 in England. He was a very frail child, and he was taken to nature so that he could regenerate himself when he was a kid. And because of his illnesses or his conditions, he's always wanted to help other people. So he decided he was going to become a medicine doctor. He did, he became a medicine doctor. He set up a clinic in a very trendy place in London. For the people who are in England, that would be in Harley Street. It's very renowned. But he was also a very big and keen researcher. He was a great observer. So he didn't stop there. He wanted to research, and he went into the gut. He started to research bacteria, what we would call nowadays probiotics. So he started to see that some people who were coming to see him had deficiencies in certain bacteria. He also saw that the people who had certain deficiencies in so-and-so bacteria, they would also have a specific personality trait. So he would link deficiencies with personality behaviors. And he started to include those in his practice for his patients. But that wasn't that. He also became very interested in homeopathy. So he went on and studied homeopathy. He included it as well in his practice, but he thought that was a bit too difficult for the general public to understand, to use, on their own if they hadn't done any research, etc. So he wanted to look for something, wanted to get something that everybody could use, without too much thinking. And this is how, pretty much he started his journey into the Bach flowers. Now, his practice was very successful, but he started to notice something, that he was helping one of his patients. His patients would go home, but after 3 or 6 months, they would come back with either the same symptoms again or other similar symptoms. So he couldn't understand why, because he thought, okay, I cured them. Why are they coming back? So there must something there in my protocol that I'm missing. And that's where he started to relate these two emotions. If I'm not rebalancing the emotions of a client, of a patient, well, obviously, yes, I can certainly reduce the symptoms for a while, but if the emotions are not completely rebalanced, then these symptoms are going to come back. Because he was a great observer of plants, and because he had spent a lot of time in nature, he thought that the solution was going to be in plants, in herbs. So this is where he started his research. And he found, throughout his life, he found 38 remedies. So these remedies are there to rebalance people's emotion, as I said before. And he also found out that certain plants, the plants that he's using then for the Bach flowers, have the same behavior as some people. So he was really observing how the plant was behaving in the wind, how the flowers were growing, what colors they had, the stems, the root of the plant. So everything. He wasn't leaving anything, out of the way. He was really observing everything. And he started to link some behaviors, human behaviors, to these plants. So the idea is, well, if I'm taking a remedy that has a certain behavior, that has a certain positive behavior, then it would make me rebalance my negative behavior into a positive one, if I'm choosing the right one. So the fundamentals of the Bach flower system are, these are a few. They're not everything, but that's a few. The idea is that the disease generates from the soul, and that's where it's going to affect the physical body. In the same way, if I'm healing the soul, if I'm starting to heal the soul, then the physical body is going to get a beneficial impact on it. One other thing is that you need to be careful, because you need to be able to take the right plant for the right emotion. Which here I'm going to say that although the Bach flower system is very simple to use, it may be a little bit complicated, because sometimes we may not want to confront certain emotions. Maybe, we can say, oh, I'm not having this emotion. Oh, I'm not intolerant. Oh, I'm not merciless. But actually, if we are in denial, that maybe we're choosing the wrong plant. The reason why I'm saying that, it's because sometimes people will come to me and say, well, yes, I've tried Bach flowers before. They don't work for me. Well, maybe it's because you haven't chosen the right one. So the other thing that backflowers do is really to go to root cause of the problem. And that's where we like that, because obviously, these are fundamentals of naturopathy. So the idea is also that nature has all the elements that we need to heal ourselves. Now, I'm going back to what Omar was saying just earlier when, before introducing us, and, talking about, yes, with all the things that we're doing on Earth and how we treat it, is it still the case? Because, this was, he created his backflowers in 1930. So has the world changed since then? And potentially, as we saw at the beginning of last year when nothing was happening and we could start to see that the environment was getting better. So maybe that's where we want to get to. We want to get to a better environment, to get most of the nature, most of what we can from the nature. So here I just want to give a little bit of a practical example on how backflowers work. So if I'm going here on the left-hand side, what does it mean to rebalance emotions in the backflowers world? So ideally, we would want to have positive emotions for everything. So we want to feel love, we want to feel compassion, we want to be kind and generous to everybody. But then sometimes, because of life happens, we are turning these emotions into negative states. And that's where we get to hate, selfishness, we become mean, we are merciless, etc., etc. So these are the emotions that we are supposed to rebalance with these remedies. If I'm looking here at a more practical example, say that we have the soul here, and the soul has a desire. So my soul has the desire to be able to learn how to fly a helicopter. So that's great. So it tells it to the brain. And the mind is saying, well, it's all good and nice, but you know what? You can't do it because remember that you're scared of flying? So this is the mind coming in with its self-limiting belief saying, hey, you know what? Yeah, it's a nice idea, but it's not going to happen. That's it. So, deal with it. So how are we going to deal with it? We're going to get emotions of frustration, sadness, it could be anything, jealousy towards others that maybe are able to do that. They don't, they're not scared of flying. The idea is here that the flower remedies will be able to come and rebalance what the mind is thinking. So here we have a flower. So obviously we will need to either take one specific one that is going to help us to rebalance this, or a blend, depending on what we have. So once we are taking them, the mind is calming down, and then the soul will be able to fulfill its desire. So this is why I got this little writing here, change your thoughts and you will change your world. So this is the idea on how they would work on a practical level. Some people have also linked some primordial, I'm going to call them, the initial Bach flowers that were found by Dr. Bach to astrology, to, every zodiac sign has its own flower. And it's quite an interesting theory. And yes, I do like it. I can see where it's coming from. The idea is here that a personality trait comes from birth. And in the same way, a flower can have a specific personality. So we always have a personality trait underlying. So, and the same thing goes for the flower. On another level, so this would be, for example, for a Reiki master or a yoga instructor, Bach flowers can help to rebalance the chakras. So I'm just thinking here, someone who would have done a session of Reiki, where at the beginning they would just look at, how the chakras, if the chakras of their clients are open or not. Then obviously with the Reiki, they would open them. They could potentially also envisage telling the client, well, you know what, maybe your weak chakra is the stomach chakra. Well, you know what, you can consider taking this back flower. So it's very interesting. It just goes in many different ways. It's really the essence of the plants. How are these flowers made? They have two specific methods. So there's 38 of them. The methods are not interchangeable. Some flowers will go with one method and some others with the second one. So you can't just change, pick and choose. But they all use spring water as clear as possible. And if you can, take it from, next to the source of where the plant grows. So if the plant grows next to a stream, then that's the water that you want to get in order to make your mother essence. Obviously, you will need a bowl, water, and the flowers, and a source of heat. So that's very important. So what you would do, for example, in the sun exposure method, you will pick the flowers. You cannot touch them. You will have to pick them with maybe one of the leaves of the actual plant. So you take a few of them. You will place them on top of the bowl. And just put the bowl on direct exposure to the sun, so between 2 and 3 hours. The condition is that it should not be a cloudy day, because that's not going to help. So it has to be really from 2 to 3 hours of no clouds, no nothing, which you can imagine in England is a bit difficult, but that's where they've been created, so that's okay. We can even do that here. So once that's done, you will remove the flowers and then just extract the water. You will have to do the same thing with the boiling method. Instead of putting the bowl on sun exposure, then you will just have to boil the water with the flowers inside for 30 minutes. Take it off the fire and let them cool down, and then just remove the flowers and get the water. This is now, you have the water and it's ready. You need to stabilize it with organic brandy. So 50% of water goes into 50% of brandy. It's very simple, but obviously, yes, it takes a little while to do. It's very important because many companies are there, or some companies are there, are making back flowers, but not all of these companies are using the actual traditional method, and they make them more industrial, in an industrial way, which is not what we want. We want them to be made in the right way, because the intention counts. It's just a little bit like homeopathy. The intention when you're making the actual remedy counts as well as the rest. So how to take back flower remedies? It's very, very simple. We have created a little video on YouTube that it's available for you if you want to see, but literally it's so simple. You take a glass of water, no matter how much water, 200 milliliters, 500 milliliters, whatever you want. No matter the container, it's better if it's a glass container. And then you will take your little back flower, and there's a pipette inside, and then you will just put in 2 drops of your essence into the water, and then just sip it through the day. If you don't have water, but you have your essence with you, then you can just pour it straight into your mouth, 2 drops under your tongue, and you're done. If you have chosen the right flower, then within 15 minutes, you will start to feel different. Depending on what your emotions are, how long you've had that emotions. And so it happens that, you will need to work a little bit more to get it reduced. But after 15 days, of doing this, if it's really sticky, then you should be able to get a very good result. So now let's go for some practical applications here, because that's what we're here for, just to give you a few tips. So we can't go through 38 flowers, but we have chosen a few flowers that we think are good for these times of pressure, from last year, this year, of stress and anxiety. So we think that they could potentially help sometimes, our emotions. So the first one is impatience. Well, it's for the impatient people, as you can, imagine. So this is for the people who are very impatient, who are a little bit intolerance toward the others. Say, for example, that they work in an environment with people. They don't like to work with people. They just prefer to be alone. They think that everybody else around them is not quick enough. They make very swift decisions, but it doesn't mean that they're good. They have the need to make swift decisions because that's it. Otherwise, it's not working. So they prefer to be alone. They are irritable. Yes. So these kind of people, we need a little bit of a positive state. So the empathians will help them to be patient, to be gentle toward themselves and the others, to be a bit more soft, a bit more diplomatic at times. Bach flowers are for emotions, but we also said that they do have a beneficial effect on physical symptoms. We cannot say that, okay, impatience is for IBS, impatience is for colics. That's impossible because it depends on the underlying emotion. But we can give a few ideas on how they can work. For example, here, a person with an impatience personality, they may suffer from indigestion or acid reflux. They may have muscle tension or tension headaches. So, yeah, they could benefit from, a few drops of impatience. The fantastic thing with Bach flowers is that animals and plants can take that as well. And not just, and babies as well. There are many ways to take Bach flowers. So for an animal, they could have maybe a behavioral issue. So say, for example, it's a dog that it's impatient to go out, or a cat, if you have a cat and the cat goes in and out of the cat flap and you don't know why, maybe they are just impatient, they're waiting for something. So you can just put it a little bit on their paws, and you will find with animals, it's like pretty much straight instant change. I've seen that many times, people, cats crying, and I've just put them a little bit of Bach flower remedy on their paws. Within seconds, they change attitude, so they calm down. So these are just some ideas. So now for the agrimony. Agrimony is the one that always seems to be happy, enjoys parties, likes to go to a party, likes to be with people, talks to people, laughs a lot. They really have a very big laugh. The thing is, they wear a mask, and you don't really know what's happening behind that mask. But usually they suffer a lot. They are in really, really big pain. They're in turmoil inside. So they are the ones who are wearing a lot from like material things. Say, for example, oh my God, I feel I'm going to lose my job. Oh, my car is going to break down. What am I going to do? I'm not going to be able to pay my mortgage, my bills. So they worry about material stuff, and they cannot let go. You will always find them very busy doing something. They never stop. They never stop because they don't want to face their emotions. They don't want to be in contact with them. They prefer just, leave them alone. They are also the ones who don't like arguments. They really aren't good with arguments. That's not their thing. They prefer just to shut up, not say anything, and just keep going. So that will help if you have sometimes maybe high blood pressure, insomnia, sleep issues, if you may have some rheumatoid arthritis conditions, addiction. That's going to help with addiction, because these people will also become addicted to something. The repetition of doing something and not being able to just sit down, that they need to have their mind always constantly stimulated. Animals, these are the ones that, if you have an argument with your partner, they maybe just come straight to you and ask you to stop and try, maybe they bring you a ball or something. They try to distract you away from the argument because they don't want to see it. So, yeah, this is what agrimony does. One thing I should say, we're talking here about alcoholism as well in certain cases. Now, we know that there is a very infinite portion of brandy in the Bach flowers. So it's nothing. However, it may not be indicated for alcoholism. So what you can do You don't have to just take it on an oral way. You can take it topically, so you can just put it on your skin, or maybe spray it in the room. So there are ways to use these black flowers without just ingesting them. Third one is walnut. Walnut is for the people who don't like change, who are reticent to change. Now, I think that this one is a good one for, these moments in times, because obviously, with whatever is going on, we don't know how the world is going to be soon when, hopefully this is going to be finished. I'm not going to get into that, but maybe there's going to be some changes and maybe we are not ready for them. So it's important to understand that walnut can help us to rebalance our emotions and be more acceptant to some changes. So these people are usually, a walnut person is overwhelmed. They don't want to see anything. They, if they need to change house, they don't want to change house. If they need to, even though they may like the fact that they're going to have a brand new sparkling home, they're very reticent. No, that's not good enough. It's going to help some people throughout their life changes. So puberty, for example, menopause, childbirth, all these big changes that are happening in a person's life. So by taking walnut, they can just get more accepting. They can understand better. They can adapt better to the change. And they can get back into their initial path, because really sometimes by not accepting, by being so reticent, we forget our path. We forget where we are meant to go. And it's the same thing for animals and plants in this case as well. Because, if you're rehoming an animal, for example, well, you're taking him from a place to another. He might not like it. Or a plant as well. If you're just buying a plant at the garden center, you're taking it back home and, the plant might not like it. So you just give it a little bit of walnut to understand that it's okay. They are in a safe environment. Or when you're repotting the plants as well from one pot to another. If you have an animal or a child and you're bringing in another animal into the house or another child, so, you're going to give it to the previous one so that they just can get more accepting. So these are a few ideas that you can use black flowers for. They're there for you. Clematis. Clematis is also another good one for this period of time. So it's for the people who are not grounded. It's the people who really, they don't like to live in the present because the present is too difficult. They prefer to live in the future. So they make fantastic plans for the future, which probably they're completely unrealistic, but they will make them and they will just dream about these. And they don't want to see the present. So they may be clinging people. They may cling on to you for you to do their, to pay their bills, to do their accounting or to the papers, sorting out papers, because they don't want to deal with that. They have a disconnection with the present. They're not grounded. So in a positive state, if they were to take some clematis, then yes, they will become more awake. They will be able to deal with problems, in the present. Sorry about that. But also they will be creative for the future. They will have a specific idea on what they're going to do in the future and apply it. So the clematis people have some physical symptoms, which could be they're very pale. They have a very cold extremities. They may suffer from circulation issues. They can have visual problems, hearing problems. And again, we're going back to the addiction and alcoholism because it's a way to escape. It's a way to escape the present. And they may also have memory issues. In the same way, animals, they're going to stare at nothing. So if you see your dog, your cat just stare at nothing for days on end, maybe they need some clematis. We don't know. Or if your dog sleeps all the time. The mimulus is the one that is there for fear. So this is the fear for the known things. So there are a few black flowers that are talking about fear and anxiety. This one is the one that is there for fear of things that you know. So, for example, as I mentioned earlier, be scared of flying, be scared of taking the train, be scared of going out because someone has told you on TV that COVID-19 is going to catch you, be scared of everything. So when you can name your fear, then Mimulus could be something for you. It's going to make you more stable. It's going to make you understand that it's okay. You know, you can have the courage to do certain things. You can be strong, and you can do this in a calm way, because most of the time with these things, you're just going all over the place, and you know, you need to step back. So the physical symptoms here could be obviously fear, diarrhea. When we are scared, sometimes we have issues with our bowels, insomnia. For children, sometimes it helps with bedwetting. When they're scared of the monster that's going to come, you know, from behind their bed. It can help during shock times or exams, if you have to pass an exam, childbirth. And for the animals, in the same way, if you see your animal shaking, if they are hiding behind some places when someone is coming to see you at home, then maybe Mimulus is good for them. Another one is larch. Larch is for the ones who have big capacities to do things, but they don't want to fail. They just expect that they're going to fail, and that's it. And the funny thing with them is that they're going to give you a very, very good speech on as to why they shouldn't start doing something, because at the end there's going to be a failure. So they have a speech prepared and a fantastic reasoning just to tell you, well, you know what, it's better if I don't do it. But actually, they can. It's just that, you know, the question is, you need to be self-confident, and you need to, you know, understand that you can expect success, you can get successful. This is also showing aspects of impotency. That is, you know, I can't do anything about it. That's what the end is going to be. I'm going to fail. So these things are drawn sometimes by past events, just like walnut and a few others. You know, past events are always there, you know, in our mind sometimes, and they're coming back. So in terms of physical symptoms, we talked about impotency, so that could help maybe erectile dysfunction. Or confidence, and alcoholism as another idea, you know, that obviously we will need to drill down into these much more, but that just gives you a general idea. For the animals, this is really when they don't want to, when they have to be into certain situations where they need to perform. So I'm thinking here, for example, a horse, you know, a jumping horse that, you know, when they see a, you know, something that they need to jump over, well, they don't want to. They prefer to just run over, and that's it. So, you know, if you have to take your horse somewhere and you're going to do some jumping with them, maybe if you see that kind of behavior, maybe they can benefit from some larch. So a dog, for example, you know, you're asking, there's a lot of people around it, and, you know, you're asking it to give you the paw. Well, you know, it's putting them into a lot of pressure, and they don't want to perform. So larch could help. So I think this was the last one that we selected, the vervain. Vervain, I think it's also good sometimes in, you know, these times, just to be more tolerant with people. This is the personality of the vervain is the one who is over-enthusiastic. They, you know, it's great to be over-enthusiastic. It's great to have an enthusiasm, to have a passion. But these are the people who just want to tell you what you should think, what you should believe. It's their way or the highway. So, you know, they're going to try to convince you. They are somehow extremism, you know, they're extremists, if I would call them this way. You know, they're intolerant to others' ideas. And they get really passionate, and they get really tensed. They get stressed, and they may get a nervous breakdown, insomnia, headaches, and high blood pressure. So, you know, all these things, you know, vervain is going to help to calm down. So now, the last one is the rescue remedy or crisis mix. The rescue remedy or crisis mix is a mix of 5 or 6 flowers that Dr. Bach had created for specific issues, for when you are in a shock, in an emergency case. So he didn't create any other blends because it's very difficult to create many blends because everybody is different. Everybody's emotions are different. But this one is quite interesting because it's going to help you if you are in a shock situation. Say, for example, you're witnessing a big car crash in front of you, or you are part of a car crash. So you're going to be in a state of shock. You're going to be not grounded at all. Your mind is going to wander all over the place. You won't be able to do anything, or you just have a erratic behavior. So the crisis mix or rescue remedy is going to help you to get more grounded, to have the ability to think things through, to accept change, to understand that, okay, there's going to be a new start here. Okay, I need to adapt to this situation. So what I really suggest here is that, you carry around a bottle of this crisis mix. So, in your pocket every time that, when you go out or anything, when you find yourself in a very bad situation, then, you can just grab a little bit of it and yeah, you're done. So now we've done with the flowers that we wanted to give you today. I know there's a lot, and maybe, there's a lot of information. We went through quite quickly, but if you wanted to have some more information, we have a few videos here on our YouTube channel. These are general knowledge ones, but they give you information on many flowers, flowers for plants, etc., etc. We also have created a practitioners support group, which we've called Bach Flower Remedies for Practitioners and Healers, and it's a Facebook group. Now, on this group, we aim to give practitioners information and help them to create blends or just to tell them, to advise them on how they can support their clients with Bach flowers. This goes for everybody, whether it's naturopathic nutritionists, a naturopath, Reiki healers, aromatherapist, etc., etc. So it just goes for everybody. Now I am going to. This is the first part, actually, sorry, of the talk. The second part, we talked about our emotions, and now we're going to talk about our herbs and how to balance your body. So I'm just gonna leave this to Sona. I'm gonna stop sharing. I hope I stopped, Sona.
Hello, Mara. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Brilliant.
Okay, perfect. Hopefully, I can share my screen. Here is it. Can you see it?
I cannot see anything.
Okay. It's not sharing the screen. Okay, let me again try it to share my screen. Here it is, and hopefully, is it better?
No, I still can't see it. Oh, something is happening. Okay, yes, you just need to expand it, and that's good.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
I think that'd be fine. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, is it better?
Uh,
Increased?
yes, perfect. Yeah,
Yes,
if you can increase, I think.
It is now taken the whole window. Is it not showing?
It is showing, yes, it is showing.
But it's not in the whole window.
It's not in the whole window, no. Or maybe. Oh, actually, I think it's up to the person to click to expand the window, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. I
there.
think you can go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mara. And thank you, Omar, for inviting me here, as well as happy solstice to everyone. And so Mara shared with everyone about the Bach flowers. I'm going to share about the herbs and how to balance your body with herbs. Do you hear any echo or is it fine? Okay,
It's good.
perfect.
It's good.
Oh, perfect. So let's do that.
Hi, Sona. Can you speak up just a little bit? You're very soft-spoken, sister.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It must be my mic. So I am just going to increase I think the audio sound. Is it better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay.
There we go. I'll just turn it up on my end. Maybe I had it too down.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to talk about herbs and how you can balance your body with herbs. I am just trying to um, putting it here. I'm not sure why it's not working here. Uh, I can't hear you, Mara, anymore, which is strange.
Sorry. No, I was on mute. I just didn't want to disturb.
Okay.
I was just saying, do you prefer if I am sharing for you and I'm just going through the slides?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
that can work as well. Yes, please.
Okay, let's try that.
Because I don't know why it is not sharing and I've stopped sharing. Do you
Okay,
want to
can you see
share?
my screen sharing?
I do see your screen, Mara, but you're sharing the studio link. So if you want
Again.
into the windows,
Ah,
It's tricky.
all good,
there you
right?
go.
All good.
There you
There-
go.
Okay. I think it's okay. Yes. Perfect. Yes. So, yeah, let's, as Mara already introduced me, I'm Sona, and we work together. I'm a co founder of Soma Vitality Wellness. You already know how we work, how we are naturopath and nutritionist, and how we, instead of just looking at the symptoms, we treat people with holistically and we treat them as a whole rather than just with the symptoms. So today I'm going to talk about about herbs and what are the applications. I'll start with the history. Now, herbal medicine is used since the beginning of human history. Ancient Egypt, it record shows that they use the herbs for healing all the time. Currently, at present, we have 80% of the world population which still rely on herbal medicine as their primary means of healthcare. And it has been part of many medical traditions like Ayurveda, traditional Chinese medicine, as well as even in Western medicine, it's being used. In fact, there's a lot of research papers on extensive range of herbs because what happens is many pharmaceutical companies have done researches on several types of herbs to understand the impact on the body. The unfortunate part is that what they do is these research don't see this herb as the whole. They try to isolate the component of the herb that they, to understand which component is an active component and that is beneficial to the body. So, what they do is you're getting with these pharmaceutical companies, they are manufacturing, taking these herbs and using it, but they are using it as an isolated form. So, but in Ayurveda and other things, what we do is we use herb in order to give the best of it. They must be consumed as a whole because our body, it comes, the nature has everything and it has made the herb as a whole thing to ingest and to take it. So we don't isolate the compounds of the herb, whereas in pharmaceuticals they do that. So that's why, it's the history. Now the next slide is about what exactly is the herbs and how does they act. So herbs are basically plants with which has very high levels of phytochemicals. Now, what are phytochemicals? The phytochemicals are the elements that give the plants its pharmacological action. So that are benefit to the body. Herbs, they make phytochemicals in response to the environment. Now, these phytochemicals are important for any plant to grow as well.
Mm.
Now, each herb will produce certain type of phytochemical that will help in certain condition. The environment which they grow influences the level of phytochemicals they have. So, if the soil doesn't have any minerals, if the soil is inorganic, that will affect the plant. Same way, what happens is, like, we go in the supermarket and we always choose the good looking fruit or a good looking vegetable, without realizing that the one which is not so good looking, maybe it is more nutrient dense. And why it is that? Because it has survived in the condition which was not too good, and so it has to fight to survive in the condition, and that's why it is not looking so good, but it will be more nutrient dense. So make sure that next time you go to the market, don't just look out for nice looking veggies or nice looking fruits, or try some not so looking nice fruits and veg, because they may be much better and have nutrients. Now, to understand more, phytochemicals have two types of compounds. These are which are helpful for the body. These are primary compounds and the secondary compounds. Now, primary compounds are the ones that the plant uses for daily activity, like for growing, nutrition, respiration. Whereas the secondary compound is the one that gives you the plant, during defense. It helps in protection and signaling. And these are the secondary compounds are the ones that help you in pharmacological actions and benefit you. Now, examples of that could be alkaloids. What we know as human beings is like in a form of nicotine, quinine, morphine. These are all alkaloids. Another example could be phenols. Again, they are antiseptic and analgesic. The flavonoids, some of them have flavonoids, which are antioxidants and antispasmodic. There could be another one, saponins, and they are anti-inflammatory. So these are the secondary compounds that the plant have to help, defense mechanism to raise. And this is the one that helps and benefits us when we eat that plant. Now, it is important to note that herbs need to be used with caution. And before taking them, we strongly suggest you that please speak to the practitioner before you use them, as their medicines. And if used in a wrong way, if used too much or too less, it can have harmful effect on you. So they are something that always keep in mind when starting any herb, because again, these are supposed to be medicines. Now, another slide. Now, I'm going to talk about how can herbs, you can ingest them. So there are different ways we can ingest the herbs. The- it's from simple teas to tablets or to capsules. The important thing to know is what of these will bring to the body, how it's going to affect your body. Now, tinctures that are made by the practitioners can be very powerful and efficient, whereas teas and decoctions that we sip throughout the day have, give you the benefit throughout the day, kind of. So, tablets and capsules can be used when you are easily available and when you are on a go. And it doesn't require preparation because you are in a rush and you want to take something. And now, how you can use them externally. Another slide.
Sorry.
We have, and now these herbs can used topically at the surface level. through creams or through laxatives or other. And now one of the forms we all from childhood we remember how to use them is through gargles. I remember as a child, my grandmother used to say, "Do the gargle," and when we catch cold or when we have change of weather or so throat problem and anything. And so it's really good during infections, and especially gargling with myrrh and marigold is really good, especially during if you have any throat infections. So another way that herbs can be used externally is with enemas. Now, there's a good way to cleanse your colon, your lymphatic system, as well as your liver. Once again, we need to emphasize that please don't start using it immediately. Of course, it has a very amazing effects, but if you have any underlying condition or you are on medication, just talk to some herbalist, a naturopath, nutritionist, before starting. Talk to some your practitioner before starting any of these, because they may harm your body if you're not, doing it correctly. So make sure we are reiterating that just so that you are sure of how to. Now, there are some practical applications of herbs. uh, there are herbs for different kinds. There are herbs for immunity, there are digestive herbs, there are herbs that regulate the stress, and there are herbs that support women and men specific herbs as well. Then there are respiratory herbs, there are cardiovascular herbs, and also herbs specific for liver support. Today, for the reason of timings and everything, I'm going to be specific on only discussing the herbs with digestive herbs, immunity, and stress. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about three herbs from each different section to tell you a little bit about them and how you can use them. And these are some of the very, herbs that you can start using it and in a practical way. So, first is psyllium husk. Now, this herb reduces diarrhea. It's also can be used as a laxative, especially if you have a habitual constipation or if you suffer from IBS. It also lowers cholesterol. How it improves the ratio of LDL and HDL. So again, it also reduces glucose absorption. So it also helps in diabetes by controlling the blood sugar, balancing the blood sugar. It also balances the gut flora. Um, it has lots of uses, but the only caution, it's one of the very safe herbs to use. The only cautious you have to take is take 2 hours away from any drugs you are having. So, at night, just make sure that you have taken it 2 hours away. Now, it can be taken in a form of capsule or in soaked in water, and just drink that water. That is the best way to take it. The next digestive herb I'm going to talk about is fennel. Now, the therapeutic quality of fennel is because of the flavonoids and volatile oils present in them. Now, what they do is flavonoids, they are carminative, means that they help in expelling the gas from the stomach or intestine. So they relieve flatulence and as well as abdominal pain. And also, fennel is antispasmodic, means it lowers muscle spasm. So, especially the smooth muscles, which is around our gastrointestinal tract. And it also helps during bronchitis, because of the lungs, the muscles around the lungs. It is also helps, hepatic, it says on the slide. That means it's also helpful for liver, and it's anti-inflammatory as well. How you can use it? You can use in a form of tea or tincture, or you can just chew some seeds, after the food for digestive purposes. Now, I tell you what, a lot of Indian restaurants, when you go and have your food there, they serve it after the meals, just so, because when you eat there, it's a lot of, it could be a lot of oil or butter. So they give it after that, is because it helps you in digestion. So you can digest that heaviness of the food. Now, the only caution is that if you are taking too much, it can overstimulate your central nervous system. So also avoid, having large doses, which is the therapeutic doses during pregnancy. Now, another herb I'm going to talk about, the digestive herb I'm going to talk about is slippery elm. Now, this is very good herb to soothe the digestive system. It also restores the mucous membrane. Now, the active compound or the therapeutic compound present in it is polysaccharide, which is a mucilaginous kind of a substance. And it is good for gastritis. It's also good for esophagitis, acid reflux, or if you have ulcers, IBS, diarrhea, colitis. It's generally used in all these things, the slippery elm. Again, because it suits the digestive system and also restores the mucous membrane around your intestine, around the GIT. So how you take it? You take it in a powder form, mix 1 teaspoon of it in 250 ml of water. Now, if you are suffering from diarrhea, then reduce the quantity of water. But if you're constipated, then increase the quantity of water. Or you can also take it in a capsule form. Again, the only contraindication and the caution you have to take is it take 2 hours away from medication. So these are the digestive herbs. We talk about three of them. These are one herbs you can easily start at home. You can take it, doesn't have very big side effects or, too many contraindications. So very safe herbs to use. Now I'm going to talk about three immunity herbs. And the first one is turmeric. Now, as we all know, and it's been always talked about, curcumin, that is the key component in it that helps in therapeutic use. That they isolate it generally in pharmaceuticals. They isolate that and use it in different compounds. So what are the actions of the, again, it's antioxidant. So it also inhibits cancer. But how it induces apoptosis. It's also, anti-inflammatory. Now, whole powder is gastroprotective. It is also used in arthritis, both rheumatoid arthritis as well as, osteoarthritis. Now, again, it also helps in the liver. It also enhances the immunity. One of the ways it does it is by increasing your white blood cells in the system. So that's why, one of the ways. It has other properties as well when it enhances the immunity. It's, as we all know, it's antiviral, antibacterial, as well as it's good for the heart as well, because it helps in reducing the formation of thrombosis, and also it reduces cholesterol. So again, one of the ways, you can use it. Now, the caution you have to take is, one is, don't use it in pregnancy too much, because it may inhibit fertility enlarged. Again, if you are eating in the food, in a normal food, it doesn't affect. But if you are taking in a therapeutic dose as a medicine during pregnancy, then you shouldn't do. Another thing is, avoid during peptic, if you have peptic ulcers or gallstones or any kind of, biliary obstructions, or if you are on anticoagulants, because it helps in blood thinning. If you're taking it with any blood thinning medication, anticoagulants, it can cause internal bleeding. So it's just just to be cautious, not to use in a very high therapeutic dose. Yeah, how you can use it in a normal food, you can make it as a turmeric milk. Nowadays, turmeric latte is a big hype. Everywhere you go, you get the turmeric latte, which is The easiest way is to consume it is and put it in some milk or milk alternative like coconut milk or almond milk. Add a pinch of black pepper in it. Now, turmeric is better absorbed with some fat and some black pepper. So, whenever you use it, make sure you are using it in fat. It's absorbed by the body in a better way. And put some black pepper in it. Another immunity herb I'm going to talk about today is astragalus. Now, again, the key constituent of it is that is therapeutic in it is because of the saponins present in it. Now, this is diuretic. It is antioxidant, cardiovascular, tonic because it improves the vasodilation. So it's one of the that's why it is cardiovascular tonic. Also, it increases immunity, and it does that by increasing antibody levels of IgA and IgG. So that's why it increases the immunity. Now, you can use it especially where if you have recurrent colds or if you suffer from, tonsillitis too much. It reduces toxicity and side effects of the drugs as well. Sometimes if you are taking a lot of drugs, if you're on medication, it reduces the side effects of that as well because it improves the liver function and it improves digestion and absorption, and also it balances blood sugar. So it's again one of the very good herb to for immunity. Now, preparation, you can take it in a form of tincture or decoction or capsule, or in health shops I think you can get it in the form of powder as well. Now, the only contraindications, and you have to be cautious about, is don't take it if you have acute infections or infection of the lungs or any autoimmune disorder. Please don't take that astragalus. Make sure you talk to your practitioner before taking astragalus if you have any autoimmune disorder. And the last thing I'm going to talk about immunity is, it's not a herb, it's a food, and that is reishi mushrooms. Now, it is anti inflammatory, it's antioxidant, antiviral, it's an immunity booster, it's cardioprotective, it's a blood thinner. And if you are suffering from menopause, it reduces hot flushes. Now, cautious is to avoid taking big doses during pregnancy, as well as avoid taking it with anticoagulants because it's a big blood thinner. It can cause internal bleeding. So avoid taking it with anticoagulants. Now, you can take it in a form of capsule, powder, or tablets. And there is a recipe we have put it, as you generally don't get it in the, mushroom in the store. Like a mushroom, you just can get this in a form of a powder from health shop or herbal shops. And what you can do is you can take a little bit of powder, mix some mushroom powder, raw honey, carrot powder, cinnamon, pinch of Himalayan salt in a blender and mix it in a milk with hot milk and just drink it. You can add a little bit of honey to taste for taste, and that's the one of the ways you can add in your diet reishi mushrooms. Now, the last ones I'm going to talk about is stress reducing herbs, and they are, the first one I'm going to talk about is ashwagandha. Now, the three stress ones I'm going to talk about today are the ones that are also called adaptogens. And they are, so ashwagandha, especially, is. Has its action because of the alkaloids present in that, and it's anti-spasmodic, it's anti-inflammatory. It also increases the cognitive function and especially good for ADHD. It helps in anxiety, especially if you have an hypertensive, personality, then it really helps. It also helps in hypothyroidism, um, autoimmunity. It supports immunity, and that's why, in the herbal shops, when there is mixture for immunity, it's always you will find some ashwagandha mixed in it. So because of its immune anti-immune, it supports immunity. That's why they always put some ashwagandha in it. And now it can be a mild sedative. So that's why it's used in cases of insomnia as well. And it's also very good for fertility. It's really supports male reproductive system. And now the only cautious thing about it is don't use in big doses in pregnancy. It's one of the very safe herb to use. You can consume in form of tablets, capsules, or tinctures, or even in powders. Another stress herb I'm going to talk about is rhodiola. Now, its therapeutic action is because of the flavonoids present in it. And again, it's an adaptogen, it improves the stamina, it reduces the fatigue, and it improves the cognitive function. And it's an antioxidant because it's a central nervous system stimulant. It is anti-inflammatory, and also it is cardioprotective. So it helps in if you have any cardiovascular issues. It also lowers your BP and cholesterol. And how you can take it in a form of capsules or extract. The only caution you have to take here is it is because it's central nervous system stimulating. Some people, when they take rhodiola, they will feel, palpitations, or they start sweating. So make sure this is the herb you used with caution. Check it before, how it's affecting you before you start this herb. If you feel anything like you're getting palpitations, then that means it's not good for you, and it's already stimulating too much your central nervous system. And especially if you are suffering from anxiety or insomnia, then you should avoid rhodiola instead. Now, again, another thing to remember is don't take it simultaneously with the mineral supplements. So if you are taking other minerals, just don't take it with that. Another third herb I'm going to talk about today, which is stress balancing, is Shazandra. Now, it actions is because of the lignans present in it. And again, it is antioxidant, it's cardiovascular, it protects the cardiovascular system, it balances the nervous system by reducing insomnia, chronic stress, depression. It also is used for chronic fatigue syndrome. But again, don't use it on your own. If you suffer from chronic fatigue syndrome, always talk to your healthcare provider before starting it on. And it also improves concentration and endurance. So it's that is this is one herb that you can use also in when you feel dizzy, or if you suffer from altitude sickness. That is one of the herbs you can use as well. What are the contraindications is that it can be uterine stimulant, so please don't use it at all in pregnancy. As well as if you have epilepsy, then avoid using it. Also, avoid using if you are with caffeine or amphetamines or anticoagulants, because of its, it thins the blood, and you don't want to use it together with any of these things. You can consume it in form of tablets, capsules, or tinctures. We have the recipe here, which we have, with the dried herbs. You can use them, which is the safest way of using it. You can get the dried shijandra berries. Rinse the dried berries in water, remove so that possible debris and stem. Then wash them and steep them in 1 liter of water and place it in the fridge for at least 12 hours. We suggest try it for 24 hours. And once steeped, just take it out. You can enjoy as a drink, and you can add a little bit of honey in it to enhance the taste according to your taste buds. So that is all, all of the um, uh, slides for different herbs I'm going to talk about. The last one is, again, you know, it's as Mara has already told you, we have a YouTube channel. Um, where, with Soma Vitality Wellness, we have these ebooks for immunity, where we are also discuss lots of other immunity herbs. We talk about the supplements immunity to boost your immunity, and there is also a ebook on hormone balance. And as well as we created this Black Flower Remedy support group for practitioners, which is a Facebook group, private Facebook group. If you want to learn about black flowers, how they can heal your emotions, that's one of the ways. And yeah, thank you so much from both of us. And yes, and here we are. With any of you would like to ask us some questions?
Oh, wow. There's a few things happening on the chat.
Okay.
So yeah, okay. So let's see what we have here.
Okay.
Oh, someone is okay. Omar, you're joining.
That was
Oh, yeah.
wonderful, ladies. Thank you very much. So much, information. What a great download that was. I really appreciate it. We got some questions coming in from our PTA room, and as well from our YouTube channel. So let's dig into those and see what we can, what kind of more info we can get. Let's see. Okay,
There are some questions.
here is a question from PortalToAscension's YouTube channel, Jessica Rabbit. She was saying, so I wonder if just making tea is ineffective.
I think she was mentioning that in regards to backflowers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's you're not going to get the extract. I think you may get some effectiveness from some flowers, but not all. The idea of the backflowers is that you're not actually eating them or getting them. It's really, maybe I should explain. We don't really know how they work because there is no scientific research. Yeah, it's only observation. So obviously, as we know nowadays, you only want to have scientific research. And through observation, it seems that the heating source that it's creating, well, that is used to extract the benefits from the flower, is actually putting an imprint of the benefits of the flower into the actual water. So you will have to take that part, you will have to take that water to help you with that. So really, but what you can do is that you can put some drops of the backflowers into the tea. So that is something that you can do.
Okay, wonderful. Sona, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think that's what Mara explained it, perfectly nicely. That the best way is to have it with, with drops on your throat. The best way you can absorb it, but yes, you can ingest it with the tea.
Okay, awesome. And then from our PTA room at PortalToAscension.org, Denise Bertucci asks, I've heard about Bach flower remedy ever since chemo and radiation. It is so hard to lose weight due to all the steroids. Is there any flower remedy that you can suggest? The weight has caused high blood pressure, high cholesterol. I'm tired of all this prescription medicine.
Well, Denise, thank you so much for the question. It's really good. And here the question that I have for you is, obviously you must have gone through trauma to go through that. And maybe there is a trauma that caused the illness. So really the question is, what are the emotions that you are having right now in terms of this, your trauma, etc.? And yes, if you are taking some backflowers related to, to help the emotions that you're having at the moment, they could have a fantastic impact on your physical body indeed. Yeah. It's just the question is to find exactly, to understand what are the emotions that you have. Mm-hmm. And you don't have to try to, assess them all at the same time. You can concentrate on two at the time. So maybe what you can do is maybe write them down, write your emotions down, and just see, how you can work with those. Yeah.
What you can do is, I would just add that if you're really looking and she's really struggling with the chemo and everything she's looking, what you can do, you can write the emotions and send it to us, where we can go through in detail with it and suggest you something,
Yeah.
for you specific. So that, because she's saying also she has put a lot of weight as well, so
Right.
I
Yeah.
think, yeah, that'll help as well. So yes, please just write the what are the emotions you're going through, and we can look into it and suggest you. uh, Either we can email, you can email, or I don't know
Yeah.
how it works. Omar will be able to suggest better way or something.
Yeah, Denise, I've shared the links in the chat room to Sona and Mara's Facebook page, so you can go there and shoot them a friend's request, or you can just messenger them, or you can just go to their website, which I've also posted in the comments, and you can go to contact us, and then you can send an email from there. But if you want to approach another avenue to get a hold of them, please get a hold of me. Shoot me a message on Messenger, and then I'd be happy to connect you guys so that we can figure out how to help you, and how to alleviate stress off of your avatar, because really that's the goal of this event. So, Mara, when you were talking about fennel, like I myself, I love fennel. I like the taste of licorice, and I've always been a big fan of black licorice. And Denise was saying as well that here, let me just quickly go up here. She was saying that Italians have fennel on the table for after dinner, tastes like licorice, right? So I cook a lot with fennel myself. So I was wondering, when you were talking about doses and stuff, what would be the appropriate dose for fennel, and especially if someone is pregnant, a young lady that's pregnant or a woman that is pregnant, what would be the appropriate dose for them to consume, and how often should they consume the fennel?
So what I will suggest is, don't, if you are pregnant, don't, just, you can have it once a day, not overdo it, because it can stimulate during pregnancy, and that is one of the contraindications we have, not not taking fennel during pregnancy. So you can take it as, few seeds, a little bit, handful of seeds, and chew them once a day. That's enough, but not overdo it, not to an extent when someone comes and we are treating that person, we treat them, 3 times a day or 4 times a day. In the pregnant women, we'll not ask them to do that. That's for sure. Anything else you want to add, Mara?
Just one thing that just sprung to mind now. They are also very good in perimenopause and menopause. So fennel seeds, if you were to add them to, I don't know, your preparations, they would help you as well in certain parts of the cycles, just to rebalance the cycles and lower down your symptoms.
Yeah. So again, because of that, they balance the cycles, they help improve the cycles. And during pregnancy, you don't have
You
them.
don't
So
want
that's
to.
why,
No.
you don't want to have any kind of cycles. So that's why there is a contraindication there. And we ask people not to use fennel too much. So I wouldn't suggest. There are other teas. You can, instead of that, have chamomile, during pregnancy, have it as a chamomile tea, but not fennel too much.
Yeah.
Mhm.
However,
Okay.
if you don't suffer from anything, that if you go up to a tablespoon, that'd be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody like me, I don't have like really that many issues. So, tablespoon, would that be like once a day, or can I do it like 3 times a week, or is there like a certain amount of limit? Because you were saying that there may be some consequences if you take too much of it, right? So, just
Yeah.
wondering how often during a
Okay.
week one should do that.
So you can have it after every meal.
Hmm.
That's how it works. It's because it's digested. Now, it stimulates the central nervous system to the extent when you become addictive to it. You are having every hour of it. Like,
No.
one of my friend's son, he was going through that phase of stress and, studying and preparing for his GCSE or whatever. He was doing it every hour, and we couldn't understand. Once she told me that, she was a little bit scared. What is happening? And then I understood, maybe it's because he needs that, it stimulates his central nervous system, and he has this nervous energy inside him, and that's why he's getting addicted to it. So that is where the problem happens. It's
Ah,
too.
I see. So you got to be extremely careful not to,
Yeah.
to build
Yeah.
that addiction, right? Yeah.
Yes.
That's very
Yes.
good advice.
Yeah. So, I mean, if someone is suffering, we give it too many times, but it's
Mhm.
only for 3 days or 5 days. It doesn't go, having that much every
Yeah.
day. Right.
Okay, that makes sense. I just don't want people to overdo it, right? Like myself as well, because I'm excited too, right? And I don't want to just overdo it and become addicted to something that I really
Yeah.
don't want to become addicted to.
Absolutely. We want to enjoy that herb or anything. Don't overdo anything.
Kevin Cummings in our Portal to Ascension room asks, what do you reckon people can take for their overall health? Just in general, something that they can consume on a daily basis. I think that's what Kevin Cumming means. Maybe Kevin, can you clarify on that question, please? And then I'll jump to the next question coming from our Watchers Talk YouTube channel from Augie Nost of Universal Consciousness Show. He's asking, can you say anything about pine needle tea to use for the global calamity going around?
You want to go?
No, Mara, carry on, then I'll start.
So pine needle tinctures have been used for a very long time. It's nothing new, and they've been used for respiratory system. Yeah, so cough, colds, etc. So it is nothing new. It's used in Eastern Europe, in Mediterranean. So yeah, I mean, absolutely. It is said at the moment that it could help the current situation, indeed. So I don't see anything wrong, any contraindication in taking it. What I would probably say is that instead of going towards a tincture, if you don't need it as such, just make a tea out of it. Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
probably the easiest way.
Another way I use, I'll add this to it. Pine needle is as an aromatherapy. It's one of the very best ways, to put in some water in your room, and you inhale it.
Mhm.
You can, and that is one way. You can put patchouli with pine needle, and it has an aromatherapy. It really works. It also cleanses the environment, as well as it's also good for abundance as well, with aromatherapy. So yeah, pine needle really with bay, pine, and patchouli is one of the combinations that you can use for as a inhaling,
Mhm.
as in putting it in, especially in your office or where you work.
What are the health benefits of pine needle? Like, what would it do to your avatar for it to become beneficial for you to consume that? Like, what are the effects of that?
So one of the things that I'm thinking of here is really it clears up your respiratory tract. So obviously you will be able to breathe better. So that's one of the benefits. It's going to help you to clear your mind, obviously your lungs, but your mind. Yeah. So I think this is, probably something that you want to do. But it's not just pine needle. I think we have put it in our immunity-free ebook, thyme. We talked about thyme as well. If in the evening you come home, you go out, you come home, and you want to clear your head, you want to clear your lungs at the same time. Some dry thyme in some boiling water, and that just you do some inhalation with it. That's just fantastic. You can even combine the two.
Would that be good for asthmatic people?
Yeah.
Pine needle, if they drank, like, say, a cup a day, or once every couple of days, would that help them to get off of the puffer? Like, we know a lot of people take those puffers, right?
I think for asthma, I would look at it in a different way, because really the root cause of asthma, what is it? Is it just in the lungs, or is it just that there's an allergy behind it?
Yeah.
And the allergy would be in the gut, an intolerance in the gut.
Mhm.
So I would actually assess, try to understand where it comes from. We find that in clinic, we see a lot of people coming with allergies, asthma, one of them, that their issues start in the gut. So instead of addressing the respiratory system, we would probably address the gut.
Yeah, and especially they are very sensitive to milk, lactose intolerant, especially and as well as they could have some gluten intolerance. So again, we have to look at, heal that, and then that clears slowly the asthma as well.
Okay, wonderful answer. Thank you very much. Now we have another question coming in from the YouTube channel from Portal to Ascension. It's coming from Dara Stintek Jackson. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. It says, I don't know what I was missing, but how about Kratom for paint and other health issues? Not really quite sure what they're meaning with that. Maybe you can clarify on that question in the chat, please, and then I'll come back to that question, and
Yeah.
we will jump into our Portal to Ascension room on the website, and we'll go back to Kevin Cummings when he was saying, what do you reckon people can take for their overall health, just for mental health issues and overall goodness of the nervous system?
I would suggest for the simple nervous, taking ashwagandha. One of the safest thing will be to take ashwagandha.
Yeah.
And again, you don't see the effect immediately with ashwagandha. So you will see, but you will see, you will see the effect after taking it for 15 days, and it really helps in helping the nervous system.
Yeah, ashwagandha is really, that's what I would go for, definitely. There's ashwagandha, shisandra could also be okay, but just to check. But the one thing that Sona was mentioning when she was giving the talk is that ashwagandha, shisandra, rhodiola are adaptogenic herbs, which means that actually they are adapting to the levels of what our body is, and they are just rebalancing it. So say, for example, that you are overstressed, they will just calm you down. Say that you are not, you're not, you're too, too low, it's going to push you back up. So they have this real power, and ashwagandha is fantastic. You may want to take it either in the morning or in the evening. So see how your body responds to it.
Okay, wonderful question. Hopefully that answered the question for you, Kevin. Let's jump back into our Portal to Ascension room, and Dana Stintet Jackson, she was talking about the Kratom powder. I'm not really sure what that is. Maybe you guys know?
I don't know.
The question was, I don't know what I was missing, but how about Kratom for paint and other health issues? So I'm thinking what Dana means by that is, maybe they're a painter and they're inhaling all the fumes all day long, and then the damage from that. I think that's what I'm taking away from that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dana, but let's concentrate on that for now, because I think that's what she means with paint and other health issues. Because I'm sure if you're a painter and you're painting all day long, all those fumes are coming in, giving you headaches, going into your lungs, kind of things like that. So she's wondering about the Kratom powder, if that would be beneficial. I think that's what she means.
I personally, I don't know Kratom powder.
Yeah.
Are you aware of it, Sona?
No, I haven't. Maybe it's called something else.
Yeah.
And maybe
but
here we call it something else, and that's what.
The one.
Look at it.
Yeah, have a look. In the meantime, I was going to suggest something. Sona talked about reishi. Reishi mushroom, reishi powder, and you cannot actually, it's not a mushroom that we actually can eat just like that, but you can use extracts and powders. And reishi is considered as the eternity mushroom. That's how it used to be called. And it's extremely, there is a lot of even, scientific research on reishi being very, very good anti-inflammatory, anti-viral, etc., antioxidant. So if you're looking for something, a powder or an extract that is going to have a really, really good impact on, pains or something that you're inhaling, then yes, reishi, I think it's a good answer for you. So I would probably go with the extract if we, what we think it's true that you're, dealing with pain all day, then maybe the extract is going to be stronger for you to take. And yeah, you'll get it in tablets, in capsules. That's one thing, one suggestion. And also what I would do is I would also probably put some in the room, if you can, if it's possible, put some aromatherapy going on, some, I know that we're going to have a talk about aromatherapy tomorrow, I believe, so I'll let that go. But yeah, that could help you as well to regenerate a little bit the air that you're breathing.
Yeah, so I think the kratom is used in some parts of South Africa and other. It's again, kind of it has therapeutic use, but it's also has people overdo it as an recreational drug kind of a thing. So I think with your thing, this it's we need to clear the lungs, when you are inhaling rather than, because this has more what I see as a more nervous system effect. Kratom has to do more with nervous system.
Mhm. Would when you were speaking earlier about the pine needle, would that be recommended as well?
So pine needle again, use it for an aromatherapy. Again,
Yeah.
clears the environment. Yes, you can. That's one thing you can. All these herbs, if you use it as eucalyptus oil, again,
Mhm.
put a few drops essential oil in lavender, eucalyptus, and put some few drops of pine, and we can use it, and put it in a bowl in the room and inhale. That'll clear the atmosphere and clear your lungs as well, rather than ingesting it. And because again, until and unless we know what are the other health issues the person has, it can be
Mhm.
contraindicated to suggest something, and that can, instead of benefiting them, that can have a negative effect on them.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want that.
No,
We're trying to
trying to
elevate.
help.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's just now that Sona mentioned this, I think it's probably interesting to say that in the first part, when we were talking about the backflowers don't have any contraindications, about the one that I was telling you about with the alcoholism issue, etc. But you can take them topically. The herbs, instead, that's why she was just stressing on the fact that please go and speak to someone if you are on medication, if you have a condition, etc., because these herbs, alongside other medication, etc., they can have like a bomb effect. So they can do the opposite of what you expect them to do. So yeah, be cautious, be careful. They are medicine. They are natural medicine.
I've got a question here from Nico Kimchi. I love the names on YouTube. I really do. Nico Kimchi is asking, I'm interested in herbs that support kidney and adrenaline function. Can you speak a little on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that will be, I mean, a good thing would be adaptogenic herbs.
Mhm.
Do you want to go for that?
Yeah, I mean, again, that we said with ashwagandha, again, that is one of the herb. We also, shijandra is another herb that helps in clearing the liver and helping supporting the kidneys as well. Again, it's diuretic, so it helps flushing out all the toxins. But again, yeah, anything you as of now remember? Mara, for any other herb that comes
I'm
to
actually
mind?
thinking. I'm actually thinking of cordyceps mushrooms in this
Yeah,
case.
mushrooms, yes.
They're very good. So
Yeah,
yes, if you were to take them in the same way as an extract or as a powder, cordyceps are actually pretty good for that. So yeah, they're not a herb, but yeah, they are in the same area. Mushrooms, the cordyceps and reishi, to a certain level, they are also adaptogenics. And you can take the cordyceps powder in, say, for example, in a more savory aspect. So if you were to cook some rice, you may want to, put, they're very strong taste, but you might want to put like, a tablespoon of those in that. They're more savory. We showed you a recipe for reishi, which is more on the sweet side. So yeah, just try to find maybe in a soup, if you were to have like a mushroom soup. And on top of that, you would just put a powder, a teaspoon of cordyceps. Yeah, they are very good for that.
yeah.
Mara and Sona, this is Rob, and I have a question for you. It's more of a personal question, but because I definitely want to get on board with a lot of these ingredients and these plants. Now, one of the questions I do have is which of these ingredients or plants are hard to find, and if they are hard to find, how do we go about procuring them?
Great
I
question.
mean, yeah. Sorry, Sona
Yeah.
wanted.
No, I
Oh,
was just
I was
listening to that.
okay. I was just going to say the ones that we have shown you today are actually the ones that are easy to find. So that's the idea. Yeah. So we wanted to make them, like the ones that you can have readily available. Now, in terms of tablets or capsules, tinctures, you will probably find them in organic stores. We have, in England, we have little organic shops, independent shops here and there. You will find the tablets in there. You will also find powders. When we're talking about powders, you can also get them into holistic places as well. If you were to go to a place that sells holistic candles, you may also find some ashwagandha, schisandra, yeah, or online. Now, the thing is also, where possible, obviously it's, it's not always possible, but where possible, buy organic, please, because, sometimes it, as we know how things are going, it's better. There are two herbs in the ones that Sona was mentioning, and they are rhodiola and the slippery elm, to use with caution because they are an endangered species. Why is that? Because people started to figure out that they are working very well, and they started to, harvest them a lot. So now they're just cutting the trees, the slippery elm trees, quite a lot to get the powder after the inner bark. So, that's just an idea. But yes, they are readily available in organic shops.
Thank you. Yeah, because I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, this is a lot of stuff. Some of the stuff I've never even heard of. So, for people like me who have never heard of it, to try and go find it, I want, I'm just lost. I don't want to walk into the GNC and be like, "Hey guys, you got this?" And they're like, "What are you talking about?" You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's because I will go to the smaller shops, but no, that's incredible information too. And what are some of the ways that maybe we could help bring these trees back from the brink of extinction?
Yeah, it's a good question. I
Yeah,
think
very good question.
communities are doing that already, like local communities, they have seen at some point, okay, what's going on here. So they are used with parsimony, when you have like a little bit of slippery elm, just try to make sure that you keep it, with you as much as possible. But communities get together and, they replant them. One thing I was going to say for the backflowers is a different story. I'm not going to mention names now, we're live, etc. That's not the place. But I was mentioning earlier that there are places that make backflowers in a more industrial way, which I don't particularly, that's my personal opinion, but I don't agree with. And there are others that are actually making them in the same way as Dr. Bach would have done 100 years ago. So with the intention as well, the benefit. And yes, I'm happy to give you some of these names later on if you wish to offline.
Do you have any of these products for sale on your website?
We have some supplements on our website that we sell. We also have access to yes, a big inventory of supplements, and we also have discounts for our clients. So happy to help you with that.
Wonderful. Now, here's an important question. It's more of a personal question for me. One of the reasons why I am doing this event here, my wife suffers from chronic headaches almost on a daily basis right now. I'm not really quite sure the root problem of these headaches, but for as long as I've known her, she gets these like really terrible headaches, not migraine level, but sometimes it reaches to a migraine level and sometimes it doesn't. But this is like chronic headaches that have been going back for like decades now. What would you recommend that she can consume or she can take or breathe in to get rid of those headaches like altogether, or even, to get them less and less, frequently coming?
So one thing I have seen with chronic headaches is, first of all, to analyze the B vitamins. I mean, one thing, she may be deficient in some of the B vitamins, and that is one of the cause she's getting the headaches. It's just one area to look into. Now, another thing is, obviously, when with chronic headaches, it's also to do with hormonal imbalance, and it's it could be the low progesterone. Again,
Mm-hmm.
I there is a YouTube video as well I've talked about, is with low progesterone in the body. When you have that hormonal imbalance, you get this cyclic headaches, or every time headaches, and that is to do with so if you start consuming the things that are high in progesterone, that can increase your level of progesterone in the body, then there are few things that to consider. That I will also, we can send you the link of the video as well. That is one of the things to consider, especially with women, because of the hormonal issues. We tend to get these, these are more defined, these headaches, in women than in
Mm-hmm.
men, because of the hormonal issues, imbalances. And
Okay.
And
that's one thing to look at.
well, one thing here, when Sona is talking about hormonal imbalances, it makes it look maybe just women-based, etc. But
Yeah.
when we talk about this, we also need to understand that when one hormone is impaired, it's going to impair all the others, because they all work together as a matrix. So say, for example, that a long time ago you may have suffered from a big stress, and your stress levels are, all over the place. These are your stress hormones that are impaired, and progressively they're going to get onto your sex hormones, metabolic hormones, etc., etc. So progressively, something that you don't even think of can cause, some completely, the opposite of what you think. So the backflowers as well can help in chronic headaches, depending on, which one. So yeah, I mean, and they can be taken with supplements and herbs. That's no problem.
I got goosebumps when you were saying that about subconscious stress that can cause or trigger these headaches, and it really does make sense where the subconscious trauma, that energy that you've got inside you, and really haven't worked that out, that trauma within yourself, that could be causing these headaches. So thank you for that advice. Gonna definitely look into that. Now, there's another thing that I know that a lot of people suffer from, and that is like a restless leg. A restless leg syndrome, when you're sitting there and your leg just wants to twitch and it becomes very uncomfortable. What would you recommend, for someone, which measures they can take to get rid of that restless leg syndrome?
Yes. So this can be due, I mean, there are many things. This can be due to some mineral deficiencies.
Yeah.
That's one thing.
Like,
Sorry, Sona, you wanted to
Again,
say something?
yeah, it's again just a nervous system.
yeah.
So here in this case, we have to balance the nervous system.
Yeah.
And the more, if the nervous system is balanced, it automatically stops. So generally the herbs that help in balancing the nervous system will help in this case. Again, will ashwagandha and You can
Shizan-
start slowly. Shizandra. These are the
Shatavari.
Shata,
Shatavari.
yeah, Shatavari is again another herb that helps in that.
You can find, you will also see, Sona was mentioning that ashwagandha, you'll find it in many things, in many combinations. And you will find it a lot in combinations with B complex vitamins because it is good for the, nervous system. And because I have seen people where I've given them some supplements containing the B complex vitamins and ashwagandha, shatavari, shizandra together, and a few others. They would have not only a good impact on their central nervous system, but also on their female hormones,
Yeah,
because everything is interlinked.
yeah.
So,
One thing, sorry.
so what, consuming spinach because it's really high in iron, would that help?
I mean, consuming spinach is a very good thing, for sure. If you are cooking it, drink the water in which you cooked it in, because otherwise the B vitamins disappear.
Mm-hmm.
If you have it, raw, it's great. It's also, I use it every day.
Yeah, that's how I eat my spinach. I just reach into the bag and just chomp
Oh,
down.
brilliant! It's the best way to do it. Yeah.
I have another question for you. And, somebody who's getting into switching their lifestyle and starting to get into this specific, way of thinking and eating and taking these supplements, can you jump right in or do you have to slowly ease your way into it? Because, sometimes when people, they start to change their, their diet and things like that, there might be side effects of them jumping right in. So is that something that you guys see a lot?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
need to be very careful and just go bit by bit. That's why when we do a protocol for clients, we take them, step by step to, their goal. It's impossible. Just to give you an idea, 17 years ago, I used to live on 4 coffees a day, pizza and cookies and ice cream. That was my...
Like me.
Oh, there you go. That's
Sounds
it.
like me and donuts. Are you kidding me? I love donuts. Can't get away from them.
I mean, got a dozen donuts the other day, and they didn't even last a couple hours.
That's right. That's right. And coffee. That too.
Yeah.
Coffee
So
is my,
it's a shock to the system when you start to change, and it's step by
Yeah.
step, bit by
Step
bit.
by step. Yes.
Now let's jump into the $1 million question here, and I know that a lot of women go through this in their lifetime, and it's really uncomfortable. I watched my mom go through it, and that is menopause. So when women are going through menopause, what would you recommend, to them so that it's not as discomforting? You know what I mean? I don't really know how to address the question, but I know there's a lot of women out there who are going through menopause, and what can they do instead of going to the pharmaceutical chemicals that they can do in their home or grow something in their yard or, something towards those lines?
Yeah, the best thing is start with sage. One of the best ways you can start not getting hot flushes, especially in the initial phase. Just having sage in your food, in your diet. Just have it on a pasta. Sprinkle some leaves on the pasta. Now you can get sage capsules as well. That's one of the ways. And there are a lot of other herbs as well,
Yep.
Um,
Passion flower is another
yes,
one.
another
Passion
one.
flower
And
tea. We have we have this free ebook for hormonal imbalance that we created. It's available to download, and there's a lot of that in there. Of course, for women, but there's a lot of things. Holy basil,
yes,
it's another herb. If you were to have some green tea as well, that would help with hot flushes. In terms of accepting your change in emotions, you may want to try in the Bach flower word walnut. That's going to, because it's very difficult. You have had like 30 years, 25 years or something, and all of a sudden it's changing, and it's really hard to accept sometimes. So walnut is going to help to accept the change. Mustard is another back flower that helps the mood swings. Let's say, we sometimes women go through without knowing. One day they would wake up and they have this terrible depression, like the sensation of like, being so depressed from one day to the other, and that's mustard, for example.
Now, when you speak of mustard, are we talking about like mustard that comes in a yellow bottle, or are we talking about
We're talking about the flower
in itself?
the flower, the back essence of the flower. Yeah, not the actual mustard seeds.
Yeah, like the poison coming out of the bottle.
No, not talking about that. Make it clear.
Very, very clear on that one. Okay, so we are reaching our time here, 9:43, and we have Renata Zach coming up next. Ladies, thank you very, very, very much for the download that you gave us. Before we let you go, just one request, and then we'll do a closing here. If you can jump into the chat room in our Portal to Ascension landing page and share some links and maybe engage with some viewers in there, that would be really appreciative. And also, do you have any any final words before we close out this session and bring on Renata Zach?
You want to go?
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was again as we talk about going through these herbs and back flowers, it's really helpful, and hopefully from this presentation we can put the links there for all our viewers and for the people there, and obviously we will be talking on the chat. And thank you so much, Omar, for inviting us. It was really lovely to be here and talking and sharing about it. And it seems like you also have lots of questions and enthusiasm, and it was lovely to talk to you all and being here. It was amazing.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. And just one thing I was gonna say for the people, maybe just listen to your intuition. Yeah. And don't just take things for granted. If you're looking for the magic pill, it does not exist.
Yeah, there's no such thing as the magic pill, for sure.
No.
I think people have been looking for that elixir of life for forever now, and I think the closest we'll ever come is our backyard and grow our own herbs and plants and such, because that's really the real proper way of living. In the summertime, just turn your backyard into a garden and grow as many, herbs and roots and plants as you can, so that you can use them throughout the winter. Because I know here in North America, especially in Canada, our winters are like 8 months long, right? So we only have like 2 or 3 months growing period, and then so we should really take advantage of that summer season. So thank you very much, ladies. I really, really appreciate you guys, and I really appreciate the knowledge and the download that you gave us. People in our PTA room and also in our YouTube channels. Really enjoyed this. It's a great conversation going on there, and it's lovely to see. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it highly. I was on the edge of my seat just listening, like, holy cow.
Oh, brilliant. That's good.
I knew none of that, so it helped me out tremendously.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to join the chat now and help if we can.
Let's hear some quick words from Greg, and then we'll bring our next guest on.
Yeah, no, I mean, this was a very, very, it just keeps blowing my brain how little we really are told about this stuff in the mainstream narrative. We're just not told about it. And to me, what's interesting is what would happen if people actually really built off of box research and these just herbal research, and people could even isolate. I mean, we do this with pharmaceuticals, right? We look at the drugs and we see what specific thing is causing this thing to release that serotonin and all this stuff. And I'm going, I would love to see what would happen if someone went all the way in and there was enough money put into herbs and flowers to really isolate how this thing directly impacts this part of the body and this immuno thing. Because otherwise, yeah, it's sort of like what Rob said earlier. I would just want to go in right now to the store and just I think I want to go outside and just start grabbing plants and just eating them. I know that's not the way to do it. So yeah, I don't know. I just feel like I wish there was more dedication to really figuring out what it is that's going on here, because clearly this has made a difference for thousands and thousands of years. So Mara, Sona, thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Greg.
All right, so we've got our next guest coming on, Renata Zak, and we'll be talking about animal communication. Thank you very much, ladies. Again, really appreciate it. Love you guys very much, and I'm looking forward to doing more shows like this and receiving more downloads from you guys, and really share this information out to the general public, because now it's more than ever, more important than ever now than it ever has been, because like I said earlier, we're going through this paradigm shift, and we're really beginning to wake up to the reality of what the pharmaceuticals are selling us and the benefits of plant medicine and herbs and such that can benefit our avatars. So it's very good to get this information out there, now more than ever, especially with all this the shit show that we've had in the past year, right? So it's really helping wake people up. So thankfully, thank God for that, and thank you to you two for giving us this incredible download.
Thank you, guys. So we are going to leave the studio, I guess.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. We'll talk to you later, Mara and Sona.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Wow, that was just the beginning. That was talk one.
That was talk one. This is the type of stuff that we're going to be doing all day long and into tomorrow. It is going to be so fantastic.
Where'd he go?
He looks like we lost him. Possibly.
I accidentally just booted him. Oops.
That tends to happen sometimes. It's
Okay, let me shoot him a
you're still
message.
thinking about the conversation that you just heard between the two ladies. I mean, it was just incredible. Like Greg was saying, I just wanted to go out and be like, hey, let me grab all this stuff together and start right now, but you can't. You got to slowly ease into it, because your body has to get used to what you're doing, and it's it could be, I'm sure, detrimental. It's just like anything. When you work out and you go to work out, you don't go jumping in and doing 70-pound weights 1,000 times. Otherwise, you're going to wake up the next day with noodle arms. You're not going to be able to do anything.
Agreed.
So it's all the same,
I would like to. I'm about to go grab some food, but I wanted to comment on what you guys are talking about right now. So like I've been like, not jokingly, kind of somewhat seriously, been telling people that one of my biggest hobbies is supplementation and taking vitamins, because I love to experiment with different ones. So I started like experimenting with my body and getting herbs and supplements from plants that are rare or not used as much, or people aren't aware of, like sarsaparilla, even though it's pretty well known, it's not like implemented in so many diets. And then I had some issues come up where my gut was like quivering for like 4 days, right? Wow. And this was like a couple months ago, and I was like, what's going on? At the same time, I just happened to have a session with an ayahuasca Ayurvedic doctor person that practices Ayurveda. And she was giving me insight on like, hey, you don't take things that you don't need. You look at them, don't rush into everything like this. And some of these things are just going to make certain hormones and certain parts of your personality, emotional state, vitamin levels peak when you don't even need them, and they can result in other types of ailments, right? And for the first time ever, synchronistically, the first time I actually had that was while she was giving me this thing, like it just like kickstarted in that moment. Right. It was weird. And so now I've like kind of taken a step back, because I take like 5, 6, 10 different types of 10 like vitamin pills a day on different types of herbs and everything. But I went 2 months of nothing, just to like completely reset myself, because the best way to do it is to get it from the natural source of plants anyway, rather than a processed vitamin, even though these are herbs. So that's just my insight there, just adding my 2 cents on the the whole concept of if you don't need it, maybe you shouldn't take it. And then there's also professionals out there that are nutritionists, are Ayurvedic people, the two ladies that spoke right now, that can always give you insight. And there's the internet, which has like so much information. So do your own research. Don't just go into something blindly. That's all I want to say.
Totally agree with that. Totally agree
Yeah.
with that.
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
take a lot of I take supplements too, and just vitamin supplements. And it took a while for me to get it right. You're right, Neil. It took some of them are too much of an upper when you have it in your body because you're putting too much of it into your body, and that gives you a rapid heart rate, which in turn is not good for your body. So it's kind of like everything in moderation, no matter what it is.
Yeah, luckily for myself, I've never really taken any supplements or any type of product like that. I don't think that I've ever needed it. I take care of my avatar pretty well, and but as I'm getting older, I should look into getting more vitamins and more mineral supplements into my body so that it doesn't burn out or break down in a couple of years, because I'm almost pushing 50 here. So looking pretty good for 50, guys?
Not bad. But listen,
Yeah.
this is one of the things you talk about too. As your body gets older, your gut doesn't tend to basically hold back the vitamins as well.
Yeah.
Your gut health is super important because, it's like what we just saw with everything that was going on. The zinc wasn't staying in people's bodies, or they're vitamin D deficient because their gut doesn't hold back those vitamins anymore. They either, go to the bathroom and it comes out. It just processes through them. So there's a lot that goes along with probiotics to make sure your gut is healthy as well. I suggest that, and it also helps, when things are working and maintaining at a regular pace, you're right. The natural way is better. Some people have to take more of something because of that gut issue where it doesn't hold it back. But, that's why sometimes referring to a doctor as well is also, a way to see if you have some of those things by getting blood work done. I'm not saying take his word or his, basically take what he says to meaning, but some of the tests that they can run can very much give you a knowledge base of where to start.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there, Rob, because what I've noticed as of late is that when I consume food, once in a while, more frequent now than it was before, where I'm getting a lot of heartburn, and then that heartburn sticks around for like 3, 4, or 5 days. A couple of months ago, it was like really bothering me. So I reached out to a friend of mine, our mutual friend Evan Strong, and then his partner Rita Antaria, who's going to be speaking here tomorrow. Passed over some information that would help me with the heartburn. Now, I was always under the assumption that when you get heartburn, and I guess a lot of people make this mistake, is that you drink milk and it soothes it down. But what I learned is that actually that's not a good thing, because of the acids that are in the milk can actually cause more of a heartburn than anything else. What they recommended was take alkaline juices and green juice and eat a lot of celery, drink a lot of celery juice, and that will help alleviate and get rid of that heartburn. So you're absolutely correct. As the time progresses here, I feel that I'm going to need to be taking some sort of a supplement or minerals or vitamins because I'm just getting older and older, right? The avatar eventually starts to break down. Now, we are approaching our break time here in 4 minutes, so I just want to give a quick shout out to Paul Wallace, Escaping from Eden, who has graciously sponsored this event, and also the new book here, the sequel to Escaping from Eden, The Scars of Eden, which is available at paulanthonywallace.com. Check those two books out. They are like the chariots of the gods of this generation. So, very good read. I've already actually read the Scars of Eden a few weeks ago. Paul had sent me an e-copy, and e-copy is nothing compared to a hard copy that you can hold on in your hand. So I'm definitely going to read these two. Now, with that being said, guys, we're going to bring on our next guest, Renata Zach. She's from Austria and an animal communicator.
Oh, I've been waiting for this story. This is going to
Yeah,
be an
me
amazing
too.
one.
I wanted to talk about this last night while I was on with Neil, and I dropped a little bit of a hint, but not a whole lot because I didn't want to take away from the story. And I'm really, really, really looking forward to learning further about this and really getting a deeper understanding into the animal communication. Like, as we know, animals and plants and the sphere that we live in kind of go hand in hand, right? They're part of nature just as we are, and if we can communicate with them, then our life will become easier, and most importantly, their life will become easier, as what we're going to hear from Renata. This incredible story. Like, really, see, I got, people, I got goosebumps.
I'm getting it too. I'm getting it too. I think I've been waiting for this story for about 3 weeks now. I think
Yeah,
I've
me
really
too.
been waiting for about 3 weeks. And I met Renata the other day too, and I was wanting to ask her about the story, but I knew I was going to save it till right now. I want to be in awe of the story with everybody here at the same time, so we could discuss it later.
Yeah, I got the I got a video that I watched, and it was with Angie Briers and Renata, and then while they were talking, I was just blown away to what I was hearing and what I was witnessing, because I'd never ever heard anything like that in my life. I suppose it was ignorance on my behalf, and putting limits onto the animal kingdom, which now I realize is was my own fallacy, because I wasn't really looking at the animal kingdom in at a higher conscious being. For me, I was just looking at it as anybody would, that that is a horse, or that is a cat, and that is a dog, and they bark, I speak, we can't communicate, and that was it. That was my ignorance to that. And when I came across that video, it really lifted that ignorance for me. And then now when I look at my cats, or when I go for a walk and I see other animals, I'm thinking totally different level now. And that's really thank you to Renata and Angie for really lifting that blindness from me, and it's helped me to really view the world that I live in a whole different perspective, as I did, like, say a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. It's really changed my life for the better.
I bet you the world views you in a different light now too. Those animals, when they look back upon you, they see you differently as well.
Yeah, very true. Because now when I look at Gilbert and Daisy, they look at me a little bit differently, because now when I'm looking at them, I'm expecting like a communication from them, because now that they know that I'm at that next level of awareness, and I'm aware of their being and their essence and their experience here on earth. And it's totally different now for me, like I was saying. So thank you, I'm very gracious for that. So before we bring Renata on, I want to give you guys a short bio of Renata. So Renata, all my life I knew that I will always be well taken care of, and the next day will always be better than the day before. There always was this total trust, and there always was this longing to find a fusion between body and mind, which kept me going along and looking and searching all my life. Renata Zach lives in Austria, is 58 years old, and has been married for 40 years, has 3 adult children and a grandson. 40 years. Wow, Renata, I can't wait to reach that level. She studied psychology as a Montessori teacher, NLP trainer, Reiki master, coach, and animal communicator. Together with her husband, Ernest, she found a private daycare for toddlers, a private school for 6 to 14-year-old children. But during the last 15 years, most important to her is the farm, which she is running together with her husband. On Renata's farm, there live 8 to 12 horses and donkeys and a herd on a huge property with an open stable, chickens, cats, and dogs. Their Renata and Ernest, who is psychologist and psychotherapist, gives workshops for people and the animals and their co-therapists. In her coaching, Renata supports people and the herd or single animals to mirror the issues of clients. And besides the coaching techniques she uses, she works like an interpreter, explaining and indicating what the animals just showed. Wait till you guys hear this. Renata also offers energetic sessions to people. The massage table is standing in the stable or the field, and the animals are around supporting with their energy. She works with Reiki and alchemy of the body, energy from Greg Briers. Greg Briers is, I believe, Angie Briers' husband, or no, that's Angie Briers' husband.
It's her brother.
It's her brother, okay. During the last 4 years, Renata's life changed completely. Her spiritual awakening started. She found out about her childhood trauma and let go of it. She could unite her body and mind, and now lives with her body and feels totally alive and connected. Through these changes, she now perceives her surroundings differently, is more aware of people around her, and also perceives more energy and information from the animals, and not only more, but on a deeper level. In summer 2019, she met Angie Briers, and through and with her, Renata's channel to the horses opened up even more. Like I was saying, guys, wait till you hear that. It's going to blow your minds. Her animal teacher and guide is Tessa, and Tessa is the horse that we have right behind Renata, and also on the poster of this seed event.
That's right.
Where were we? From Tessa, Renata also learned that her land and her animals are here for healing people, and that people from all over will come to their place to receive this healing energy and treatments. Now, I've been sharing posts from Renata for the past several weeks, and you guys will see that at her farm there are people laid out on a table, and there's horses and donkeys around that, like, literally just staring at the patient, and there's like some serious energy work being done there. And you know, every time I get goosebumps, because it truly is amazing. I've never seen anything like it before. That was an example that the animals can unite energetically all over the globe. And when we say globe, it literally, wait till you hear that. And they also do so now to bring healing to people, and that places like Renata's farm will pop up in all countries. The animals are weaving a net of healing. Animals support mankind to reconnect with them, with the earth, nature, plants, and the universe. They can teach us that we are all one, and that separation is just an illusion from the ego. We are all infinite beings in an infinite body. Indeed, amen to that. And we are infinite consciousness within the infinite stream of this experience, which we call human experience, a Tessa experience, a donkey experience, a Gilbert experience. You know, it is an infinite experience which we are having. And gratitudes and you know, much love and respect to Renata for coming on here today and sharing this incredible story. Like, I'm totally moved by it. So I'm just going to stop talking, and I'm going to leave Greg and Renata on the screen. And maybe what I'll do is I'll put Greg as audio only, and actually all three of us will just be audio only, and then we'll let Renata go and you know, tell her you know, story and her experience. And as we have questions, and as questions are coming up in the audience, you know, we'll just jump in and we'll shoot them to you, Renata. So welcome, my friend, and the stage is all yours.
Okay, so thank you very much, and thank you very much for this opportunity to talk here today. I'm very honored by that, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. As it was already said in the introduction, this horse communication is very close connected to my own change and to my own story. And that's why I would like to talk about myself and how I started with this animal communication. And yeah, at the beginning, I would like to give you a short overview about what I will be talking. And so it's first about who am I and what am I doing. It's second about our farm. Then I will tell about how I have changed since I've been working with animals. And then my history, my trauma release, and my spiritual awakening. Then the main part will be my horse, and two other animals, which are very important. And then the sixth one is how do animals communicate with me. Seventh, I will talk about my first horse. And then I will bring the message from Tessa. So she gave me a message I'm supposed to share today. And the ninth it will be pets and horses, how they heal their owners. So as I already wrote in my introduction, Omar read to you, there were two beliefs and two sentences which I always had in my mind since I can't remember when, but I grew up with them and I never knew where they came from. And this one belief is that I am always well taken care of, so that I will never have to be afraid of not having enough money or getting ill, or there was always this trust that it will always turn out fine for me. And the second belief was that the next day will always be better than the day before. And there was a lot of trust with it. And this trust, yeah, also came along with me all my life. And what also is important, that I was always looking for a fusion or a uniting between my mind and my body. From very early onwards, I realized that there must be something wrong. I don't know. It was a feeling that it kept me searching and it kept me looking for something. I was always missing something, this connection between body and mind. It always felt a bit disconnected, but I didn't know more about it. So I was introduced already. So what's important for the story afterwards is that I live in Austria. So probably not everyone knows where this is. Austria is in the very heart of Europe. It's south of Germany and north of Italy. And yeah, I've been married for 40 years and have 3 adult children and a grandson. And yeah, I have done a lot of different things in my life already. And what's important for today now is our farm. We have founded this farm 15 years ago. So, and I will try to share the screen now. Okay. So, this is, our farm is located about 30 kilometers west of Vienna. Vienna is the capital of Austria. And we have an open stable. And that means that our horses are allowed to live freely in a herd. And we have a huge property, about 55,000 square meters, with meadows and a little forest and a creek. And of course, we have a stable building and a riding area and a cleaning area and an emergency box. So all that's necessary we have. But most important to me is to have enough space. If you keep horses, it's most important that they can live in a herd and they have enough space to live and interact with one another. And animals who are forced to, horses who are forced to live in horse boxes, for me, that's animal cruelty, because it's against everything what a horse stands for. A horse is a animal and is in normal life. So when they live in free, they walk about 16 kilometers a day. So when a horse is put into a horse box, it can only has 9 square meters, and that's not. I can't go into in a stable where they have put the horses in boxes. So this is most important for me, that I can offer an environment where the horses are able to live as free as possible and really have the possibility to walk and to interact with one another. So I have some pictures here. That's our riding area. That's winter, of course. Yeah. So I will leave this on, the first one, and go on. So now what are we doing here on this farm? I work with people, I coach them. So people come to me with a certain issue or problem, and we then go into the herd and we discuss what it's going to be about. And as soon as the person enters our property, the horses already know what's happening, because they resonate energetically and vibrationally with the energy of the person who is coming. And then often either a single horse steps out of the herd and comes towards us, or the whole herd is interacting and we work with the whole herd. It depends on the problem or on the topic the person has. I work as an interpreter. I show the people, look at this point, or what do you feel, or so I try to interpret what the horses are saying. And so that's one of the things I'm doing. The second one is that I give energetic sessions where I have put the massage table out in the field. I show you this. These are our donkeys. So this can look like this when horses work together with me on the body. I work with Reiki energy, and as it was also mentioned before, I work with the energy of alchemy of the body from Greg Bryars. So that's what people can receive here. We also offer that people come and experience the herd, so that they really can feel what is it like to be a part of the herd, to be becoming a horse, and they can watch the horses and feel the energy which builds up within a herd. We also offer walks with donkeys in the nearby woods, and what I do together with my husband we give weekend workshops and retreats with exercises in the herd, and with single horses. We observe behavior, we do meditations, we do crystal singing bowls, and also energy swaps. So, but it was not always like that. When I started to work with the animals, this was about 16 years ago. And back then, the coaching only started, but back then I was mainly giving riding lessons to children and to some adults too. But already then it was most important to me that the animal is seen as an equal partner and not as a sports equipment. And we have to be very grateful when a horse is allowing us to sit on it. And I think that's important to understand, because animals are escape animals. And we, as humans, we are predators. So we are the attacker. We look different. You see, as an escape animal, they have their eyes on their side, so they can see almost all around them, and their ears can move in all directions, and their ears are a very big indicator on their mood. And now, what are we? We have our eyes close to each other, and we only can see a small angle. We can't see it on our back. And our ears are on our head. And when a horse puts the ears right on the head, that means I am very angry. So when we approach a horse, actually we look like an enemy, and we look as if we are aggressive, because it's just from our normal outlook, because we are not a herd animal. We are a predator. And so it's really that we have to be very grateful when a horse allows someone to sit on it, because that's really they have to trust us, and we have to be grateful for that they have this trust and allow this for us. And to all my students, I told them that's not a casualness that we are allowed to sit on a horse. And it's okay if there are horses which do not allow to be ridden, because it's not normal. It's not what they are born for. But yeah, I was giving a lot of riding lessons, and I myself, I started riding when I was 16, and I got my first horse with 19. This was Tosca, and I will talk about her later. And but you can see that horses were part of my life ever. And I was already very familiar with the body language of the horses. And I had done a lot of observation and a lot of watching. And I could figure out very well what the horse is thinking and how they are. While I was doing these riding lessons, I found out that horses can react completely different depending on who is coming for the lesson. And this really then made me, or showed me, how sensitive the horses are and how they really inhale the fears and the beliefs of the person who is working with it. And I would like to give an example, and it's an example from Tessa. In her younger days, so this was about now, let's say 15 years ago, I had two ladies coming to me for riding lessons, and they were both about same age. And they already knew how to ride, but they haven't been riding for a long time. So, and they were both riding Tessa, one after the other. I did 2 lessons in a row. And the first one, she was, for her, she was very afraid that the horse would run too fast, and that she can't hold it and she would run away, and she was afraid of that. So she was on Tessa, and we were only doing slow work, so it just was, and we were in a riding arena, and so she sat on Tessa, and Tessa started to walk, and she got faster and faster, and the more the lady was afraid of going too fast, the more the Tessa got more speed. About then she came off the horse, and we talked about it, and then the next lady came, and her belief was that when she is only a good rider when she can ride fast, because good riders, they go fast. And the very same horse, which was running around an hour before, now hardly set one foot after the other, was going extremely slow. And then I thought, okay, what is that? And it was so obvious that Tessa was mirroring and projecting the fear of the person sitting on her. And this really was such an aha moment, and which then led me to doing even more work, mirroring work with the horses. And this was really amazing. But in those days, I was not able yet to perceive energetic messages. But this started and changed about 4 years ago, and this very closely went together with my own letting go and my releasing of old trauma. So I would like now to talk about that. As I said in the beginning, I never had a difficult life. So I as far as I remember, and so my change started 4 years ago. Now I'm 58, now 58, and then I was 54. So I never had any severe problems. I had never had an accident or a bad illness or poverty, or I had really a good and easy life. And but as I also said in the beginning, I was always feeling that I'm missing something. It feels as if something is, I only live on the surface. I knew that there must be something more, and I don't feel pain very much. So and it always felt it's the disconnection between my body and my mind is somehow not working. That initially also was, I'm sure, the reason why I studied psychology. And in the course of my lifetime, I saw a lot of therapists, but that didn't cause any change, because most of them, they just said, well, some people feel more, others feel less, so nothing to do about it. But still, this was something that kept me searching and kept me going. I knew there was more. And yeah, and finally in 2017, I met a healer. I met Greg Bryce. So he's also called the man with the magic hands. He's a clinical massage therapist and a healer, and he is from New Zealand, from Maori descent. And he came to Austria 5 years ago. And yeah, he lives next to me. And I started to take private sessions with him. And within only a couple of weeks, my life has changed completely. My body started to wake up. It's a feeling that I can't explain it very well, because it was so overwhelming, and I always knew that there was more, and now I started to get alive, and it's really like an awakening process, that one part of my body after the other started to wake up, and I could start to feel my body from within, and feel the aliveness from within, and this was so amazing. It was really wow. Whenever I talk about that, I'm really excited. But beside that, so I beside this losing the numbness in my body, I also got aware of my surrounding differently. I perceived people differently, as well as the animals. But of course, I also realized, or I also found out what this numbness was caused from. And I found out about my traumata in my childhood. I never had any memory of my childhood till I was about 12. I always told I must have had a lucky childhood, but I couldn't remember anything of it. None. And so when I was doing this therapy, I found out that I had a very cruel and violent grandmother, and she herself was deeply traumatized through the 2 world wars, and she lived in her own world and in her old fears, and she thought that a child may neither be heard or be smelled, and because when it is so, this child would endanger the whole group. This was her trauma, and her she brought this with from her own childhood. And so in those days, it was so hard for me, the pain I felt, that my body dissociated. So that's I simply left my body, and that's in psychology you call that, and in trauma you call that dissociation. The body dissociates from mind, and the body hardly feels anything anymore. And this must have happened already when I was still a toddler. And then I didn't feel the pain longer, and this dissociation protected me. And all my life I was living like in a bubble, because this never changed. So it was important for me to be like that when I was a toddler, but of course not afterwards. But my mind believed I still need this bubble around me and this dissociation. And my senses were highly reduced. And that's also why I didn't have any memory from my childhood. And this started to change as the more I could let go of and release my childhood trauma, the more I was able to feel my body, but not also my body, but also my surrounding and my animals. And I started to connect to my animals on a deeper level. And that's when my spiritual awakening started. And in summer 2019, I met Angie Bryars. She was visiting Austria because she was seeing her brother, and I was lucky to get to meet her. And with her and through her, she really opened my channels to the horses. And from her, I also learned that what is most important if you want to work with animals, it is that you clear your own vessel. It's also one main issue, one main thing when you do Reiki is you have to be this clear vessel. And what does that mean? That means that you should have solved most or many of your old trauma and your old stuff, because the cleaner you are, the more the divine energy can run through you. And then you're connected to the universal energy, and this energy is flowing to all beings, so through horses and through plants, and then you perceive differently, and you because then you're connected, and then you also get aware that we are all one. We are all infinite beings in a finite body, and only our ego creates this separation, but actually we are all one. And animals know that there is no separation. So now it's going to be about Tessa. So I have to, I don't know, I want to show a picture. Yeah, so this is Tessa. Tessa was born in 1989, and she was a black Welsh Cob horse. She was born in Wales and was imported to Austria when she was 2 years old. When I first met her, she was 11 years old, and I bought her in 2002. So we have been together for almost 20 years. And she was the most reliable horse you can imagine. And always a perfect lady. And in all she did. And she never kicked, and I never fell off. And she simply was the most adorable animal you can imagine. And I deeply love her. And she was in very good health. She hardly ever had any health issues until in her late 20s. And then she started to suffer from narcolepsis. Narcolepsis is a disease where horses fall asleep so deeply that they fell. Normally when horses sleep, they either they stand or they lay down, but it's absolutely unlikely that they fall down when they are standing. But this was happening to her, and the older she got, the more intense this, the often she fell. And of course, a horse has about 500 kilos, and when a standing horse is falling down, it hurts. Yeah, so she had bruises all over, and she had open patches on her skin, and yeah, it was not nice to watch. Through Tessa and with the support of Angie, my abilities to communicate with horses increased incredibly. So as I said, Angie visited me in 2019, and this was in summer. And a couple of months later, I think it was October or November, I don't know yet, Tessa lost a lot of weight. And I had the dentist here, and I had the vet here, and they all said, well, that's just an old horse, and nothing we can do. And I don't know exactly what happened, but I was in the stable and I was chatting with Angie on my phone. And I told her about Tessa and that she's losing weight. And then she said, she can't eat properly. And I said, no, because I had the dentist here and they checked and they said everything's fine. And then she said, no, that Tessa told her she only has about 3 days to live, then she will die because she can't eat properly. And I said, but so what? I can't believe that because I had the dentist here. And she said, okay, Tessa says that you shall put your arm into her mouth and check her teeth. And I said, oh, no way. I never ever put my arm into her mouth, because when you put your arm in your mouth, the length of I want to see. So the mouth of a horse and how long they have teeth, it's from your fingers to your elbow. And when you put your arm in, the horse has so strong that they can bite your arm off. And she said, well, Tessa says, go for it. I allow it. You can do it. You can check. Okay. I have had her for almost 20 years, my beloved horse. And when she tells Angie that I can do it, I did. So I put down my phone. I opened her mouth, and with one hand, I was taking out her tongue and put it to the side. I had seen that from the vet. And then I put my other hand into her mouth, and I touched her teeth, and I felt that there was a loose teeth, and I felt that there were edges on the teeth, and that her cheek was wounded, and so I found out, and I realized that the vet, the dentist really hadn't done his job correctly, because she had pain in her mouth. So I took out my arm again and went back to the phone and told her that I just checked her mouth and what I found out. And Tessa was really proud of herself that I did it. She was grateful that I trusted her. And I was to find another vet, another dentist, and they checked it, and so it was much better then. But then she had another message for Angie, because she told her that I have to put a blender in the kitchen where I prepare the horse food, because she wants to have carrot and apple juice over her hay cobs. And because she needs more vitamins, and she likes it with apple and carrot, but not slices, but in a juice. So I did so. And please remember, I live in Austria. Austria is in Europe, and Angie is in Australia. So Tessa met Angie once on those days when she was in Austria. And a couple of months later, then Tessa communicated with Angie on the other side of the globe and tell her in details what I'm supposed to do. And this was really astonishing and mind-blowing. Yeah, so, but there is more to come. One day I got up in the morning and I looked out of my kitchen window, and I saw that Tessa was just falling down, and I wanted to run out to help her. I couldn't help her anyway, but I got the message from her, no, just stay and watch. And then she was shaking her head, and I could see the white in her eyes. You see, normally the eyes of a horse are completely not like with people that you can see the white, but with horses it's always the pupil only. And but then you can see the white. She was rolling the eyes, and she couldn't get up, but I still got her message, you stay inside the house. And a couple of minutes later, she managed to get up, had some open spots on her skin, and was shaking her head and looked a bit dizzy. But then as I was told to stay inside, I made breakfast, and when I looked a couple of, let's say, half an hour later, they were all gone. All the horses went down to the grass, and well, I said, okay, then it's fine again. This happened more often. And while I was cleaning the stable, let's say an hour later, I got a message from Angie. Again, Australia. She told me Tessa is in huge pain, and I have to run down to the field and check on her. She is really in massive pain. So what I do, I ran down immediately, and when I came towards her, she was again shaking her head and rolling her eyes, and there was kind of a on top of her eye. Yeah, it looked weird, and I was confused, and I was in panic, and I said, okay. I told Tess, I told Angie what I was seeing, and she said, okay, so do what you have learned. And I said, what I'm supposed to do? I said, you're a Reiki master, just do what is needed. Okay, so I tried to put my hands on her head, but she didn't allow that. But she allowed me to put my hands in distance, and energy was running through my hands enormously. It was incredible how intense I could feel it. And this took about half an hour, 20 minutes to half an hour. And then her face changed, and her whole positions changed, and she went away and started to eat grass. And then I talked to Angie again, and she said, yeah, there has been some blood clot behind her eye, and she's fine now, and pain is gone. And this was, oh wow, I was like in, I don't know in which space I was, but this was so incredible. I couldn't realize in first place. I was relieved, of course, but I also felt that just magic had happened, really. That I had what I had done, and what Tessa had done, and yeah, this really was so amazing. Yeah, I still, when I think about it, I have goosebumps all over, and yeah, really incredible. But still, Tessa was already 31, and it was obvious that she will die within the next couple of months. And so actually she died on the 23rd of May 2020, so now it's a bit more than a year. And the day before, oh, I forgot, I had a picture. So here you can see this picture on the left-hand side is where she was so thin and had lost weight. And And then a couple of weeks later, she had gained weight already again. With this, when the dentist was here and with the orange juice and the apple juice, she really gained weight again. So this was really amazing how this worked. So and let me check. Yeah, okay. So but still, she died now a year ago, and before, so this started the day before, on the 22nd of May. She was running in circles all the time, falling down, getting up, going in a circle, falling down, getting up, and this was going on for hours. And I was with her. She was in the stable area, so up here, and it was absolutely not nice to watch. But I also got the message that she doesn't want to be put down yet. She still has something to do. And then in the evening, again, turning around, falling down, and it was always more difficult for her to get up. But then suddenly she stopped and she started to go down to the grass. And she sent out the message, "I will die on the grass." And also my husband could perceive this message, and we had some friends visiting as well, and they all got this message, she's going down to die. And she went down, and we followed, and then it was a bit better again, and we watched till it got dark. And again, then there was the message, "No, you go home, leave me alone, all will be good." The next day, early in the morning, I was going down, and she was laying on the grass, exact the place where she had shown me that she will die, and she couldn't get up anymore. And the whole herd was surrounding her. And then again, I contacted Angie, and she supported Tessa to die. But I think that's the part of the story which Angie can tell best, not me, because she then was inside Tessa, and I think that's better to hear from Angie than I can tell it. We organized the vet to put her down as she couldn't get up anymore, and we were close to her, and Tessa still was sending messages, what we shall do, how we shall put her legs so that they do not hurt, and where to put my hands on her head. And so we were doing that. And when she passed, it was very peaceful. And the whole herd was watching. And afterwards, the herd was staying with her for 12 hours. They were laying around her, and only few of them left, and then come back, and then the others left. But she was never alone during the last 12 hours after she had died. And I had witnessed this already with another horse, that's really important, that they can die in the herd, and so till the soul is really gone and only the vehicle is left. And she wanted that, and it was very sad to watch, but also very touching how the animal said goodbye to her. So I think it was already before she died. She gave us some messages. about what she would like to do, what she would like. And one of them is that she shared knowledge that the blazes the horses have, so the blazes, the white mark the horses have on their face, that they are so typical for horses as our fingerprints are. And she wanted her blaze painted on the wall of our stable, and you can see this now on the left hand side. So here is the blaze of Tessa, and next to it is the blaze of Pascal. Pascal was Tessa's companion for 24 years. And I will continue with him now, because when Tessa died, she started to teach other animals to communicate with people more easily. So not all animals have the same ability to communicate with people. It's also a learning process for them. And in her teachings, Tessa told me that she is doing that now. She's teaching other animals to communicate with people. And one of the first and she started with the herd where she was living in, and she started with her companion, with Pascal. After he was 30, and as I said, they were companions for 25 years. And after she had died, he was very depressive, and I thought, okay, that's because Tessa has died, and he doesn't want to live anymore. But actually, this also is nonsense, because animals perceive death differently than we are, because they know she's not gone, and they have the connection with the dead animal as well. But still, he looked depressive, and he got laminitis. So laminitis is a disease when the hoof is infected and gets hot, and it's very, very painful, and they can't move. And I told Angie about that, and she said, well, I have a message from Pascal, and he's saying he misses his mommy. And I said, well, Tessa was not his mommy. He would say, I'm missing Tessa, but that doesn't make sense. And I didn't believe it in the first place. And it took a while, and I always got the same message. He misses his mommy. And then suddenly I realized what this might be. So Pascal is not my horse. Pascal is the horse of my youngest daughter. And my youngest daughter and I, we had a big issue a couple of months before, and we had no contact, and we were both suffering from that. So I was suffering. I didn't know about her, as we had no contact, and it was not possible to reach her. And so what he was saying is that my daughter is missing me. I am missing mommy. And when I got aware of that, I immediately called her, and I said to her, I think Pascal is gonna die, and I think he wants that we interact again, and that we can solve our issues and be on friendly terms again. And then the next day she came, and you can see us here. We connected again, And this was like the last thing he had to do in this presence. He was better a couple of weeks afterwards, but then I realized this laminitis, it was chronic then, and he didn't want to live anymore. And then I asked him, I want a sign that you don't want to live anymore. And the next day in the morning, I came into the stable, and he was standing on three hoofs only, and was holding the fourth hoof. And it was so hot, and it was so infected, that I immediately called the vet, and we had him put down. And he was gone so fast, and Tessa was present. It was so intensely, I could feel it so intensely that she was present, and they were both running away in joy, and I could feel the freedom and the joy, so that there was no mourning and there was no grief. And for at least 2 weeks, I was aware of that. Whenever I was thinking at the horses, it was this light and this freedom and this joy that he can run again and that he's free. As this was really, really incredible. And I have to check now. I have a short video how the horses how the horses say goodbye to Pascal. No, it's not. Let me see here. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, do I share that now or not?
Yeah, I'm just looking here, Renata, and I don't see the window.
Do you see it now?
Here, yep.
Okay, so I started again. So that's when we had to put down Pascal, and you see how all the herd members come and say goodbye to him. And again, that's so important that the horses can do that. That's their companion. They have lived with them for, some of them for 20 years. And now this companion is gone. And they must have the possibility to say goodbye. And the dead animal has to stay with the herd for at least 12 hours. Then they are finished. Then it's done. But until then, the horse should stay there. Okay, so yeah, then I Tessa also told my donkey mare how to communicate easily. So she's called Lexi. Lexi, she's 26, and she has been living with us for 12 years. And she has given birth to a donkey foal also 12 years ago. And she is quite reluctant, and especially towards the horses. But within her, there is a deep, deep strength and power. And she also started to communicate with Angie. And there is another story I would like to share with you. She told Angie that she wants to work on people too, and that she is especially good in taking grief from the people. And she gave a message to Angie where it said, okay, one day I want to work with a person in a wheelchair, and I will cheer him up and I make him happy. And I said, well, I don't know how this should work because I don't know anyone in a wheelchair, and we live in a small village, and no one lives here in a wheelchair. And 2 days later, a neighbor approached me, and he said he has his father moving in here now. His father comes from Germany, and he's in a wheelchair, and he grew up with donkeys, and the donkeys were the only reason so that he was able to manage that his father is moving from Germany to Austria, because his son is living here in Austria. So Lexi had foreseen that this will happen, that a person will come who needs her, and now so he lives here now. He is the closest neighbor we have, and the donkeys are also allowed to go into their garden. So this man in the wheelchair can see the horses all day long, the donkeys, and he is so happy with that. He has Alzheimer, and his only joy is to see the donkeys. And yeah, that's really amazing how this can happen. And another story I have also from Lexi. Lexi, she contacted Angie again and told her that she would like some volunteers to come to brush the donkeys, because I do not brush them often enough when they're changing their fur at the moment. So I made a post in Facebook saying that I would like, if someone wants to come and brush the donkeys. And immediately a lady came, and Lexi also told Angie that there will come, she wants young people to come, perhaps people who are bullied in school. And then the next day, a lady comes from not far away, and she says, yeah, if she can come with her son, and he's 12, and he has problems with his classmates. They are bullying him, and that's yeah. No words for that. And yes, they came, and the donkeys enjoyed, and the boy enjoyed, and it was really wonderful and so crazy. But I already got used to this crazy stuff. Okay, so now I haven't talked about how animals communicate. I will do that now. For me, there are many different ways how the animals communicate, not only to people, but in common how they communicate. First, they indicate by their behavior. Then they show with body language, and then they show through telepathic messages. I would like to give an example on behavior. So I said that I gave writing lessons in the beginning, and from the very beginning, what they did is that when there is a person coming who is very excited and with a lot of energy, perhaps too much energy, then they try to calm the person down. And on the other side, if there is not enough energy, if there are very shy children who do not dare to do anything, then they fill them up with energy. So that's they equalize. They take away where is too much, and they add where something is missing. And I would like to give one example. I had a client. She came to me because she had a job interview, and she thought that what she had to tell people is not interesting, and nobody would like to hear what she's saying. And I said, okay, so let's go and see the herd. And in that moment, the herd was all standing in a group very close to each other on one of the meadows. And we came towards the meadow. And normally when horses are eating like that, they are not, they just continue eating. But when we came, they all pretty quickly turned around and went away. And they all went in different directions. So that at the end, within 5 or 10 minutes, we were all standing alone on this meadow, and all the horses had gone. So the fear she emitted, that what she has to bring, what she has to offer, this energy she emitted, it's not interesting for anyone. The horses reacted on that. That's not interesting, and they took the fear and they went away. So of course she was very upset, and I coached her, and we took about, as it normally takes, an hour and a half, and then she changed her mindset, and then all the animals got back. And after this 1.5 hours, we were standing in the very middle of the herd, and all the animals were eating grass around us. So she was able to change her energy signal, and to change her mind. And she wrote me afterwards that she got the job. She would have gotten the job, but she didn't want it anymore. So I think it was really about this feeling of how this changing her mind, this changing her belief that she's not important, or she's not good enough. This was really incredible to witness. So, and this was for the behavior of the an example for how animals communicate through their behavior. The second one is how they communicate through body language. So animals and horses are very, very clear in their communication, and they try to make it as little as possible. So sometimes they blink with a bit of an eye, and the other horse reacts, or they move the ear. It's not even a millimeter. It's so they are so sensitive. They know already what this means, and so they communicate with their mouth and with their nose and with their ears, with their neck, with their shoulders, with their tail, with their whole body. So the more you watch and observe animals, how they communicate with each other, you are then also aware of what they are telling you through body language. I have, let's say, the animals are very clear about their space, and how much space they want, and how close another animal is allowed to come. And if one animal enters the space of another animal, and this animal doesn't want that, there is immediate action. So as I said, sometimes it's only a bit of turning around the ear, and the other animal is stepping aside and accepts the space the one animal has. So no animal would allow someone else to come into its space if they doesn't want to. And that's something we can really learn from them. So not saying yes if we mean no. They are very, very clear on that. And they do not, yeah, they are clear on that. And I have an example. I once gave a session, an energetic session. So I have the massage tables in the field, and I have a person laying on it. And then the animals, the horses or donkeys, they come. Some of them come, one is coming. It depends on, it's always different. And there I had a lady, and she obviously was not able to hold her space, and that she had someone in her near surrounding who does not accept her space. And our mule was indicating that. So she came so close to the table. She was biting into the table. She was even biting into the arm of the person. Well, there was a big blanket and there was a jacket underneath, so the person was not hurt. But Lily was indicating that she is not aware that someone is entering her space, and she allows that. And she needs to be aware of her borders. And Lily was also rubbing her butt on the table, so the whole table was shaking. And then I was working with this lady, and we found out that's about her son, who is very much in her space and doesn't respect her borders. And yeah, then we worked energetically, and we cleared something, and then we put all the energy on the out part of her aura. And as soon as the energy had shifted within her, Lily stepped aside from the table and was aware of the aura, of the energetic field of this lady, and was standing outside there and was angry, but didn't come into the field again. So that was Lily. And yeah, and the last one, then these are the telepathic messages, and I receive them sometimes from animals when I have clients. Then they come and have a message for the client, or they have a message for me. I should tell the client. Sometimes they have information I should not pass on, but it's just information for me to know more about the person, but I should not tell. And I had a client, and we were sitting in the grass and talking. And the horses were also on the grass, but far away. We couldn't even see them. And we were talking about the client's parent, and that they might become divorced. And my client was very, she was worried about that, especially that her father, that it would be so difficult for her father, and what it would change for her father, and that he might even die from it. And suddenly, really out of the blue, Nayoli, one of the horses, came towards us trotting, not walking, but trotting. And we were both sitting on the grass next to each other, and he was trotting, and he stopped in between us, and he stopped. And then I got the message. I got the message that he is now the father, and he is much stronger than she thinks. And I also got the message the house is a burden. So that was for, and then he had delivered this message, and then he went away again and trotted again back to the herd. So this is possible, and these are telepathic messages I perceive. I also had a client who was dealing with the death of her mother, and the horse, they started to cough, and coughing comes from the lungs, and the lungs stand for grief and for being sad. And the horse said that she is grieving for her mother, but she is not aware of it. And this was a message I was also supposed to tell, and I told this lady, but not all people are really willing to perceive messages they get. So this can happen as well. So I thought I won't have enough to talk. Now it's already an hour and 20. I will continue, but to do it a bit briefly now. I wanted to talk about my first horse I got when I was 19. I bought her because she would have been slaughtered otherwise. The former owner, they didn't pay for her anymore in the stable. And whenever I was talking about her, so this was 39 years ago, and I was always telling, when I was talking about Tosca, I was telling the story that she was the crazy horse nobody could ride, and I was the only one who could ride, and but still she was always doing crazy stuff. She was jumping off bridges, and I fell down. She was jumping in front of trucks, and she was bucking and throwing me off, and all my life I was telling this story that she was that difficult and crazy horse, until only a few months ago I realized that she was the first horse who started to heal me. Because when I was riding her, I was 19. At the time when my trauma happened was not that much far back. So I had all this trauma from my childhood within my body. I was not aware of, but she was. And she started to heal me by acting out the chaos which was inside my body. And beginning of this year, or March of this year, Tosca came into my mind again and again, and I didn't know why. And I hadn't thought of her for decades. And I tried to find old pictures, and I talked with a friend from those days, and then I had the feeling that I should also put her place on the okay, I don't find it anymore. I should put it also on the wall of our stable. And then, so I was very into these old days. 39 years ago, I thought about these times a lot. And then one evening I went to bed, and I was about to fall asleep, but I was not sleeping yet, and I felt an entity behind me. And then I felt how this entity entered into my body, and how my arms got longer, and I got 2 legs and hoofs on it, and my neck stretched, and I got the face of a horse, and my back stretched, and my legs got the hind legs of a horse. And then I knew that this was Tosca. And then she was showing me the chaos which she felt when I was writing her when I was 19. And this was just crazy and mind-blowing. Yeah, so this was, she gave me what she perceived in those days as a lecture, so that I am aware what how sensitive horses are and what they are aware of. So this didn't last for long. So it's just a couple of minutes, and then she went out of my body again. But this was her lesson. And she told me, I was also told that she was contacted by Tessa, who told her and taught her how to communicate with me. And so when I was aware of this locked-in panic and trauma, this again changed my universe in how sensitive horses are. And now I come to for me, it's one of the most important issue, the most important point of today is the message Tessa gave me for today. So from her, I learned that our land and our animals are here for healing people, and that people from all over the world will come to our place and to receive healing energy and treatments. And we do regular energetic circles with Angie and with Tessa. And the last circle we did on the 23rd of May, because this was the first, after the first year of her death. And there I got the message that I shall tell the story of her to the world. And the story that Tessa connected Angie in Australia and asked for help. And now I'm sitting here and telling the world this story. And this was just a month ago that I got this message that I shall do so. And why shall I tell this story? Because it's an example that the animals can unite energetically all over the globe. And they also do so now to bring healing to the people. And that places like we have here on Renata's farm, that they will pop up all over the world, all over the globe. And the animals are weaving a net of healing, because animals are connected to the earth, to the universe, to the plants, to all living beings. And they want to heal us so that we find this connection again. And they can teach us that we are all one, and that separation is just an illusion, and that we are all infinite beings in a finite body. And that pets and horses, they heal their owners. Animals who live with people, they try to heal them. They feel their energy and they try to equalize it. Animals can get an illness themselves in order to heal the owner. So the disease of a pet or a horse can be related to the problems of an owner. And I have a relative, and she have 4 horses in her life. Now she is in her late 80s, and all horses suffered the same disease, not when she brought them, but afterwards. And they had severe problems in their joints and severe arthritis. And all of them were put down because of that. And now she doesn't have horses for a long time already, but now she suffers from arthritis very, very badly, and she can hardly move her hands. And so this is an example how the horses, they match the energy and they try to equalize it and then try to heal us. So, and that's my final, I think, really, I'm astonished it took much longer than I thought. So thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for listening.
Awesome. Awesome. Hey, Renat, that was a beautiful story. I've been looking for questions in the chat. I do not see too many people with questions, but you know what? I think people were just taken away by the power of Tessa. Here's my question for you. As someone that has experienced this, what would you say? You know, I've never really had direct communication with animals. I've never myself. I don't really know where I would begin. Is there anything in your personal experience for those of us listening that you would recommend right now that we could do with an animal around us so that we can begin to tap into the messages that they're giving us that aren't right there on the surface? What would your advice be so that we could dip our toes into this?
I think that, as I said, not all animals are able in the same level to communicate. There's also a learning for them, and some are talkative and other are not. But if we can perceive the messages of the animals, it very much depends on our state of mind and on our clear vessel. The freer we are, and the more connected we are, and the more we are in the here and now, the more we are able to perceive. And I would recommend not too much to focus on this. Oh, what is he telling me? What is the message? What is there? No, don't do that. Just be with your animal. Just be with your animal, without expectations. I did that as well. Before I was able to get messages, I was trying, I was standing in the stage. Oh, come, do you have to tell something to me? Please tell me. I'm waiting. I'm open. Please tell me. This won't work.
Yeah, that seems to be what I'm going through right now. As I was saying in the beginning, before you started, that I'm looking at my cats now and expecting them to communicate with me. So I'm doing exactly what you just said, Renata. I'm like, come on, I'm ready. Give it to me. And I guess I'm just approaching it in just the wrong way. Would you recommend that I just kind of just sit back and, just look at my cat and then try to communicate with it without getting excited?
I wouldn't try to force it. Mm-hmm. I would just enjoy the presence of it. Yeah, sit with it and be conscious, not consciously focusing on communication, but being with the cat and being conscious.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, because if you're just sitting there enjoying this conscious and you're going into its energy field, then it's opening up like a portal, which you both have agreed upon, and then that's kind of when the communication starts. So if I'm pushing and pushing, then my cat Gilbert just going to back off and say, okay, well, you're pushing too much. I don't like this, so I'm not going to allow you to come into this this bubble.
Yeah, and I have also, for me, I can't force it either. So for me, it's that I get messages from animals and I have not asked for it. So, and I mainly get the messages from my own horses when they have a message for a person who is in my place. And I have not asked for this message, but they gave it to me. Sometimes they tell me they need something. Then they tell me, but it's not me asking something. You know, so it's them approaching me.
Yeah, you know, there's an interesting comment in here on the YouTube channel from Angel Crowl. I'm not sure I pronounced that right, but Angel writes, a couple weeks ago was flirting with this little lizard. It was kind of far away. I started bobbing up and down like they do, and the silly lizard came running up to me. He hangs around here, and I gave him the name Big L. I know that might seem on the surface that it's not a big deal, but at the same time, that to me speaks of an interaction that doesn't have any expectation whatsoever. Of course, you know, flirting with this animal, who knows, kind of playing with it, and then all of a sudden the lizard reacts. You're not sitting there and zoning in and trying to get something. It's enjoying and being present in a way that we really should, well, with other human beings, really drop the agenda too, right? So it's interesting the way that these things cross over.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I'm sure there are psychics and mediums who perceive energies from all over, and also very easily from all animals. I'm not that. And I think everyone perceives differently. I have, as I said, the horses talk to me if they want something, or if they have a message for me. I had a horse. He was living here, and suddenly the owner decided to change the stable. They moved out. We had an issue together. So, and then a couple of weeks later, I woke up in the night and I was coughing. And I was like, okay, unusual. There was nothing. And then this horse came into my mind, because he was always coughing when the owner came, and the owner was in stress. And I remember that coughing, and then I knew that's him. And I said, okay, what is that? And then I got the message. He said, tell my owner I need to see the vet, and I'm unlucky in this stable. And then this was for me, okay, shall I tell her so we are not friends anymore and we do not have contact? But what shall I do with that? And then I decided, well, the horse, there was a horse and he asked for help, so I will do that. So I wrote her a WhatsApp telling her what happened, and she was totally grateful. She drove to the stable. So this was in the morning, and I texted her, and then she texted back in the evening. She said, well, she went to the stable immediately, and he was really bad coughing, and he was in pain, and she called the vet, and they found out that he was that in the stable something was not working with the hay and the water, and so she moved again. So she not only that she called the vet, but she was also changing stable. And so this was really, yeah, this really was important for this horse. I think I only get messages who are really important, not shall I buy this food or that food for my cat? That's not the level they are communicating on me. That's not important.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Greg.
No. Ask your point. Ask your point, Omar.
I was going to say, I was wondering, when you tell somebody who's not, how can I say this? Someone, who doesn't believe in animal communication, and then when you tell somebody that your horse or your pet has told me these concerns and they need to be addressed by you, what type of reception do you receive when you tell somebody that? Because, we have awoke people like ourselves, people who are watching, and when you say something like that, we really wouldn't be all that surprised by that. Would be like, oh, really? Like, what did they have to say? And then compared to somebody who's not awoke, and the response that you would get back, can you tell us a little bit about that, like the reception you received?
I myself always had good reception, but I think as I only, so far, I had only got messages when it was really important for this animal.
Kind of like when Tessa had her teeth, her molar, like something towards that line.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when it's important and I get this message, then I also pass it on with this urgency. And I think, I never had. So far, all people accepted what I said.
So positive response. That's good to hear. Yeah, very good to hear. Go ahead, Greg. What were you going to say?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just wondering, Renat, have you been in an area with have you ever been to a zoo recently?
No, not recently. I think the last time I went to a zoo was about 12 years ago.
Interesting. So, don't you want to know? I really want to know what you pick up on in that kind of environment. I mean, I imagine it's a lot of trauma.
I think I don't want to go there exactly for that reason. That's also why I do not go into stables where the horses are put in boxes.
Right.
I don't go there. I don't want to hear and to feel that.
Yeah.
I can't change it. And, that's not my job. I don't go there, and I don't go to zoos either.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I utterly refuse to go to zoos. I've never taken my kids to the zoo. I don't think I'll be taking my grandkids to the zoo either. I just don't believe in zoos. I would more support a safe sanctuary habitat for animals, and instead of them being put on display and and just for our sheer enjoyment or entertainment, right? I just don't think that that's energetically correct, morally correct. And so, I wouldn't do it either, Renata. Just wanted to ask.
I think there are animals where it doesn't matter that much when you take mice or little animals when you have a huge crowd. So it's not, but like a lion or a tiger, or that's not, a zoo is not a suitable environment.
You could just tell. I mean, I'm not saying I'm an expert in animal communication, but when you go to a zoo, they do not seem like they are competent, or they do not seem to be happy performers. I know the type of people. I mean, I'm an actor. I have that background. I know people that want to come out on stage, and the souls of those animals do not want to be behind those bars or behind the glass. You just can see it. Yeah.
Would you want to be behind bars, right? It's the same thing, right?
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But maybe for an audience, I would. I don't know.
I think they have to get numb. They have to dissociate as well. As
that's a really good point.
Can dissociate as well. Yeah. So they are just numb, like horses are who stand in boxes. They have to close themselves down. Otherwise, they can't survive.
Yeah. Denise Vertucci says, my sister's dog puts her head on my chest and stares into my eyes. She doesn't do that with anyone else? ? Any thoughts on that? Why a dog would go to one person versus somebody with everybody? Do you think there are, I guess I'm trying to read between the lines there of what Denise is asking. Are there animals is there a reason that an animal might have a special connection with one particular person rather than be loving to everyone?
Sure it is. Everyone has its own energetic signature. And if these signatures match, then the horse can match with you, the dog can match with you, and only with you in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, my cat Gilbert is like that with my wife. where he's cool with myself and our son Melvin. But I noticed that when our daughter comes over for a visit, he gives her a lot of attitude and growls at her and kind of just keeps his distance. And then when my wife goes to pick up our cat Gilbert, he screams and meows and tries to scratch her and run away. And and she's in that state of mind that she thinks that Gilbert doesn't like her. Right, but from a distance he's good. But as soon as she goes to grab him to, let's say, pick him up and put him on top of the fridge so that he can go and crawl up on top of the cupboards where he has his perch, he freaks out, right? Like screams like almost like you stepped on his tail, right? And they let out that scream. And did that the other day. What are your thoughts on that? Like, what do you think is going through Gilbert's head, or is there like some sort of an energy displacement that may be happening to where he feels uncomfortable, or I'm not sure.
What I know about cats, so you have a household with your wife and children?
Yeah, we have had Gilbert for about 3 years. And then we just got our little baby Daisy last year, so she's almost 1 year old.
Okay. Cats are
strange.
They also, of course, pick up the energy of the whole system, and it's not always that you say, okay, a cat does this because this has happened, or it's just a mix up of the whole system. It's often not there's not one single issue why this is happening.
Yeah. Okay, now I wanted to ask, I know that horses are your main communicators, and the thing that I'm interested in is that, first of all, I was like totally blown away when I found out that Tessa was telepathically communicating with Angie, tens of thousands of miles across, from Austria to Australia. That's a huge distance. Now, that in itself is extremely profound, that an animal has that capability. Like I said, before I was looking at animals at a different level, and then after hearing the story about Tessa and how she telepathically communicated over this huge distance, and when she began to teach her tribe within the farm on how to communicate with human beings, have you seen any indications that other horses and donkeys on your farm also have that long distance telepathy skill where they can reach out to someone like in Australia or in Johannesburg or in Brazil and then make themselves known and and let the person know that whatever they want to let them know, or was that just unique with Tessa?
No, as I said, when I was talking, that there was also Pascal who reached out to Angie and told her this story that he's missing his mommy, and meant my daughter, that my daughter is missing me. So he was reaching out, as well as Lexi, my donkey was. When she wanted when she said that she's will be working with someone in the wheelchair, so I also got this message from Angie. So she told Angie, and Angie told me. Tessa was also connecting a lady in Johannesburg. Yes, because you mentioned Johannesburg. There is a lady in Johannesburg, and I did a meditation with her. And in this meditation, she popped up, and the lady saw her and asked, "Who is this black horse?" Which showed up.
That is wild. Wow. Okay, wait a minute. Angie is in the chat, and she says, I have to hear about this, Omar. Renat, tell them about Tessa showing her past life with you in your hypnosis session. Can you talk a little bit about that, Renat? That sounds really wild.
Yeah, I had we had a session, and so Angie Elias does hypnosis sessions. I had three with her already, and in one past life, this was about in the Middle Ages, and I was riding on her, and so my husband was there as well. So we were both riding from one town to another, and we were kind of a medicus and do healing to people and riding from one city, from one town to the other.
Wow, interesting. Are you gonna there needs to be a book on this? Are you gonna write a book or a screenplay about Tessa? I mean, this seems like it's a story that should be told.
Some people already told me I should do so.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I know this could be a big story here. Trying to see if there's other questions or things in the chat right now. Anybody, if you have questions for Renat, please do share them. Angel, who's talking to us about the lizard, says that Angel is going to be moving next to a horse ranch soon. And Angel's going to go and brush them and is looking forward to it because you've inspired Angel. So, yeah, hoping to bring happiness and comfort to the horses Angel brushes and interacts with. Very nice message there. Yeah, you know what? I guess here's another question for you. If our trauma is going to cause these animals trauma, potentially, if our trauma is going to be picked up by the animals, is it, I almost now get in the headspace where I'm going, well, I better not get an animal until I figure out my stuff. What would you say to that? I mean, is it okay to have an animal before you clear yourself? Yeah. Or how would you protect the animal?
Sure it is, because in my opinion, animals also choose their owners and choose the place where they want to live. As we chose when we come here to this reincarnation, we have also chosen our time and our place and our parents. So it was all made up before. So you can take an animal anytime, and you will get the animal who has chosen to be with you.
Wow, that's good. Yeah, I guess it's the same thing with well, with parenting too, right? Is it too early to have a kid? How about yeah. No, for sure. I know we should. Omar, how much more time we got over here? Because I know we're coming to the top of the hour. Angie says, yes, Greg, fix your sugar in the chat. Thanks, Angie. Thanks. I know I gotta get it together.
It's always good to fix your own stuff. That's, of course.
That's definitely true. That's true. Oh, and then Angie also mentions that she was your horse in an Indian life. Were you in India or something at one point in a past life too?
Native American.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, and Angie was, and we definitely also had pre-lives before together. Angie,
a remarkable story. Holy moly!
Isn't it? Like, wow, this it seems to just get deeper and deeper and deeper. This is it's incredible that what we've learned here, and especially your relationship with Tessa and Angie, how it goes so far back in this time and space, and spiritually as well. So this is like a really good connection. You guys are like soul related, or
Yeah.
soul family type of deal, right?
Yeah, so family, yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much, Renata. We are at our time here, and we got our next guest, Ildi Budai, in the green room waiting for us. So, do you have any final remarks before we bring Ildi in?
Well, to me, it's really important that we see the animals from another perspective, that they are the ones who can connect, bring us more, enable us to get more connected to the surrounding, to the earth, to the universe, to find back to ourselves. That's kind of their task. It's they are more than they seem to be, and they do more to us than we see on the surface. And that they, when I say they heal us, that's their nature, that they try to always try to equalize the energies. So that's what's important to me.
Great.
I think it's a great message. It really is. There's just so much here, man. I mean, yeah, it really what people need to take their computers right now and go outside. Just do it. Why am I indoors? I need to go outside. I mean, really. But first watch this. And then after, go outside. And communicate with the animals. I mean, and to me, what's interesting here's what I was going to say earlier that struck a chord is that at the end, we're really this whole notion of raising your consciousness and raising your vibration. You're going to hear a lot of the same things today, which are be present, stay in the moment, don't have expectations, and that kind of thing. And I think what's interesting is that Renata, what you've been speaking to isn't necessarily, and tune into these animals, focus on them, work hard, but just be aware that part of being more present could mean that these messages are here for you to pick up on. So it's less of more of a like you should be doing this and they need you, and more of the conversation's happening, and you might be lucky enough to dial in, because when you do, you're going to really have some profound moments.
Yeah, it's less doing, more being.
Yeah. This has been great. It's been really great. You know what? I mean, Omar, there is one more question in the chat. Should we? Do we have to go, or?
No. Just hit up the question. Yep.
Okay, there's one more. I wanted to know, I mean, this is Sabrina asked this. I'm a pet sitter and have noticed that some pets bond with me better than their owners. Does this mean they are unhappy with their owners?
I think that the pet sitter has another job. The pet sitter is there for the pets only. And therefore is more open. The person who has the pet sitter has another profession and does something else and comes with the stress from, and then the bonding is often when a stressed person comes to the pet tries to calm down the stress, but doesn't want to sit on the lap of a stressed person.
Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah, Sabrina writes, Renata, you have opened my eyes and my heart to so many things today. Thanks for sharing your story, your knowledge, and your experiences.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, very, very, very fascinating. Wow. I'm excited. I'm excited for the book. I got to tell you. Yeah. I know you gotta start writing this thing.
Another great comment from Portal2Ascension's YouTube channel, coming in from Angel Crowell. She says, "I hope I will be I'll be moving next to a horse ranch soon. I'll go and brush them. Looking forward to it. Renata has inspired me. Wonderful.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah, glad to see that people are, taking something away from this event today. Earlier on, from Mara and Sona ended up helping one of our viewers, and Renata, you're inspiring other people to go out and be consciously aware of animals and their consciousness, because it seems to me that their consciousness is is more elevated than our human consciousness as to where we are right now as individuals, because animals are able to pick up thoughts from others and then relay that information to another person. Like, for instance, your daughter missing you, obviously, this message was picked up and it was delivered to you. So for me, when I see that, when I hear that, I think of like an elevated form of consciousness where you're connected to the ether and to everything that's existing on this planet, because now not only can they pick up the thoughts from your daughter, but possibly pick up thoughts from me all the way in Canada, or from a tree in Brazil, or somewhere up in Mount Shiraya in Russia. So the possibility is endless, and that's really inspiring, and it's really opened up my eyes. This story that with Tessa has made me appreciate the animal kingdom even more so than I did before. It's not like I was an animal hater before, but it's just this this dialogue and this experience has really opened up my third eye and made me aware of a higher form of consciousness. And then now when I look at animals, I'm approaching them a little bit differently than I did a few weeks ago.
That's
so
awesome.
Yeah, so with that being said, guys, I have shared Renata's website and her Facebook page, as well as her Facebook group. They're in the chats. They're in the Portal to Ascension room chat, and also they're in our YouTube chats as well, on Watchers Talk and Portal to Ascension. So please go and follow that up and join Renata's group to get more updates as to what's happening on the farm and what's happening with the healing processes of everyone on that farm as well. And of course, shoot Renata a friend's request and follow her, and then subscribe to the YouTube channel as well, because there's a lot of great videos and a lot of great conversations that are happening on there. So it's a great way to stay up to date to as to what's happening on Renata's farm and with all the animals there, because it is an amazing little place over there. Well, it's not so little; it's pretty huge, but you know what I mean, right? It's it's an amazing place, and I think everyone should just subscribe to that channel. Hit that bell so you get notified when a new video comes up or when Renata goes live, so that you guys stay updated. With that being said, Renata, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time here this morning, and of course your evening, and putting together this presentation. It was just incredible, and you have my total gratitude and love. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renata.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and I really enjoyed it, and I'm really astonished that I could talk that long. I was afraid that I can't do that.
You did fantastic. You had
Absolutely
everybody
fantastic.
mesmerized because nobody's fingers were moving in our Portal to Ascension room or on YouTube. Everybody was just like stuck to the screen, just listening. And, that's just a testament of, your great presentation, because you had everyone riveted and at the edge of their seats. I've done a few of these before, and the chat usually is just going. And then when people are interested in something that really piques their interest, I notice that the chat just comes to a dead halt, and everybody is just sitting there and just listening. And it's a good energy and good vibrations that are happening at that time too, because there's that attention that is being focused on a particular subject or to a person, and that energy is flowing. So thank you very much, Renata. I truly appreciate it, and I look forward to doing more work with you.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Thank you. I will shoot you a message after I'm done this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to be pretty busy here for the next couple of days.
Yeah, we will be. I have to say, 2 segments and 2 people already reaching out saying, that they have been impacted by the information coming out of those segments. This has been an absolute success already.
Yeah.
It has. I'm just happy that people are. The intention of our event here today and tomorrow was to help people get information which they can use in their day-to-day lives. And I think with the last 2 segments, we've clearly demonstrated that, and that is happening. And I'm very grateful for that people are getting the help that they need, and they're getting the answers that they're in search for. It's a very positive thing to view and to watch and to be a part of as well.
Absolutely.
All right, guys. So I'm going to bring my next guest on, Ildi Budai. She's my sister from another mother. Currently lives in Egypt. Is from Australia, and she loves Egypt so much that she moved there.
Isn't it sister from another mister?
No, I always say it's sister from another mother. It just sounds good.
Yeah.
Ildi and I, we have, we've been friends for many years now, and we've, collaborated on many projects and a lot of events. We have a series on YouTube called Talking Egypt, and we've taken a break from that for the last little while because Ildi just had a baby, and little Pharaoh, Zane, and you guys can imagine how a baby just takes up just an enormous amount of your time, right? So with that being said, we've kind of paused on the Talking Egypt, and I'm sure that we're going to continue that here in a little bit once Zane becomes more independent. So I'm going to give you guys a quick bio on Ildi Budai. Ildi is an archaeological photographer and a researcher. Ildi is based in Egypt. Her passion for ancient Egypt began at a very young age, and by the age of 15, she was expanding her interest. Oh boy, what's that? Somebody's mic is crazy here. Whose mic is that? Anybody's mic?
Is that mine?
It could be. Let me see. Yeah, I think that's your mic, Ildi. Okay, so it's good now. Can you say something? I don't think I can hear you.
Sorry?
Oh, there's that noise again.
All right. Well, hang on a minute. I'll go get my husband.
Okay, and I'll read your bio while you're doing that.
All right, cool.
Okay. All right, guys, let's do Ildi's bio. Ildi is an archaeological photographer and researcher based in Egypt. Her passion for ancient Egypt began at a very young age, and by the age of 15, she was expanding her interest to other ancient cultures. One of her early inspirations for thinking outside the box was Immanuel Volosky, the scholar who wrote about controversial alternative history and philosophy in the 1950s. Whilst traveling to Egypt was always something Ildi wanted to do. For 20 years, she worked in the corporate world in Melbourne, Australia, and for a short period of time, she was the manager for Stephen and Evan Strong, Forgotten Origin. In 2014, Graham Hancock spoke in Melbourne and promoted a tour to Egypt where he would debate Zahi Hawass during the tour. This was the moment her life changed forever. In 2015, she arrived in Egypt for her first time, feeling as though she had returned home. That journey through Egypt was an absolute eye-opening trip, and the wealth of knowledge that Graham Hancock shared on his tour helped to change the life path that Ildi was on. After many trips to Egypt, South America, and Easter Island, Ildi moved to Egypt to semi-retire and pursue her passion for photography and ancient Egyptian history. Ildi now works for Kemet School of Mysticism and Horace Rising part-time as a tour coordinator and managing the administration of tours through this site. Through this, she is able to travel, follow her passion for photography and ancient history, and meet individuals who are also deeply passionate about ancient history, as well as work with researchers at archaeological sites. Ildi runs a series on Watchers Talk called Talking Egypt and has a Facebook group, Journeys Through Egypt, where she continues to share her research and passion for ancient Egypt. She is currently working on a YouTube channel for Journeys Through Egypt to provide information on lesser known places of interest in Egypt. That is a pretty cool bio, and I can say that all of it is correct. So hopefully, guys, we've got looks like we got the mic issue fixed, possibly. There's a bit of a ring going on, but I think we can begin now. Ildi, if you're ready. You ready, Ildi? Just give her a second, guys, and we'll get that fixed up here pretty quick. Let me just jump into the chat over here, see what's going on. So hopefully you guys are enjoying this stream seed coming at you guys from Watchers Talk, Full Spectrum Universe. Rob, if you want to jump in here for a minute, that would be all right.
I'm here.
Ildi?
At a moment's notice, boom.
Just a sec.
Magic trick. I think the audio is worked out, Ildi.
It definitely sounds better than it did.
Yeah. Okay. So while we're taking this moment here, I want to give a quick shout out to Inspo Daily Magazine, and I'll place their web address in the comments. They did a feature on this particular event on their magazine, as well as Forgery Unmasked a few months ago. So I'm very grateful to Jade from Inspire Magazine for featuring us and really spreading the word and the seed of consciousness out onto the planet for people to come and enjoy this event that we've organized for you guys. Full Spectrum Universe, Watchers Talk, Open Loot, and of course PortalToAscension. And this event was sponsored by our very gracious host, Paul Wallace, the Eden series. Right here, these books are available. The Scars of Eden, which is a sequel to Escaping from Eden. Excellent books. They are like the Chariots of the Gods of our generation. And George Nuri called Paul Wallace the Eric Von Daniken of this generation. So those are some pretty powerful words. And this gentleman is our sponsor.
Yeah, and another thing I wanted to add is this is just the beginning. This event is the kickoff to another. There's a total of 3 events over 45 days that we have put together for everybody, and it's going to be absolutely jam-packed with information. We have, of course, this is Seed that we've been talking about, and we also on July 11th have Full Spectrum Universe 1-year anniversary, brought to you by Full Spectrum Universe and Watchers Talk as well. And then we have something else that we haven't quite announced yet that is going to blow everybody's minds. So, keep a lookout for all that stuff. You can always go to a projectionofview.com to figure out what events we have going on at this time. All of the speakers are posted for July 11th as well, and for this event. And just to give you a quick rundown, we have Paul Wallace, Stephen and Evan Strong, Omar himself, Neil Gore, Geraldine Orozca, Aggie Nost, Melinda Williams, and Philip Kinsella. It's just a tremendous lineup. That is a one-day event on July 11th. That is also a Sunday. And I just we've put some really great stuff together, and this has just been so amazing so far. The information coming from this event is not like anything I've seen anywhere, and super interesting and super life-changing if you really look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. The information, the downloads that we're getting today are totally amazing, and looking forward to the coming events as well, where we're going to have some massive downloads coming. And like Rob just said, we have another event coming up, which we will announce next week on disclosure on Portal to Ascension Tuesday at 3 p.m. Ruby, are you ready to go or?
Yeah, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you want to share your screen?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, LD. I'll leave the floor to you.
Thank
I'm
you.
looking forward to your presentation.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good aspect on plant medicine, because LD is going to give us a download on ancient Egyptians and how they used plant medicine, and how that's led up to where we are today. So it should be a really interesting insight into how the ancients used plant medicine, because of course they didn't have the pharmaceutical mafia to give them the pills, so they had to come up with their own thing. So I'm really, really looking forward to some natural medicine coming in from the ancient days. So here we go, Ildi. I'm going to toss this up here, and
Thank you.
the stage is yours, buddy.
Thank you. Well, greetings from Egypt. I apologize every single time there's a problem with the sound. I think it's my computer, it's cursed. I'm going to leave it to that, I think. Okay. So Omar did a lovely introduction, although I missed half of it because I had to run off. But yes, I'm Ildi. I live in Egypt. I'm an archaeological photographer and researcher. I do that mainly because that's my passion. And obviously these days I'm at home with my month-old son chasing him around. So ancient Egyptian plant medicine is a little bit complicated. It's not just about the plant medicine. There's different aspects to it. The ancient Egyptian religious belief system and their practices were interwoven with medicine. So medical treatments and herbs combined with religious rituals, bringing about a wholly integrated therapy and treatment. So therefore, we can say that it consisted of three parts: the spiritual, religion, and magic; herbology, which is the plant medicine; and scientific tools and observations. And because they kept such good written records, it allowed generations to also learn what they had learned. And they even started medical schools in Memphis and in Sais around 3000 BC. So ancient Egyptian scrolls have documented natural herbs and holistic medicine that stabilize and cure diseases. Evidence comes from burial sites, tombs, underground temples, and where archaeologists have found extensive sets of medical documents and scrolls, including the Ebers papyrus. So after some spiritual healing and herbal medicine, ancient Egyptians practiced massage, manipulation, made extensive use of therapeutic herbs and foods. But surgery was rarely one of the treatments. By about 1500 BC, herbology was highly advanced, with knowledge of medicinal characteristics of over 850 plants, including garlic, sage, juniper, cannabis, castoreum, aloe, and mandrake. So this is a picture of the Ebers papyrus. This is a very important document. The discovery of this document changed our entire perception of the ancient Egyptian medical system and how much knowledge they actually had. So this papyrus is 110 pages and about 20 meters long, and is the most complete set ever found. There was an earlier document, the Ramesseum papyrus, which is from 1750 BC. This document contained various illnesses, ailments, and their treatments, including childhood illnesses, volcano-induced injuries. I would like to know what that means exactly. and the birthing process, as well as information regarding the human anatomy. So we've actually found a fair few medical documents, thankfully, and so we've been able to learn a great deal about their medical practices. Some of them were incredibly advanced for their time. I mean, to the point where we only caught up in our modern history probably about 200 years ago. And I'll highlight some of this as we go along. But basically, they found several different documents, and each of them was either dedicated to a specific medical field, or the Abbas Papyrus, which was more like a complete collection. And interestingly, let me hide this, the Demonic Papyrus contains a number of spells for treating physical ailments. So the Abbas Papyrus itself dates back to the 9th century of the reign of Amenhotep I. But it is believed that it was either copied or it could be an earlier text from around 3000 BC, or it could be a compilation from 3000 BC to that point. I have been to some really interesting lectures here in Cairo, and I do know that they have found a lot of fragments of scrolls, and they used to keep very good records. However, at some point, those scrolls would disintegrate, and no matter how much they tried to fix it, it wasn't fixable, so they threw it away and they copied the whole thing. So they're not sure whether this is a copied version or whether it's a lot older. So even though it's a medical papyrus, it contains magical spells, which are designed to protect from the supernatural. It describes several treatments and is full of prescribed remedies, along with a large list of prescriptions to relieve medical ailments. The papyrus covers subjects such as dementia, depression, contains chapters on the diagnosis of pregnancy, several different gynecological matters, contraception, dentistry, and the surgical treatment of burns, tumors, and bone setting. It also described the treatment of migraines, and there's a large section on stomach, intestinal parasites, skin, and eye disease. So it's a very, very extensive medical record that fortunately was found. But the Egyptian medical practice, again, was a little bit different. Priests, magicians, and healers who used medication to cure patients were all part of the medical system. And the ancient Egyptians were probably the first people to have professional doctors, and it was a respected occupation. It was respected overseas as well, people coming to Egypt to study medicine. Often in some places that wasn't even an option for them. So it was a very respected field, and the schools here were very respected as well. The physicians had to be literate and clean in body and spirit, and this is very, very important because this brings together the religious aspect of it as well as hygiene. There were specialists such as dentists, proctologists, the gut doctor, and the eye doctor. But basically, it wasn't, they had specialists in different fields, even to a certain point, midwives and nurses. So ancient Egyptian doctors and healers understood that disease could be treated by a plant, and plant medicine recognized healing properties in massage and aromatherapy. That's quite interesting. There were male and female doctors who specialized in certain specific areas, and doctors understood the importance of cleanliness when treating patients. I mean, this is a huge deal because up until about, 200 years ago, the doctors were arguing about, why should I wash my hands before I go and stick it in some patient? It's not going to do anything, So they were doing this thousands of years ago. So to give you an idea of what they understood about the body. These are the different body parts and the hieroglyphs for them. So, Imhotep. I think most people have heard of him because he was the architect that built the Stone Pyramid, which they say was the first pyramid. Now, regardless of that, Imhotep was an absolute genius of a man. He dabbled in a lot of things, not just in building pyramids. He also dabbled in medicine. Now, he was thought to have diagnosed and treated over 200 diseases in his lifetime, including tuberculosis, appendicitis, gout, gallstones, arthritis. He also performed surgery and may have founded the first upper school in Memphis for medicine. Now, importantly, Imhotep had written medical manuscripts explaining that disease could occur naturally and was not necessarily a punishment of God. Okay, Ariane, so well. I apologize, my dogs are here and they're all jealous. Okay, so some examples of their treatments. Doctors had fairly good knowledge about the bone structure and some awareness of how the brain and liver worked. The heart, according to the Ebers papyrus, the center of the body's blood supply is the heart. Every corner of the body is attached to a vessel. The heart was the meeting point of the vessels, and that carries tears, urine, semen, and blood. So whilst they understood a lot of things about the human body and they knew how to cure certain things, they didn't have a complete understanding of the human body. So mental illness, the document describes in detail the characteristics, causes and treatment for mental disorders such as dementia and depression. So the ancient Egyptians appear to have seen mental diseases as a combination of blocked channels and the influence of evil spirits and angry gods. Family planning, the scrolls contain a section on birth control, how to tell if a person is pregnant, and some other gynecological issues. So some of the other treatments, that they were carrying out were for skin problems, dental problems, diseases related to the eyes, intestinal disease, parasites, and how to surgically treat an abscess or a tumor, which is actually the brains. Now, ancient dentistry is probably about as old as ancient medicine. There's a toothbrush in the bottom picture there, which dates back to 3000 BC. So they had an awareness that they had to look after their teeth. And despite that, the dentistry didn't really evolve as a medicine or as a field during the ancient Egyptian time. Not that much, because people still continued to have the same problems. To the point where, people were dying of abscesses, for example. The Egyptians also, practiced dentistry and, for common things like tooth decay, and then a little bit more complicated things like the braces that you see in the picture. Their remedies included cumin, incense, and onion to treat swollen gums, opium, possibly to treat pain, I would say more than likely to treat pain, drilling holes into the jaw to drain an abscess, which would be incredibly painful. But like I said, for whatever reason, dentistry didn't evolve as much as medicine did. For the ancient Egyptians, the heart was the center of the body, the spirit and the soul, and not the brain. And this is kind of important because they had a whole system that they sort of found from a very strange observation. So by this point, they would have obviously been doing mummification, or they would have come in contact with arteries and veins and heart, etc. The general theory came from some observations of farmers who had dug out irrigation channels for their crops, and this, allowed medicine to sort of evolve in a way to a more practical sense, because then the doctors understood that those veins with the heart pumping, were providing routes of good health. And if blockages occurred, then, they would give them laxatives to unblock them, not laxatives as in more like something to unblock that area. So according to them, the heart was a center of 46 channels, and they saw them as sort of like tubes. And blockages in the human channels were thought to result from doings of wackadoo, an evil spirit. So this is when, they have science and medicine of what they're observing, but they don't understand something. So they try and explain it in their own way. So wackadoo came to the surface of the body and it showed up as pus. So this idea that the bodily function played a role in health was a breakthrough in the history of medicine, basically. So circumcision is another thing that people who traveled to Egypt took back home. And, I don't know if they were the first people to ever perform circumcision, but it was popular in ancient Egypt, and it definitely set a trend for other countries and areas during that civilization's time, which has continued to now. So usually this was performed in adolescent males around 12 to 14 years old, or as an initiation into priesthood, or as males from the noble class. But there was no evidence that the practice had any bearing on someone's social status or whether they would be circumcised or not, because they have found kings and others that weren't, such as Moses I, who founded the 18th dynasty. So they practiced some pretty invasive surgery, considering that they didn't really do, all that much surgery. So a treatment for headaches, complicated issues like epilepsy, abscesses, blood clots. They use trepanation, so they drill the hole in the skull in order to relieve the pressure in the brain. So this technique was also used to exorcise patients of evil spirits in an attempt at relieving medical illness. I don't really think that worked. I'm just thinking of all those horror movies of, from the 40s and 50s, the asylums. They did the same sort of things. So ancient herbal medicine was obviously the other part of medicine. And the Empress Papyrus, as I mentioned, has over 850 different medicinal herbs listed on there and for different uses. So like aloe vera was treated for burns, ulcers, skin disease and allergies. Basil was for heart medicine. A balsam apple used as laxative and as a liver stimulant. Bayberry was used for diarrhea, ulcers, and hemorrhoids. Caraways, soup digestion, and was a breath freshener. My son still drinks baby tea, which has got caraway seeds in it. It helps him with his dry digestion. So we're still using some of these things in our everyday lives, maybe sometimes not for treating an illness though. So dill, for example, was recognized for laxative and diuretic properties. Fenugreek for respiratory disorders to cleanse the stomach and calm the liver and pancreas. And frankincense was widely used in ancient Egypt for a variety of different purposes. including in ceremony medicine and in perfumes. So it was used as a throat and larynx for throat and larynx infections and to stop bleeding and vomiting. So garlic was given to laborers and slaves to increase their stamina strength as well as protect them from disease. So they kind of had an understanding that, you know, garlic helped boost the immune system. Licorice used a mild laxative to expel phlegm and to elevate chest and respiratory problems. Onion eaten to prevent colds and to address cardiovascular problems. Parsley was used as a diuretic. Coriander used as a tea for urinary complaints. Pomegranate root helped against tapeworms. And pomegranate itself was used for a variety of different things as well. Thyme was used as a pain reliever and turmeric for open wounds. Poppy was used to relieve insomnia as an anesthetic and to kill the pain. And Persian henna used against hair loss. So some of the conditions and treatments for them are asthma, honey, milk, sesame, and frankincense. Burns, aloe vera, pain, thyme or poppy. Digestive problems, juniper, mint, garlic, and sandalwood. Mint is still used in Egypt as a way to alleviate a sore tummy. We have dried mint at home at all times. Bad breath, mint, caraway, epilepsy, camphor, vomiting, mint to stop it, mustard seed to pause it, and the cure for a cold was an incantation because, unfortunately, the cold is one of those things that you just have to get over. So the pregnancy test, now this was proven scientifically to be accurate, but the ancient Egyptians had the ability to find out if a woman was pregnant and even determine the sex. A woman would urinate on wheat and barley seeds. If the seeds sprouted, then it confirmed the pregnancy. Tests carried out using the method have shown that the urine of pregnant women does sprout barley and wheat seeds, whilst for non-pregnant women it does not. So how they came up with that, I don't know, but apparently it was very effective. So how did they know, what the sex of the baby would be? Well, if the barley sprouted, it would be a girl, and if the wheat sprouted, it would be a boy. I would like someone to test that, I've already had a baby, so that's fine. A remedy for headaches was a mix of mashed together flour, incense, wood of wah, one plant, mint, a horn of a stag, sycamore seeds, Manson's plaster, seeds of water, and apply it to your head. I don't know where you're going to get all those ingredients. The other remedy was obviously poppy and aloe. I'm sure it probably worked. One of the weirdest prescriptions that I have in this medical document is for a crocodile made out of clay with rain in its mouth and those glass eyes that were very human, to be tied to the patient's skull with strips of linen inscribed with names of divinities. I don't know if that worked either, but that tied into their spiritual aspect. I guess once they got past the traditional medicine and it wasn't working, all you had left was to tie a crocodile to your head. So wounds were taken care of by applying a mixture of honey, willow leaves, acacia seeds, and other herbs. Acacia is another plant that is widely used in a lot of ancient cultures. And it's available, I think, it grows on, almost all continents. Bleeding was stuffed with raw meat, sawdust, animal fat, or dung. Bit gross. So the ancient Egyptians knew that specific foods had curative properties for certain diseases. Some of the most important ingredients that the healers used were aloe, acacia seeds and leaves, cannabis, castor oil, cedar oil, cilantro, dates, fish, frankincense, garlic, goose fat, honey, juniper, mandrake, pomegranate juice and root, thyme and willow leaves. So some of these things now, if you go into a health shop, you know, you're going to have access to this now, but obviously not the same as in ancient times. Some stranger ingredients that were prescribed, like lizard blood, dead mice, and mud moldy bread, which we know now is penicillin, and that was used as a topical ointment in dressings. And women were sometimes dosed with horse saliva as a cure for impaired libido. Gross. I would definitely skip that. So beer was a very important drink in ancient Egypt, and it was also classed as a medicine. And medicine was mixed with beer, wine, and honey because they thought it provided health benefits. So, in fact, beer was considered as the God's gift to humanity since it contributed to one's health and enjoyment. The protectors of beer were the female deities, Tananit, Hathor, and the male god, Seth. And cannabis. So, surprisingly, very illegal now, but back in the day, it was quite widely used. So, Shamshamet is what the experts believe is the ancient Egyptian name for cannabis, and they take this from studying the Apis papyrus and its description and its uses. They sort of delineated what it was. So for feminine health, one of the recipes was to ground up cannabis with honey and then apply it inside your vagina, and that would cool your uterus and eliminate its heat. So that's a translation from how they spoke. So obviously we're talking about cannabis's anti-inflammatory properties here that would help in treating pain and inflammation. So that kind of made sense. And interestingly, cannabis is now being explored for its potential to treat menstrual pain and discomfort, as well as endometriosis. So glaucoma, ground cannabis with celery left overnight, then the mixture would be used to wash the patient's eye the next day. And amazingly, modern science has found that there are some benefits to cannabis with helping with the treatment of glaucoma. It won't cure it, but it's going, it's part of the treatment now in certain places. So treatment of a painful finger or toe. So cannabis was used combined with honey, okra, hageru resin, and ibu plant, and to create a dressing for that affected area. And again, making use of the anti-inflammatory properties. It was also used as an ointment to drive away the fever, which is interesting because I've recently read that they're now kind of looking into that as well, whether cannabis can be used for reducing fever. And the Chester Beatty papyri makes multiple references to cannabis. In this case, cannabis seeds were used in the treatment of some of the diseases like cholera. So that's interesting as well. So here we have a goddess, her name's Shashat. And, some people say that her headdress is a marijuana leaf. And, they believe that she's associated with cannabis. And other people say that, it's, papyrus. So I don't know. To me, it looks more like a marijuana leaf, and I'm going to lean that way. especially since the Egyptian pharaohs may have also used cannabis for more ceremonial purposes. So the remains of Ramses the Great contain traces of cannabis, as do the remains of other mummified Egyptians. So, you know, the first time I came to Egypt and I saw all those scenes on the temple walls with the incense burners, and the tour guide is talking about incense, and like, were they really just, you know, incense? Yes, just incense. So I guess he missed the research that was done on Ramses the Great and some other pharaohs, and they found that, you know, the highest concentration of THC was found in the lungs. So that means that they either smoked it and inhaled it, or they were in a lot of contact with it when they were blowing the incense. But the cannabis smoke was basically still within their bodies. So it could have been used in spiritual ways and ceremonies, obviously, and definitely was used in medical applications for a number of illnesses and ailments. But it also had industrial uses in ancient Egypt. The plant was widely used for common applications. Hemp fabrics and ropes have been found at ancient sites all over the world, from China to Persia and Egypt. It's exactly the same. And I think most of the people that would be watching this lecture and being part of this weekend would know that hemp has much better durability, and it far easier to grow and far easier, far better for the environment than the way we manufacture things today. So it is believed as well that they use cannabis fiber to work rocks, large stones. So they would cram hemp fabric into the cracks of these large rocks, and then cover it with water. And then when the fabric started to expand, you know, that cracked the boulder. I also don't know if anyone has ever done any research onto that to see if that's, you know, plausible or not. But magic and medicine. So the ancient Egyptians thought that gods, demons, and spirits played a key role in causing the diseases. Most healers were also priests, and in time, doctors and medicine developed fully. So Heka was the god of magic and medicine, and Bes protected women during pregnancy and also children after, you know, they were born. So if you look at the picture, you might see that there's a little statue of Bes behind the little girl. Angry gods or evil forces caused bad luck and disaster. So people used magic and religion to deal with these forces and to treat people. As well as science, treatment involved the use of magic, incantations, amulets, aromas, offerings, tattoos, and statues. So even before treatment, the doctors would recite an incantation and pray to the gods for assistance with patients' healing. And of course, people used to pray to the gods as well, to the healing gods, or if they were trying to fall pregnant, they would pray to Bes, or if there was an issue with the pregnancy, they would pray to Bes, etc. The doctors and priests also used talismans in their rituals, and if the patients were cured just based on these talismans, then it was thanks to the placebo effect that such procedures played on the psyche and the body. So this is a little example of a spell used in medicine. There is no restraining set let him carry out his desire to capture. During Seti I's time, an incantation was created in order to cure unknown illnesses using beer Now, ancient Egyptians believed that physical wellness and their spiritual wellness was connected. Each time the body manifested discomfort or disease, doctors were convinced that spirits were clogging and blocking the body's channels. In order to solve their problems, doctors or healers advised both prayer and natural remedies to their patients. And again, this brings me back to when I was talking about the heart, their understanding of the heart. It's, their understanding that everything was blockages cause diseases. And sometimes, yes, that is the case. But where they weren't able to explain something, they did revert to religion and magic. But in essence, the ancient Egyptians believed that they were afflicted by disease and pain because they had to learn a life lesson, or because they had to redeem their sins. So they had several healing deities. We have the lovely Sekhmet, who's a warrior goddess, but she was also the goddess of healing, and she's associated with disease, healing, and medicine. And then we have Heka. He comes from one of the oldest deities of ancient Egypt, but Heka is the god of medicine and magic. And the two are quite interwoven, so that makes sense. But he's always represented as a human so that people can feel closer to him than some of the other deities. And Sobek, he became a healing deity because of his association with Horus, and he sort of became part of the triad of Osiris, Isis, and Horus. However, Sobek was more invoked before larger surgeries or invasive procedures, so people didn't necessarily see him as a healing deity compared to like Sekhmet, for example. Thoth, arguably, he's a healing deity because he was the patron of science, literature, wisdom, and invention, and all those things are key in medicine. And he was endowed with the complete knowledge. He invented all the arts and sciences, as well as arithmetic, surveying, geometry, astronomy, soothsaying, magic, medicine, music, drawing, and writing. So he invented medicine as well. Nefertun, she was the goddess that was associated with lotus and healing, but she was the goddess of perfume, and so she was invoked during procedures using aromatherapy, and that just shows how important that aspect of their medicinal understanding was, that aromatherapy had its own god. So in the Kahun papyrus, a course largely prescribed for a woman is to fumigate them with incense to drive out any evil spirit, and Neferatun would have been called upon in these instances. When they mean fumigating a woman, they mean fumigating, their inside. So then we had Bes, the little gnome man, and he was the Egyptian god of childbirth, fertility, sexuality, humor, and war. But his primary service was to protect pregnant women and children. And he was usually depicted in the birthing houses, which you can still see. There is some still around at the temples. And Taweret, she was the protective ancient Egyptian goddess of childbirth and fertility. So there were some other ones as well. But these were the I guess, the main deities that were used for medicine and healing altogether. So that concludes the three different aspects of ancient Egyptian medicine, which used plant medicine as a very important base in the medical aspect of it. So thank you.
Right on, Ildi. That was awesome, buddy.
Sorry, I had a bit of dry throat. I had the windows open and the sand's coming in. Sucking in the Giza Plateau.
Since you live in the partial desert there.
Well, the plateau is high up, so when it blows straight into our house.
So, bring you on to the full screen here. There we go. That was a little interesting, I found. We've done many seminars like this together, and you're always full of wealth of information, and today was no different. What I found was really interesting, Ildi, is that the ancients, they were able to detect the sex of the child by using barley and wheat. Now, I wonder how that works, right? Like, is there like certain...
It's the hormones.
Yeah, is there like a certain reaction with the seed of the barley and a certain reaction with the wheat, I wonder?
Well, it's the same way, I guess, we find out if it's, if you're pregnant, that's one thing, it's the hormones. But they have showed that female and male fetuses have different requirements from the mother. So it must be some sort of hormone that then detects whether, it's going to be a girl or a boy. That would be my thinking.
My daughter is pregnant, and I think it's going to be pretty weird when I hand her a bag of barley and a bag of wheat and say, "Good be your business."
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be. Yeah, we'll find out. We'll put the theory to the test and see what happens.
I can't remember how many days it takes, but it's not like an instant process. I think it took like a week or so for it to sprout, or maybe 2 weeks. I'll look it up and I'll get back to you.
Yeah, I'll give her some dirt and the bag of seeds. Say, show me who my grandchild is. I never knew, and I guess never really looked into it, but I find it interesting that the mummies of the pharaohs, within their lungs, that they have THC. So what that really indicates to me is that these pharaohs, they must have smoked a lot of pot, right? Because in order for that residual to be left there, and remain there for like tens of thousands of years or even thousands of years, I think it's pretty remarkable that they smoke like that much.
Well, look, I think we need to remember that ancient Egyptians lived sort of with the land, and not like then they weren't like us at all in how they perceive things and whatever. And marijuana was a plant that was abundant in a lot of ancient cultures. So it was placed there to be with humanity throughout time. It's, I don't know, this is kind of like my theory maybe, because I did ayahuasca and I just feel like, I'm connected to, or understood the connection to the planet. But yeah, it was extensively used in a lot of countries, in a lot of cultures, and I think maybe it's modern history that doesn't really want to talk about that because it's outlawed now. I mean, it's not in America, whatever, but still, in a lot of places, it's a criminal offense to have or smoke or whatever. But it was used widely for a lot of different treatments. So they understood that the plant had a lot of different purposes and a lot of important purposes. One of it, like I said, it had industrial uses, it had medical uses. It would have been used in ceremony, I'm fairly certain, but I'm also fairly certain that people were using it for recreational reasons also. and they had access to opium. So, and they were using acacia seeds. I just don't think, you know, I think we need to let go of the fact that, you know, the ancient people weren't hitting the stuff like the modern people.
Seems like they were party animals because you got the beer, the weed, and the opium. Ayahuasca, and God knows what else that they were doing, right? Cocaine, and in some cases, because we found cocaine in their system.
In one of the mummies, yes, they did find traces of cocaine. Yeah, I don't know about that because I mean, cocaine is a process. I thought.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
think
just
that ancients, they're probably like chewing on the coca leaf, or the coca leaf to maybe use as dental numbness, or you know, you chew on it, your mouth goes numb, and then they were able to do the dental surgery like you were showing earlier, which is incredible in its own right, that they had that advance of knowledge, which we think that we're just coming to now, and these guys already had that fixed, you know, like way back
exactly. And like I said, like basic things like hygiene. You know, they were practicing it thousands of years ago, and they didn't, I guess, have you know, microscopes, so they didn't understand or see visibly the germs, but they understood that there was something there, and so that's why some of it was very spiritual, because if they couldn't explain something, then they would try and explain it in another way, and treat it in another way. So, you know, they would evaluate each of the patients, and if they found that they weren't able to help, then, you know, all they would get would be a prayer, incantation, and, you know, good luck. But if they could treat somebody, obviously they had the know-how how to treat wounds and, you know, some other ailments like diabetes, for example.
The brain surgeries as well they were doing back in those days.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know, those photos of the holes in the top of the head are a little bit scary. I don't know if I want to be part of that. Hard pass. But, you know, even though they had so much knowledge, there was a lot that they didn't know, and they didn't have the same level of technology as what we did. So I guess they couldn't, but there were certain things that they did know, and it was remarkable that they knew those things with the limited amount of, you know, technology and whatever they had access to, of, well, what we know of anyway.
Guesswork at this point. Like, we can really just go back to the ancient papyruses and the writings and really go from there as like a fixed record of what was happening, right? We can't really, you know, we really won't know the 100% story of like what they knew, but you know, we have a pretty good idea as of now of what was going on back then.
Relatively good idea, yes. But it's very interesting though that, you know, they were so advanced in medicine so early on, and then once, you know, the fall of the ancient Egyptian civilization happened, all of that knowledge was lost, and some of it I think was taken to Rome and Greece, and then, you know, they stamped their name on it. But when you look back in history, you can find that somebody 3,000 years ago had already thought of a lot of the same principles, but may not have called it the same thing. So that was the most interesting and disappointing thing that I learned about history, was, you know, that people took blame for things that they didn't do. And yeah, I'm still angry about the burning of the Alexandria Library. I mean,
yeah, me too. I'm mad about that still. I see yellow.
It's the knowledge that was lost there.
Oh yeah, just a great amount of knowledge was lost, but, you know, if we look at it from a different perception, then, you know, it could have been a fire that was purposely set, and a lot of the important records moved off somewhere else, and you know, the rest of it, they just let the rest burn. Who knows?
Yeah.
You know, who really knows? But I would like to know. But anyways, thank you very much, Ildi. Really appreciate your time here for your evening, your night, and our morning here. Another wonderful presentation. So before I let you go, are there any final words that you'd like to toss out there, and where people can follow you? Like I put the Journeys Through Egypt, your Facebook group in the chat, so people can go and check you out there, join you there.
That's pretty much you know, all that I have time for at the moment with Zane. So we're, now that he's getting a little bit bigger, we're going to start going out and exploring, and things regarding the coronavirus seem to be settling down. So I'm hoping, you know, that we get out more and see more stuff. We've taken him to a few museums and to the Giza Plateau, but, you know, he's bigger now. He's going to be interested. He's standing and starting to walk. So I think it's time we started to explore Egypt again.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm really looking forward to that, and you know, getting into our talking Egypt and exploring that aspect of Egypt and showing people the little lesser known sites around Egypt, which are, you know, really the more interesting ones now, because we've learned so much about other structures and other sites around Egypt, that now taking a look at lesser known sites gives us a little bit more insight, right? Like more meat on the bones kind of.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
Because each of it is, you know, sometimes you have sites that are such anomalies. They seem like in such an odd place, but in ancient times it wouldn't have been in an odd place.
Mm-hmm.
Now it is. It's out in the desert, for example. But there's like the area of Fayoum, for example, is huge. It's a big area. There's a beautiful lake and oasis there. And you can go there on holidays. You can go to Wadi Al Hitan, which is, you know, the Valley of the Whales. And there's also a waterfall there at Wadi Ryan. But there's and there's 3 pyramids. But there is also some smaller temples that virtually nobody goes to, and it's like impossible to even find them on the map, you know. So when we get there, we're just going to have to get directions from somebody to get there. You know, there's like tiny little museums, and they have artifacts from the region. So that we want to go and do these kinds of trips for like a week and really explore an area and see what's there. It's just unfortunate that things are so far away from each other. An average tour group or tourist who's here for, let's say, 2 weeks would not have the time to go and spend time there. And it's such a beautiful area. You can go sandboarding, for example, or swimming in the lake. Yeah, so a week, I think we're going to be down there at some point. Probably not over Sunday.
Cool. Very cool. Looking forward to hearing more about that. All right, thank you very much, Ildi. And I'm going to bring my next guest on. Really appreciate your time. And I will get you a message after this event is over. And then we'll just chat.
All right, cool. And happy solstice, everybody, whether it's summer or winter. For us here, it's summer. So now the sun's going to start moving back over the Grand Egyptian Museum until it gets close to the Great Pyramid. That's our sunset view. So it's a very interesting place to watch that.
Take some pics and post them up. That should be interesting to see, just to watch it go across the season, right? All right, awesome. Thank you very much, Ildi. I'm going to bring my next guest on.
Excellent, Ildi. Thank you.
Mohammed and Zain, and we'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, I'm the big screen now? What happened here?
There we go. Let's
my ugly mug's up. There you go. Now it's even. So you don't want to put my ugly mug up there. I might scare the people off, you know?
Not with that hair. You got some beautiful hair.
Listen.
Hello, Melinda. Thank you very much for joining us here on Seed on the summer solstice and Watchers Talk birthday. Really appreciate it. You know, we've had 3 amazing downloads so far. We started off, talked about plant medicine with Mara and Sona, and then Renata came in and talked about animal communication, and then now Ildi gave us information on the ancients, how they used medicine. And earlier on, Sona and Mara were talking about aromatherapy as part of plant medicine, and then that's what you're here for, is to educate us on aromatherapy and give us the benefits of it, right? Because we're like 5 cents people, right? We lead our lives like that. We feel, touch, smell, taste, all that kind of stuff. So I can, aromatherapy really does have a huge connection with plant medicine. Like they were saying, like sage burning, for instance, is good for you. Tobacco burning is good for you. If you burn other, or just leave flowers in your house, you'll have that aroma which tickles the senses, and from there you can open up more if you're aware of what's happening. And that's the whole point of this weekend, is to bring awareness to aromatherapy and to plant medicine and animal communication, so that we can use these skills on our day-to-day basis. So before I get you going, I'm just going to quickly read your bio. It's not that long, guys. It's only a paragraph, and then now I'll hand the stage over to you, Melinda, and then it's yours. So Melinda Williams, she is going to be doing aromatherapy. Why do eastbound spirits stay here on Earth, and how does rescue mediums help them to cross over, and how does spirit communication work? Is it safe to help these spirits, and what protection do you need? Join rescue medium Melinda Williams to explore the many questions we all have in reference to spirit communication, crossing spirits over, and the synchronicities that occur on daily basis. Melinda will be discussing the many reasons spirits become earthbound, and how she uses her special gifts to help counsel them to cross over, and the protection techniques she uses during assisting these spirits. And that is yours now, Melinda. I'm just going to toss the stage over to you. And then I will know when time is up. And as questions come up, Rob will MC this one. So as questions come up, Rob will ask you. So I'm going to remove myself. And
I'll be in the background. I'm here. You just can't see me.
All righty. Sounds good. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining me today. So basically, I am a rescue medium, and aromatherapy comes into play in that. And, it can be used for a number of things, for health wise, but also, I'm going to incorporate some of the things that I use, because I make roll-ons, essential oil roll-ons, and I do sprays, and it's not just for health, but some of my stuff is used for that, for certain ones of my clients. But so basically, and I also make candles, and that's another big thing, is that a lot of people, I put essential oils into the candles. And so like I had a friend, she needed something for anxiety. So basically what I done, she didn't want to rub anything on her. So basically what I done was made her a candle for it. So I put basil, I put peppermint, and I put wild orange in that. So this is something that a lot of people don't think about, that you can use these kind of things in different ways to do the same effect. And so I wanted to go over some of the ingredients that I use in mine. And so like, blackberry, I do use that. And now some of the stuff I get, I incorporate my Native American into it. And so my process, so I'm going to go through of what I do when I make just one bottle of essential roll-on oil, or a spray, or a candle, because it's the same process basically. So like I get blackberry, and my tribe, my family, they assist me in getting the ingredients with some of these things, because they're not so readily available. But on the reservations, these are grown. So blackberry, in the way I have learned from my mom, was that blackberry can be used for sore throats. So I take blackberry, I mix it with lemon, and it gives an amazing scent. So say you have a sore throat, you can burn that candle and it will give some relief. I can make it into an essential oil and you can rub it on your throat, and that would also, it really relieves it. I use this. I have a lot of allergies to a lot of medications. So this is one of the main reasons too that I went into it. So another thing that I do, like if you're looking, yes, I've got notes, because there's so many different oils and combinations that I use. Okay, I've got one that's called Enchanted Archangels. Now, a lot of people's like, well, what is that used for? Well, so say that you're someone that lost a loved one. Well, with all the research I do, archangels can be used, called upon to assist when we lose a loved one. Now, there's certain essential oils that, like for Archangel Michael, there's certain, what I've done, but I've done mine a little different. So I'm trying to, okay. So the Archangel line, it is used, each Archangel, I have done 15 of them, and each one they're associated with a certain flower. So what I done is I gathered the flour and I break it down and soak it in, and I use it through where I soak the flour. And then I take that and I mix it into what I call a carrier oil. And it was amazing, the smell that I got. I also take that and I can break it down into and put it inside of a wax, so you will get the same aroma. So basically, one of the things that happened was a lady reached out to me. She was having a hard time dealing with, she lost her daughter. And, it's very difficult when you lose anyone, but when you're a parent and you lose a child, that's one of the hardest things to go through. So she reached out and asked me, could I make something that could help her to deal with grief? So basically what I done here, I went into work and I started researching everything. And that's how I come up with, one of the ways I came up with the Archangel line is because Archangel Michael, he is our protector. Archangel Metatron, he's the one that, when you're born, he steps forth during birth. And then whenever you pass, then Archangel Metatron's there, but he's in the back of the front angel, is the way I explain it, because the front angel is Archangel Sandalphon. So I was like, okay, I can take this and I can use different things. And I've went and done a lot of research to make sure of everything. And each archangel has a special flower. So I incorporated that into my oil. So basically I went and I found this in the flower I had to have, and excuse me about my voice. I have asthma and we got a huge fire here in Arizona. And so I'm having a real hard time. But so like with Archangel Michael, we'll start with Michael. Archangel Michael, he is associated with poppy. Yes, that's weird. So I went and I got the poppy and I grounded it down and I sifted it. There's a lot of steps you got to go through to do this. And so then I soaked it. And then once it got down small enough, then I put it in my carrier oil, which I use. I can use coconut oil, or I can use grapeseed oil. And so then you mix that and it tears down the flour to a liquid. And it was just amazing, the smell. So I made this and I shipped it to the lady, and within 3 days, she says, Melinda, it's so much easier to cope with my loss. And I told her, I said, you're never going to get past it, but this does help. And it really does. So, if you're, that was one of my main reasons to start the Archangel line. And the ingredients that I used, was the poppy. That was the main ingredient. So, there's all kinds of different ingredients you can use, but I'm very, very specific on what I use. And I'm not going to sit here and tell everybody my ingredients down to detail, but so then I started making a Native American line. And with that came a different aspect. My Native American line and my enchanted magic blends, they are more geared to help with the paranormal, because I am a rescue medium, and what I do is I help people, you know, that's lost loved ones. I do investigations, and I help teams deal with, you know, dark things, because they are dark stuff out there. So one of my main things that I put together for the paranormal world is negativity repellent. Now that was a lot of research also. Basically what I had to figure out, because they're different, there's difference in the entities. So some can be dark, but on a light side, and then it goes down. So there's different categories of entities. So I had to figure out what was the best for the darkest entity, because if you can get the darkest, then it would work on any other one. So basically, I started looking into different kinds of herbs that is for the dark. So basically, and this was weird because there's two things that really, I was like, okay, black salt and black pepper and clove. So what I done basically with that is I started researching about the oils, you know, if I could get the oils in that. And, you know, I was really shocked when I found these oils. And so what I do is I take those essential oils, but I do get clove, and I do the same process with that. And so basically I do a mixture, and I do it in a spray, and I do it in a roll-on, because basically the ingredients is those three simple things. I do add, you know, a little bit of something extra, but basically when you put those three together, then it is something that repels. And especially in the paranormal field, when you're going into a home or a building that you're not really sure what could be there, then this is one of the things that's really growing. And so the paranormal people, they are really into that, which I do it too. Me and Rob, we have our own paranormal team, but that is something that is for, you know, protection. There's other things like, you know, what I use for, say, someone's having a hard time sleeping. Then one of my major ingredients with that one is like lavender. Lavender is something that helps to calm. It helps to, you know, soothe the mind, to make your thinking to stop, you know, calm down some. So lavender is a big one for, you know, like rest, you know, calming the mind, things of that nature. And so, and I do use actual real lavender because I mix it all up myself, and I, you know, it's really a long process. And, but I take the time, because to me, the best ingredients you can have in an essential oil, the better it's going to work. And like I said, you know, I started thinking about the carrier oil, and the carrier oil, it's, you know, it's very important too, because some people are allergic. They could be allergic to coconut. So then I went to grapeseed oil. And so I can do it either way, and you know, with either carrier oil. Now, so then I've got some other lines that are going to be coming out. They are ready to go. And so I'm going to talk about, I've got the zodiac blends, and then I got the planetary blends. Now, some people's ask me, so what do they do? What are they for? And so basically what I suggest is, if you buy a planetary, then you need to buy your zodiac sign, because, like, okay, how am I going to explain this? Okay, because it's a little bit complicated. Okay, so like, say we're in retrograde. All right, so there's a certain blend for the planetary that you would use along with your zodiac sign. Say that, you know, say you're a Leo. That's what I am. So I'm going to use it. So I use it And because I'm a Leo, so I take my zodiac one, and what that is made up, because each zodiac sign, they have a different ingredient. And you know, a lot of people put 2, 3, 4, up to 8 ingredients. Well, I look through and I find what is the number one ingredient that is for a Leo. So what I learned for a Leo was rose. So I can use rose, I can use rosemary, I can use rose nip. So I took all the different roses and I blended them. And then I did use a rose essential oil to combine with the rose petals that I done. And so I mix it all up, and then I let it set for 48 hours. Then it deteriorates down. And then I can take that and pour it and strain it. And then I mix it in with the essential oil, whichever one, if I wanted to use rose. And I mix it into the blend with the carrier oil. So what that does, with me being a Leo, I'm very much in charge. I like to take charge. You know, I like to have all these compliments and all this stuff. So what that does is help back me down a little bit. It makes me not to be so overbearing. You know, because sometimes I try to take lead on everything. I'm a go-getter. So it helps to tone that down just a little bit. Now I take that and I use with the planetary. And so for Leo, the planetary one for me as a Leo is the moon. So I had to research all about the planets, and with the moon, what I do is I mix it with lavender, and I use coconut essential oil, and I use Baragot. And so when you mix those 3 together and put it into the planetary, so what it does is it balances me. So if I'm looking to make sure I'm balanced, I would use those 2. Say you're looking to build more self-esteem. So you would pick Mars as your planetary, and then you would use your zodiac sign. So each planet has a very significance on us here. And if you use the essential oils, then you put the 2 together, and then you really get a very big boom. And, you know, I've had people that's been trying it out for me, and they've been leaving me, you know, comments about how it really works. So say you're this was a good one. One of my clients contacted me and says, we're having a family reunion. And she says, she's some of the family that's coming. She says, we don't get along. She says, every time we're around each other, she says, there's always a big, huge fight. So she says, are there a way you can make a blend to keep calm? So sure enough, I was like, of course. So I done everything I had to do, and I used lavender, but I also used sage, and I used sweetgrass. Now, some of this is Native American. I do try to incorporate, you know, the Native American stuff. And so I would take those, and I done the same process. And so with those 3, I was like, this is strong enough. This should keep it so there's no arguments. And so I mixed it all up, and then sure enough, I sent it to her. She went to her reunion with her family, and she sent me a message, and she says, Melinda, whatever this blend is, I want more. She says, because it kept me calm. There was no big arguments. So, you know, it all does have a big play. It can really help you. And, you know, you just rub it on your wrist or whatever. Well, okay. Yes, Eddie, I see your comment. But see, it's I use it according to what blend I'm making. I wanted to keep calm. So, you know, to be balanced. So yes, you can use the sun as a Leo. The sun is our major thing, but it's according to what blend that I'm putting together with what I wanted to be balanced. So in my research and everything that I go through, what I learned was if you use the sun, because we are as a Leo connected to the sun, then that's going to make it more vibrant, to make you more reared up to go. So I had to cool it down. So what everything that I have done my research on showed that if you want to be more balanced, so you don't try to take such a great lead, then you would use the moon. And so that's why you have to do all of this research to make sure, because if I would have mixed it with the sun, then it would have made me more, I guess, more of trying to take over, So that's what I'm saying. A lot of people associate different things with this or that, but then you have to look at what blend you're trying to make. So for balance, and that's what I wanted, I could not mix it and target it toward the sun, even though the sun is connected to the Leo. I had to do it on a lesser basis, so I would get the opposite effect. And so that's why I chose the moon. I could have chose Jupiter, but there again, it wasn't as strong as the moon would have been. So that's my reasoning in that. And I guess I should explain that. Now, one other thing, and this is a little bit off of the oils for a minute, but anytime I make an oil or a candle or whatever, I use my Native American, and I think that is very, very important because I'm very connected to Mother Earth. I'm very connected, to animals and to the trees, to Mother Nature. So once I make an oil, and I do this to every single oil that I do, I take my drum and my flute, and I do a special ceremony over each bottle. Yes, it's very time consuming, but it's very important because I'm putting in the sacredness to each bottle. And so I do know how to do the drum and the flute, and there's a special, according to which blend it is, like the planetary and the zodiac, they get the same drumming, so to speak. Whereas the Enchanted Magic line, it gets a totally different one. And there's blessings that I put on them and intentions. And then on top of all of that, my medicine man comes in and he does a blessing on them. So it's a very long process, but to me, it's a very sacred process. And he uses, the staff. He uses his staff to also bless the oils. And so, it's all about connectiveness to me. And so, let me see here. So my Native American, that's the ones that I'm super, super excited about. You're very welcome, Eddie. Yes, it can be confusing. And sometimes, I'm sitting here talking and I may skip things, and Rob knows I'm very good at that. So, but anyway, on my Native American blends, and I've got some here to show you guys. Hold on, this way I can show you. Okay, this is called Medicine Man, Medicine Woman, and you'll understand why I'm going through this. This is the water element. And this one is Spirit Chant. Now I have 12 in this line. They each have a different name because they each are for different things. And, so like, for example, this is what I used on the Spirit Chant. And then I'll explain this. Okay, in the Spirit Chant, it's got lemon, clove, and cinnamon. Now, what does that do for us spiritually? Because essential oils is not, you can use them for all kinds of different reasons. But for spiritually, it was very important because we as Native Americans, we really are very connected to spirit. We are very connected to Gaia, Mother Earth. So Spirit Chant. So this one, I just told you the ingredients. Now on a medicinal way, cinnamon can be used for a number of things. Clove, all of these can be used in the medicinal way. I'm more about the spiritual. And so when I made Spirit Chant, everybody was like, what is that for? What does Spirit Chant mean? So basically, when you are feeling down, say you're depressed. Spirit chant, you roll it on, and what this will do, it will boost everything, all of your senses. It will make you feel, that depression will start leaving. And I have and all of these I've tested on people that I don't know. I only know them by, acquaintance. And it's here where I live, and I give someone a free one. I said, I just need to know if it, what does it do for you? So on the spirit chant, there was a lady that was very depressed. She stayed depressed. And so I gave it to her. And I said, I'm not going to tell you what this is used for, but I just want you to try it and tell me what it does for you. So she used it for a week, and she got back in touch with me, and she says, Melinda, I don't know what is in this. She says, but it smells wonderful. And she says, and what I noticed was that my depression, she said, it was just like non-existent. So when whatever intention that I'm putting into each one is what will come out of it. So this works for depression. It works for anxiety. It works for, say, you're a person that has a problem with being around large number, like in a large group. Spirit chant will help you in that. And the reasoning, not only with the ingredients, but there's a secret ingredient in every one of mine that I will not divulge because it makes it mine. But it's Native American related, and I put them in all of my oils, and I set my intention to whatever it is that I'm trying to work on. So this is very, with many different avenues, this can help. And also in the spiritual way, spirit chant can make you get closer to the creator, or some people call him God. It's, whatever you refer to the divine. So this can help you connect greater. So the next one, the water element. So basically, there's water, fire, earth, and here I am forgetting air. There we go. So basically, the water element one, what it does is, so the ingredients are lemon, eucalyptus, and I can't read, and juniper berry. So basically what the water element does. So say you are a person that's very emotional. So these are the ingredients, the three main ones, besides my special one. And this will help you if you are very emotional. Say, you're, no matter what's going on, it makes you cry, or say you're angered a lot. Any of those aspects, this will calm all of that down. And then there's medicine man, medicine woman. This is the biggest one that I'm asked about the most. And what's in it is juniper berry, geranium, and juniper seed. And so basically what this does, this is for a man or a woman, either one. And the scent is neutral. And so this can help in any female issues. Say, you've got reproductive problems. This is what you would want to use. And so I'm giving, the medicinal part and the spiritual part. So for male, if you're having problems with your testosterone levels, this is the one you would use. There again, on the spiritual side of it, what it does, say in Native American, we have a medicine man and we have medicine women. I'm a medicine woman. So basically, I use this to keep my spiritual channels open, because it is an opener. It will help your senses, heighten. It will take you into, like some people like to astral project. If you don't know how to do that, then you better be very careful. So this could be used for astral projection. It can be used to help connect with spirit. So, there's different aspects to both sides. So I wanted to show you that. Now I want to show you a couple other things. Let me put these back here out of my way. Okay, so here are my sprays. And the sprays work a little bit different. They can be used to spray on you. But when I made them, and a lot of people was a little bit confused with it, because some people's like, well, I don't want to spray that on me. Well, in the sense I'm fixing to explain, I made the sprays not to put on the person. It is to be put, like, sprayed in your home, sprayed in your car, sprayed at your office, etc. So basically, like this one is Clarity. And the ingredients I put in this, or the essential oils I put in this, is always lemon. Lemon's used a lot. And then there's frankincense. And then there is what, this one is hard for me to say, but it's called aniseed. And it's a very rare herb that I find on the reservation. And basically, what I learned from it, from the people on the reservation, when they are having, like, they can't think straight, they're having problems trying to figure out what a decision that they need to make. So I took that and I combined it. And what I learned, I told them to spray it in their home, see if it made a difference. And they sprayed it in their home. And it was like the decision they had been trying to make for 3 weeks, they made within an hour. So it's, I gear everything toward different things. Now, some people ask me, could I make one for prosperity? Well, we all want more. So yes, I did. I made one for prosperity. And so basically, now this is used a little different. So the technique you've got to do, and it's got sage, it's got sweetgrass, and let me look at my other ingredient. I can't remember them all. And lavender, peppermint, and blackberry. That's it. So basically, what you do with this is something totally different. You take this, you take a dollar bill, and you uncap it if you can, and then you spray the dollar bill on the front and the back. And then you fold that up, you put that up somewhere so you do not spend it, and just forget about it. And it will bring prosperity. And does it work? Like I said, I have everything I make, I have it tested. And so, one of my family members that live on the reservation, they done it. And 3 weeks later, they came into a jackpot at the casino. So, and they swore it was because of this. So, and of course you have to put the intention out there of what you're wanting. So these are another couple of examples. And then here is one of my candles. And I wanted to explain a little bit how I do the candles. I can make it different colors, but with certain essential oils and certain herbs that you use, or that I use, you have to use white a lot, because the ingredients you put into the wax is very important. So this candle here, this is for health. So, and I truly am a firm believer in that. The candles I make, I use them in my home. And so this one was for health, and it was about, of course, everybody knows about COVID, and that was one of my concerns. So what I done is I took this candle, I took the wax, and what I done is I put garden sage, because there's a difference between sage and garden sage. So basically the sage that I use is one thing that's different than like the garden sage, because the garden sage, it's usually, I know it's all grown, but with the garden sage, there's other ingredients that you put in with it to make it garden. I know it's a little bit complicated, but so anyway, and so you take those and you use sweetgrass and you cedar, and you take all of those together. And what I do is you have to put them in water, and you have to let them soak. They usually have to soak for at least, usually 5 days. So once you get that done, and then you drain all of the water off, and then that's when you start putting in your essential oils. So with those, I use clary sage, I use garden sage. I do have a sweetgrass essential oil, which was very hard to find. And I have a cedar, it's cedar wood. And so I take those essential oils and I drop them into that. And then I have to let that set for 3 days. Once all of that is done, then I have to take and I have to crush it up because it starts, especially, so, and I do add Palo Santos, but very small chips because they are hard. But I mix all of that up, and then you can, when you melt the wax, then you start dropping some of that in there. So what does that do? Well, for me, I feel that it has protected me to a certain degree from COVID. I'm a firm believer in leaving everything up to the creator. But you can burn this and it's like the aroma from it is amazing. And so that's one of the things that, you have to really do your research because, you want to make sure you use the proper ones, because if you get the wrong one in it, it will cause the opposite effect. And so that's why it's very important that you pay attention to what oil is with what. And sometimes I get scatterbrained and I have to recheck everything. But, someone wanted something like, they contacted me and said, I want something for motion sickness. Every time I get in the car, I get sick. So here I went to work and, some of the things, I've got my notes. Some of the things like for motion sickness is mugwort. And, a lot of people's like, what? And so, in all of these you can get, the herbs you can get usually Amazon or at a metaphysical store. And, I've just got, like you wouldn't believe how many herbs I've got, and the essential oils also. So, I take the aspect of taking herbs and the oils and I combine them. And so that's one of the ways that you learn, what is good for what. Of course, I always double check everything. I always ask my medicine man for sure, because he, like I said, he is very, very well educated when it comes to the herbs that's on the land. And I do incorporate a lot of that into the stuff that I make. Now, again, I haven't said much about the enchanted line, but that's a very important line also, because I do it for, course clarity. I do it for protection. Now, a lot of people say, and that, again, protection I use for paranormal investigation. So, and the things I put in that is a complete, totally different than my other stuff. And so I use a lot of different essential oils, plus I use a lot of stuff from the land. And so like for protection, one of the things that is very essential in putting into that, and a lot of people's like, really? And it's essential oils. It is sweetgrass, because sweetgrass is a protectant. And I use sweetgrass and sage and Palo Santos out of most everything else that I use. That's one of the major important things, because like I said, everything in my line, they at least get either sage or Palo Santos or sweetgrass, and into each item. I at least put one of those into each one, because it is a protectant, and protection is important, because it's not just about protecting you from spirit, the dark spirits. There's people here on earth that we need to be protected from. So, so say, one lady said, she's getting these bad vibes from a coworker. She says, Melinda, what can I do? So I was explaining to her about my oils, and so she said, okay, I want to try the spray and the roll-on. Now, the difference in the spray and the roll-on, the roll-on is used with a carrier oil, which is like coconut or grapeseed. Now, the spray, you can't use like an oil because then it wouldn't work. So what I do is I do a blessing on the water. One of the ways I do bless it is that I put it out into the moon, under the moonlight, and then I put certain crystals around it because everything is connected. And the crystals is something that you would, you put it around the container of water and you leave it there overnight. So then you would bring that in once, the next day, because you got to get it before the sun comes out. Because if the sun hits it after the moon has put its energy into it, then the water's no good. So you take that water and you bring it in, and then I take a clear quartz and I take some essential oils, which is sage, sweetgrass, Palo Santos, and I use clary sage too. So I take a drop of each of those and I put it in the water. Then I seal it back up. Then I do my drumming and I do my flute and I do the whole 9 yards. And then it's ready. So then I take that and I put it in the bottles. And then that's when I add the extra stuff. So it's according to what you're wanting. So for protection, frankincense, baragot, and of course the sage and stuff's already in there, and eucalyptus, and that makes a protection. So it's just I can make any blend for anything. Basically, another blend. Okay, I'm going to be doing some like for the holidays, and this is something that is say I had and the reason I thought of it is because I had another person say, Melinda, can you make something so my family will get together at Christmas? And I was like, okay, let me see what I can do. So sure enough, I found I use wild cherry, and this is stuff I get off the land though. Wild cherry, and I take it's called lotus blossom. It's a big, huge plant that's on the reservation, and I take that and I mix those two together, and it really blended well. And so then once that all got dried out and I could deal with it, I started just incorporating my essential oils into it. And basically the oils I used for that was lavender, and I used cinnamon, and I used rosemary, and I used peppermint. And so I drop all of that in there, and and then I sent it to her. And so we're, Christmas isn't here yet, but she's very excited about it. But, it's something that, I can't stress enough about how the oils and Mother Earth, the herbs, how if you blend the two, what you get out of that is very amazing. I want to show you guys. I think it's here's one of the drums I use. And yes, it's very important because here's one. Now this one, and I'll explain why I'm showing you this and what this has to do with anything. So this one was handed down to me from a very strong medicine person, and it's Lakota. This one is one that was gifted to me at a ceremony. But basically, how does this incorporate into the oils? How does it incorporate into, the essential oils, those sprays, the candles? Okay. Everything has vibration. And the vibration that comes, this one makes a different vibration. This one makes a different vibration. So then I was, looking at everything, and I'm like, okay, I want this one to bring in positive and happiness and, everything of good. This one I use to bring in prosperity, health, things new, things of that nature. So then once I understood, because of course my medicine man had to help me, but once I understood that, what does the vibration of the drums have to do doing it over the essential oil? It has a lot. What it actually does. And I started to pay attention because as I'm doing this, I noticed like the bottle, it would start, how do I explain it? It would start like the oil would start moving, and, and the bottle's full, and it's just sitting there. And I'm like, its vibration does make a difference. And that is just goes to show, the not only is the essential oils a very important aspect, but the herbs are and so is the drumming at the vibrational level, because that's what puts more elements into each bottle that I make. And of course, the flute is also. The flute is that's to bring in calmness, clear thoughts, that kind of thing. And so I just wanted to show you guys what it is I used, because I do feel that's very important.
I would say so, Melinda. It's pretty wild that you not only use the aroma of it, right? But
Right.
you're using tonal therapy while it's in there, and intention. So it's this mixture and all these different scents together, the way you collaborate them for different aspects, you're literally turning a oil into a universal, whatever you need it to be in that moment by mixing these specific things. I think it's incredible. And the fact that you went through all that just to get that one bottle, or, with the crystals and the moon, and we know that these things work. So what you're doing is you're balancing out the different aspects of those specific rituals and processes to classically put together something that's, like you said, a roll-on, or in the aroma. Scent is one of the biggest things too, right? Because
Right.
you have what happens is when you smell something, it can trigger a memory, it can make your mouth water, it can trigger a certain type of emotion. So all these things together, it's the oils, they play on those things, but that also that intensely affects your vibration. It intensely affects your outward aura as well.
Mhm.
So there's so much that goes with it. And I didn't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to make sure that we got to some of the questions that were in the audience, because I think they're really great. And I think I
Okay.
have a couple of questions of my own, but I hope you were finished. I'm not sure, but it
Yes,
seems
go
like
right ahead, Rob.
awesome. Awesome. So first we have Mara, and Mara asks, do you have a preferred oil or blend for a psychic attack in the middle of the night?
Most definitely. I do have a special one that is for psychic attacks, and because that happens to me a lot. And so basically, I have a special ingredient. Like I said, I would not divulge that one, but I do use for that one. I use frankincense, I use clove, black pepper, and myrrh. Put those four together in a carrier oil. Make sure. Now the drops is also different. So the first oil you would want to use for that is frankincense. That's going to be your major one. And so you would put 4 drops to either a carrier oil, which is either coconut, grapeseed, etc. And then the myrrh is the second one, and you would put 3 drops. So each one you lessen a drop. And then once you get that mixed, then you shake it up real good, and you would be amazed how that will help out for psychic attacks.
That's awesome. And I just wanted to tell you that your presentation was excellent. Absolutely
Thank you.
excellent. Super informative. I mean, you were really getting down to it and what you were doing, and it showed your intention to help others, which is ultimately one of the
Yes.
things that SEED stands for, is show empathy every day and helping people with specific issues. So we have another question by Tyler, and Tyler asks, what are the different lines used for, if I may ask? Thank you. I think you went over that a little bit, but just glance over it really quickly to let them know.
Yeah. So basically, it's really according to what, because in each one, like except for the planetary and the zodiac, the enchanted line and the Native American line and the archangel line, they are basically, I can make any kind of whatever you're looking for, really. I just need to know what your specific issue or whatever. Like, for example, a lady contacted me and said she was going to kill herself. And I hate to put it that way. And I asked her, well, what was the problem? And she said that her 3-year-old was dying of cancer. And I'm like, well, no, I can't have this. So basically, I made her a blend to make her realize that she's got more to do here. She's got to be there for her child, and she has a lot more to do. And so what ended up happening, the child did pass, but she ended up making a foundation in his name. And she said she had used the oil every day, and it helped her so much.
Wow. Wow, that's a sad
So
story. And but you know what? These things happen, and we have to be able to address them properly. And the fact that you were able to do that is, I commend you. It's absolutely incredible. That's incredible. And that's just a wild story. And it's funny how some people may say, well, scent is kind of trivial, or even tonal therapy, but it's not. These things are so
no,
important to get back to the earth. Like we were
yes,
talking about, another other presenter said the earth's frequency has healing properties.
hmm
I actually am doing tomorrow, I'm doing a presentation on cats, and you would be, the spiritual aspect of cats dating back so far. And just today, it's an epic thing. It's an epic thing. So, we have more questions here. We have Denise Fertucci. Denise is always great. She
yes.
says, so me being a Libra, would the essential oil be just for balance? And I think it's one of the ones you mentioned before. I think that has to do with the offsetting of the sun to the moon. It's the
Right.
adverse effect to it.
Okay, so Denise, basically it would be like if what I asked of the client is to tell me what you're wanting out of the oil. Then once you can tell me, then I can take your zodiac sign and I can mirror it to one of the planetary signs. And then so you would get the effect you're wanting. So it's really according to what the person is actually looking for, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely it does. Now we got Sugar Muffin said the same question as Tyler. How does the new line work? And I want to know how old you were when you discovered you had these gifts. We can go into that since we already discussed how the
Right.
lines actually work. But go into a little bit of your backstory so people know that as well, because I know it.
Right.
And after we finish, I want to tell you something too that I've started doing that you're going to be like, really? But
Oh,
go
wow.
ahead. Yeah.
So basically, the earliest I remember seeing spirits was when I was about 7. And as Rob knows, my history goes back a long ways because I am Native American, but I was raised by people in Tennessee. And that's because I was stolen at birth here from Arizona from my parents. And I was taken and I went down to Florida, then up into Kentucky, down into Tennessee, where I was raised by a family there. And, the earliest I remember is 7. And the first thing that I saw was something that was not very pleasant. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was a child. And it kept making faces. And then the next day I was very sick. And so actually what I learned was that it was there warning me of this illness that was coming on. And if I didn't get to the doctor, I would die. And as Rob knows, I have had near-death experiences. And
tons of run-ins with death. She has literally smacked death in the face so many times, told him to take a hike. It's absolutely insane. It's insane.
So it's been a crazy journey. But I mean, the only thing I would change is being able to know my family before, not being taken. That's the only thing I would change.
Well, think about this too, is, all those times you ran in with death and now you're here doing these types of things. It shows that there was so much more of a journey for you to help others that it's wild, and
It is, Rob.
it's prevalent because you do it twice a week. Every week you do readings, which actually that's what I wanted to tell you is I started reading about tarot, and I'm actually ordering my first deck because you told me I could do it. Everybody told me I've had multiple people tell me I could do this. And when me and Melinda get together and she's doing her readings, I feel like I'm in the process, like I'm in the triangle of energy. So I'm trying to use that, my meditation and my inner my inner aspiration to figure out how this works, and so try and navigate my way through the deck and see what it does. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to really do it like you do, of course not, but try, because I think I might
Rob,
be able to.
let me tell you what deck did you order?
I haven't ordered it yet. I've been looking, and that's why I wanted to talk to you before I ordered it, because I know all the decks.
Yes.
And I don't know what a good beginner deck is.
Well, a lot of people, what I tell new beginners, and it's like, they're like, what? Start with the original tarot deck. And the reason for that is because if you can do those, you can do any deck out there. But you know me, Rob, I have a special way that I do them.
Right.
And me and you will have to get on together, and then I can and you're going to be blown away.
Yeah,
So,
I'm ready. I think it'll be great, and I just want to be able to do it for people. Like if I could start reading for people, just read, I don't care. It's not about anything for me, but just to help, and it's another way I want to like be able to see what I'm capable of. I want to test my limits all the time. And that's another way that I could possibly do that through spirit and through, my consciousness and being able to, one thing we believe is that we're all the part of this infinite consciousness. If I can tap into that aspect of myself, I feel like I'll be able to actually help people like this. And I think that it's going to be fun too.
Right. So let me know. And I mean, we can get together. I'll tell you the one. And a lot of people wants to stay clear of the tarot. A lot of people think that it's bad, but no, it can be used in a very light and good way. And that's the deck I started out with. And
no, I trust you. Of all people, I trust you to tell me. And if it's one of the harder decks, I want to do it because I want to be able to say that not that I went in, half-assed, I guess you could say, that I went full throttle and really tried. We have another question here from Eddie. It says, since the smell works through a lock and key formula where the enzyme of the molecules fits into a pattern within the brain by passing to the synapses, do the brain dead smell? I don't know what that means.
I don't either. I was going to say, Rob, now you're going to explain that to me because I don't understand it.
Lock and key and the synapses. If you're brain dead, right? I mean,
I think what the question is saying is that if you're in a coma and you're unresponsive, will the aromatherapy help to snap you out of that state of mind, right? Or when you're in a car injury or some sort of an accident and you have a brain injury and you're pretty much brain dead, and will the aromatherapy possibly help in waking that person up, or in an attempt to repair the brain in a way that they can snap back from it and fight back and protect their lives? I think that's what it means. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
That's fine. Basically, in my opinion, it would help to a certain degree. I cannot say that it will, bring them back, but I do believe it would have some kind of effect that could help lead to them with the help of medical, of course, because if someone's considered brain dead, because I was a nurse and I was a paramedic, and, that is something that's very hard to say as far as, but I do feel that they would have some effect in the process.
Wild. That's wild. So we have another question from Sabrina, and she asks, will your oil, spray, and candle lines be available to purchase on your website?
I am working on, and Rob, you know how I am with this technical stuff, but I am trying to get it up on my website. I may have to have Rob to help me because I'm not very good with that. So, but basically, yes, I plan on getting him on there. If you are interested, you can contact me through Facebook or, my phone. I can give you my phone number. Let me give that to them, Rob. It's 480-364-3977. And we can do it that way also.
Awesome. So, we're getting closer to the end, and the next guest is going to come on soon. But just I want to give you some words to finish off. Some final words for everybody, and send your message to the people. Explain, what your intentions are, and all the oils that you have. Again, go over some of the stuff that you're giving them and how they can get in contact with you one more time.
Okay, so basically, my biggest goal is to be here to help. And that's on every aspect, whether it's spiritual, mental, emotional, whatever. I'm here to help in any way I can. I try to incorporate my oils and my candles to the same aspect. So it doesn't matter what your goal is, or what you're trying to overcome, or what you're trying to deal with. I have an oil for that. And I know I had to say that. So basically, I can be found on Facebook under my name, Melinda Williams. I do have a group called Enchanted Psychic Visions. Me and Rob has our paranormal team, which is Spirits Unearthed Paranormal. And of course, there's Full Spectrum Universe for Rob. And and of course through my phone number. And I do have an email. My website is Enchanted Psychic Visions. Let's see, my phone number 480-364-3977, or you can contact me by email, which is melindaenchantedvisions@gmail.com.
Awesome. Awesome. So guys, also,
Hooah. That was some fast. Can you give me that number again, please? I'm trying to type it and it's like
okay. It's oh gosh. It's 480-364-3977.
Gotcha. Thank you.
There we go. So now we can put it up in the comments for everybody too. Now, guys, Melinda will also be at the July 11th event. And I mean, I think she's going to go a little bit more onto the psychic medium side when we go to the July 11th event. And, she may even do some readings for people too, which is going to be exciting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Me and Melinda have worked together for quite a while. It was kind of funny how we met too. Is I saw Melinda doing readings one day and I was like, let me talk to this lady to see what she's going to do. She gave me a reading, and from there, it's all been history, right? From that point on, it's just been so wild how, and I truly believe that too. I believe that there are people who are meant to be on these paths together, and they find each other, and then they work together. And me and Melinda have done we've done investigations over the computer during COVID to make sure that people didn't have spirits in their house anymore. And Melinda's able to see so much more than I am. But it's funny how it works for me, because when I'm in the presence of Melinda, whether it be by computer or we haven't been really in person yet, but we will be soon in October. But either way, it's like I can feel what she's doing. It's this connection I can't deny. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy, and I'm sure you feel it too.
Yes, I sure do, Rob.
It's so wild. It's so wild, and it's kind of like that from the beginning. And we've done shows that have brought people in, and I've really seen what Melinda does firsthand, and I respect the hell out of you. And when we were looking for people for healing and earth stuff, I was like, Melinda's got to come through. And of course, you're going to be with us over the next few events. Of course, we haven't disclosed the last event yet, but it's going to be, mega. So,
yes.
It's another question I have for you is because so the people know is, not only are you doing it through mediumship and the oils themselves, there's other ways that you're helping people too, especially the ways that you have in the past with helping police officers and things like that in missing person cases. You want to go into that just for a couple of minutes?
Sure. Well, in matter of fact, Rob, last night I was called out by local law enforcement. There was an accident, and the family was saying there was a child in the vehicle, but they couldn't find the child. So they called me out there. I got out there, and I'm like, okay. I touched the car seat, and I was like, okay. And then, so I started walking, and they're like, well, you're going to go off the cliff. And I'm like, that's where I'm sensing the child went. And so we go over there, we look over, and there was the child. Can you believe the child was not hurt?
Really?
Is that not wild? Now,
oh my gosh.
I've helped law enforcement on missing children, on cold cases. Basically, there was a drowning, and one of the children that was in this, they couldn't find her. And so basically she came to me, and she kept showing me an orange, and she kept showing me a statue of an Indian. And so I contacted law enforcement. I said, well, she's here in front of me. She's showing me an orange. She's showing me a statue of an Indian. And they were like freaking out because I didn't know nothing about the area because it was nowhere around me. And so basically he says, well, in the lake, there is a place called Orange Peel. And then on further around from there, there's a place called Indian Bend. And I said, she's in the area of Indian Bend. And within a day, they found her remains. And they had been looking for her for weeks. So
that's wild.
It's just, I try to help in every aspect I can.
That's crazy. So another thing I wanted to tell you, Melinda is also an author. So Melinda, tell them about the book that you have out as well right now.
I've got it here. So basically it's Death Beats. It is fiction. I'm in the process of writing a nonfiction, which will be on mediumships, herbs, essential oils, everything. But this one is a fiction, and basically it's about the Lakota. And what I do in my fiction books, I've always written about Native American, and so I try to incorporate their language to keep their language alive. So I've done that for the Lakota, Apache, and Navajo. And so this is my latest book, and it's called Death Beats, and it's on the reservation. I incorporate a lot of their language. I incorporate, and I do spell it out in their language, but then I also put what it means in English, so the person reading will know. And basically, it is a Native American on the reservation. It's a mystery novel, and it's to do with like law enforcement and trying to find someone missing. And so I've been asked to write a book about fiction, but have it be based on myself, and use the person's going to be a medium and all of that kind of thing. So I'm in the process of working on that too.
Awesome. Well, Melinda, thank you so much for coming through. I love you to death, and I appreciate you. And this has been a fantastic presentation. So, you're incredible, and keep doing what you're doing, because you're shifting the paradigm with us out there and helping people on a daily basis. And that's what you're paying it forward every day. And I truly believe it. That's one of the things that we need to do.
Well, Rob, I want to thank you. I love you to death too. And I want to thank Omar for having me on. And, we're going to be at Vulture City in October.
That's right.
And so, guys, if you want to meet me and Rob, come to Vulture City. But it's going, like I said, thank you guys. And it's been a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. Well, we'll see you soon, Melinda. July 11th is right around the corner.
All right, Rob. Sounds good.
You have a great rest of the day.
You too. Bye, guys.
All right. I believe Greg is back there. Where are you, Greg? There you are, bud.
Hey, what's up? My gosh, that Cliff story really got me, man.
Crazy.
Right? I mean, that is just
crazy.
That happened last night.
Yeah.
I'm definitely very curious. I'm going to keep following Melinda's work and keep listening to her on Full Spectrum Universe. And I'm very fascinated by everything she's doing. That's so.
She does a lot of that stuff, bro. She's done a lot of work with the police. But I will lead you to the next guest. It is Rob Yox, and I'm bowing out for an hour so Greg can do his thing.
Awesome. Yes. We have Carol Campo coming on. Now, just to give you a little bit of her bio, we're gonna be talking Reiki and animal communication today. So I'll read her bio. She has her title, the Mater D, Mater Reiki for humans, that the Mater Reiki for humans that she came up with, that title came in 97. And she was taking these courses to save her own life from exhaustions from trauma in her childhood and adulthood. And she was aiming to save herself. And since she was well aware of human sufferings, she wanted the help. So she went back to the same Reiki master in October 2017 to give back some of what she was given. And she initiated some new Reiki students so they could have the chance to use Reiki for their own healing and for others. She reviewed her Reiki knowledge at the same time to be updated. And now throughout the years, she's practiced Reiki on herself and others. Through life's lessons and working on her traumas and her energy, she found how to accept her capacities as a medium as well, and at last recognize who she was and who her soul is. And her soul wants to help animals and humans, giving them the information they need to care for each other and help their energies flow. She's done Reiki to help people she knows throughout her life with beautiful results, and done animal communication in her class group and for people she knows with successful results, I believe for free as well, which is always proof to me that this is the real deal. She's aiming to have her certificate of professional animal communication, and then she's thinking of making a profession out of it to build off of already her Reiki prowess. Yes, so excited. Carol Campo, the Mater Reiki. Thanks so much for being here today at Seed.
Okay, Master Reiki. Like I don't know how to say it in English. It's Maître Reiki in French.
Master Reiki practitioner. Yeah, that's what they say in the U.S. for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, where are you right now, Carol?
I'm in Longueuil, near Montreal.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. I love that area of Canada. Yeah, well, look, I'm definitely excited to chat with you. Do you have a presentation prepared for all of us today?
Yes, I do.
Awesome. Well, everybody feel free, definitely throw your questions in the chat and we'll get back to them later. Without further ado, Carol, please take it away.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I'm happy you invited me here. It's a first for me. I'll begin by how I got to animal communication, and I want to tell you my force in psychic abilities is sensitivity, like to sense people and to get information. That's my biggest force. And I want to mention that others could detect other things another way, but it's the same result. You know, we all have our forces and we can develop all of them, everyone. So everyone can do this. So I've just been confirmed also that I'm a medium. I always knew something was going on, but they just confirmed it. So I know where I'm at now. And my mission is with animals and humans. So the events that led me to being in animal communication, it began with my rough childhood and causing trauma, like you said. And I find that this is from my own experience. It's not, it's what I live. That's how I'm going to express it. And my survival mode brings other energies, like bad energies too, like troubled energies that came with it in my childhood and adulthood. So being hypersensitive, which I didn't know I was, but that's it. I detected like energies coming into me or coming to me, and it freaked me out sometimes. I didn't know what was happening. So I read a lot of books about energy. That was my passion, to learn about energy. And I had good experiences too, like a wife, someone I knew, his wife, she came into my body and she told me that she was okay because he was so worried because she had cancer and he still thought she was suffering up there. So that was really nice that she trusted me and came into my body. That was so beautiful. That was a beautiful experience. And then I was aware of my capacities, but not completely knowing about it, because every time I talked to people about it, what was happening to me, they just crushed me because they were scared. They didn't know about it. I'm 63 years old, and that time you don't talk about those things too much, you know. So I just kept it inside more often than other. So I was fighting against my own energy because I was blocking it, because I the information I got from others that it wasn't okay. So today, if you feel things, you have intuition, just believe in yourself. It's the best thing to do. You won't have problems like that. So let's see. Okay. Being constantly on survival mode, I was searching a way to get out of that exhaustion mode. So of course, it affects your body. It's fighting all the time against that energy. Like I said, I was searching for answers. I read books. I was aiming to save my life, myself, And since I was aware of a human suffering, I wanted to help others. And I brought up a child alone, so that was a lot of energy that I needed too. And then something beautiful happened. I met my master Reiki. I took courses, and that could take like 2 years. Like, you really have to practice in between courses and to develop the energy, open the canal, and all that. And that was a beautiful experience. I had my master's degrees in 1997. So then I gave Reiki, like I said, to people I knew. And like, I didn't have time to like make a business out of Reiki because I had to work and get money, and I was exhausted when I came home. So I did it when I had good energy. I did it to people I knew. And I had good results because I used to see colors and waves in the body. I could feel the body, and they'd come back to me. Oh, Carol, I know. I went to the doctors, and he told me this. Like, this is what I have, and it related to what I saw. So it's wonderful. It confirmed. So I continued. But what I realized is working in the industrial world, it wasn't where I was supposed to be. And that's very important, to be at the right place where you're supposed to be. You got to find that out. And I decided, my body it just cracked. Like, I couldn't walk anymore. I walked 5 minutes and I slept 2 hours. It was exhausting. So it took like 3 years just to be able to walk a sensible amount of streets. And I left the industrial world, and I'm at home since 3 years, so I'm getting better. And that's it. When you work in a place where you're not supposed to be, and you force yourself, you force your energy, well, you do yourself Reiki, but you always have to do it again, treatments again, because you're not at the right place. So that's important. So now for the good part. I won't be saying details about what happened with the animals because it's private, and I have to respect the owner and the animal itself, because when you do animal communication, you ask permission first to the animal also. So I'm very careful what I say. So one day I was on a property where I saw a horse, and all of a sudden I felt that horse is sick. So I went to the horse, I put my hands on its cheeks, I looked at it in the eyes, and I gave it lots of love. And all of a sudden, he talked to me. He told me what was wrong, and I won't say it, but he talked to me. And that was this really special moment. And after that, I'm still thinking about it. He talked to me telepathically, of course. And that came naturally. I didn't ask for it. So, and then, okay, what happened is I told the owner, and she called the vet. You know, she knew her horse too. And she called the vet, and because she called the vet so quickly, that saved the horse's life. So I really want to say the last sentence, because how important it is to communicate with animals so they can tell us, they can be saved. So that was a pretty big moment. And I want to tell you, like, I always had this ability to do telepathy with people, but it came naturally. I didn't force it; it came to me. And I'll give you an example. Once there was this person it's been a year, even 5, 6 years, I didn't talk to the person. And all of a sudden I had to talk to him to tell him about something very important. So I just decided to take a picture, and he was in an airplane, and I knew it, but nobody told me. I just felt it. And he lived in, let's say, New York or Los Angeles, and he was coming to Montreal. And I kept telling him, I need to talk to you about this. Call me when you get here. And he had his sister that lived here in Montreal. So I felt it when he was there. I called his sister that I long time I didn't speak to her. I said, pass me, and I said his name. It was her brother. So she says, how do you know he's here? I said, I just know. Never mind. I just know. I don't know. I know. So I talked to him. He says, how do you know I'm here? I didn't even know myself. A month ago I was coming. I just know. And then I talked to him about what I had to talk about. So what I had to talk about was very important also. So telepathy is very, very useful. And I did it to play too. Like, once I was in a magician show. He says he did telepathy too. So he said, you never guessed my card. And I was like this, I was like this. and then I saw a card, and my neighbor, she says, no, that's the lady in front of you. So I went like this harder. And then I saw his card, and I didn't say it out loud because I didn't want to embarrass him. But he heard me in his head. So when I went to see him after the show, I told him, I said, oh, how can we learn this? This is fun, And he blasted me. He was so angry at me. So, it's too bad because it's everybody can get things out of this. It's beautiful to do that. But you never could force people to have telepathy with you. Most of the time I asked permission. Then I was younger when I did that, so I wasn't conscious, but it worked. But I always ask first, even with animal communication. So and when I was younger, I used to see things in my third eye and precise things, and it was validated. Even people wanted me to for a win lottery, they wanted me to guess the numbers. That was against my rules. I don't use that for that. Use that to help people and to help them in a beautiful way. Not my belief in using that for that. So then I realized the importance of what happened with the horse. And the owner of the horse told me about animal communication. And then when I came home, I realized, well, that's what I did. So, we could do it. We could learn how we do it because, when it comes to you, it's easier. It's fun. But when you learn how to do it, I took the course, and it's really fun, yes. But I find it harder because you're learning how to do it, and you can't force things. You really have to let the energy flow freely and not block it, not demand anything, and listen. That's listen. And and when I find in animal communication, you learn a lot what you could do with humans too, because you got to learn to listen humans too. You got to be neutral, not impose yourself. So you learn a lot with animals. So I took this course, and the initiation to animal communication. She didn't, am I allowed to show the book? But she didn't ask me that. She didn't know I was going to talk about her. Could I show?
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to,
Okay.
you can go ahead.
Okay. It's, whoops. This is Liliane Bolac. Loud up. It's in French. I don't know if she has it in English though. It's all about communication, and like she's a person like me. Like when she was younger, she had disability. It was natural, and like she had to shut up because of people don't understand all the time. And she wrote a book about energy too. It's really good. So, and when I saw her on Facebook, I could read eyes. I guess it's my survival mode that helped me develop this. But when I look in people's eyes, I know if I have to run away, and I know what's happening, even in their soul, and their deep inside who they are, and their intentions. So I looked in her eyes on the picture on Facebook, and I said, it clicked right away. So I was very happy to find somebody that I'd be okay with. And in the course after, what they do is we have a group, and they validate. If you do an animal communication, first of all, they gave you permission, and you do it, then they tell you if that animal is really what you described it to be and what's going on. And sometimes they don't know that the animal, there's something going on, sick or something else, and then they check, and then they find out, and they can help the animal. So that's really wonderful. So, okay. Then it confirmed my capacities too. So it was first time in my life, or the second time, that it confirmed who I thought I was. So that gave me a big boost. So that's it for that. I want to tell you that your intentions have to be good intentions. Like you name the intention, what you want to do when you communicate. And animals, they take all your bad vibrations if you're not well. So take care of yourself so your animal could feel good, because he's going to suck everything in. Well, I think like a child, they feel, the children, children feel everything what you feel if you're nervous or you're sad. So take care of yourself. And okay, I'll give you my first animal communication. I did it with my cat. Well, maybe not the first one, but I did one with my cat at the beginning. And I felt this energy bounce back at me, really strong. So, really. So I told myself, what's going on? I sensed it. So then I said, maybe my energy is not well. And I've been living things where I live that aren't fun. So I guess I thought it was that. So I made myself some Reiki. I meditated. I cleaned all my energy. I asked my teacher if it was that. What was that? And she confirmed that the cat didn't want that energy. So they're there to teach you also, to take care of yourself and when to take care of yourself. So I did. Then I went back. I did a communication with her, and it went super well. She accepted, and it was really nice. So they're there, they're guides. They have more power than we think. There was an animal, and I'll never forget. It had this powerful energy. It was beautiful. And what it told me, it says, be happy. Life is beautiful. I was kind of sad what's going on here. So she said, be happy. Life is beautiful. And she used to love to play. And I'll never forget. And I saw her energy. It was like really beautiful and strong. And I right away, I knew that was a guide. Some animals could be a guide, some others not. It's like humans, like you evolve in your own rhythm, and if you want to or not. So some could help you, and some just communicate with you, and they ask for things too to help them. But they're not all guides. And then my cat, she showed me where, because the next step is moving where there's nature, where I belong, where there's more nature. So my cat, she brought me a place near a lake, like I dream, and with nature, and it's so beautiful there. There was a little place where cars pass, but there's no big traffic. And she told me the name of the place. It was Shibugamo. Shibugamo is very far from my house, but it's beautiful. I don't know if it's there I'm going to go, but that's the name I got. And it's been I do, how do you say that in English? I do writing, automatic writing up there, and I get that name often. So I do yeah, that's another thing I do, automatic writing when I have a question. You know, people, you know, it could be, and it's an energy. I could put it like that. For me, it's archangels and angels, but for others, it just could be a powerful energy up there in the universe. You can name it what you want. It's the same thing. It's energy. So I connect to it, and it helps me. I ask questions. It gives me answers. So maybe later I can help people with that too. Then, okay, sometimes the animals, they show you, they come and get you, and they do the same exact moves they do with their owners because they want to play. So I validate with the owner and say, oh yes, she always does that when she wants to play with me. She pulls me and with her teeth, and so that's really funny too. And like I said, I could detect a lot of things in their eyes when they're sick, they're angry, they're exhausted, they're sad. I start from there, and then I connect with. Or there's a way to connect, like. Yes, it could come naturally to you, but this course shows you techniques, how to connect. There are ways. So that I'm happy that everybody could do this. Okay. Some animals brought me to their home. I could see like where they live, the floor, the cupboards, and then they bring me somewhere where they sleep, and then they tell me what's wrong, and then I tell the owner, and they could fix it, you know, and I can continue talking to them and ask more questions to the animal, and yeah, that's one of them, and. They show them, oh yeah, sometimes they tell you that it's not working with another animal in the house. They're unhappy because they don't get along. And the owner doesn't know really all the time. So that's a good thing to know, the owner. And with communication, animal communication, you can communicate what the owner wants to tell to the animal for it to get along with the other animal. So there's ways to do that, and it could work that the animals get along after. So that's pretty cool. Okay. And my belief, like animals do have souls. That's what I think. Well, I think they have souls. I have a soul. Everything is connected, though. We're not like individuals. We're all connected. So that's how we communicate. Everything's connected. So, and that's much more powerful that way, you know, can help each other. And animals are very sensitive to energy. Whenever I do my Reiki, even if my cat's sleeping in the other room way far in my place, and I'm beginning to do Reiki or animal communication, I'll start with Reiki and meditation. I meditate, and she comes and sit and lies on me, Or if I have my hands like this and I'm doing animal communication, she puts her head right there. She wants some, or sometimes she interferes in my, I don't know if it's the right word, but in my communication to give a message to the animal, the other animal. It happened. And the last time I did the animal communication with another animal, she came to me. And she showed me a picture. I had a flash of a cat on the Facebook group that I had to go do animal communication to that cat. And there was a cat. I was wondering, I had promised to come back and I couldn't remember which one because I forgot to write it down. And I think it's that cat. I'm going to go verify. But I will do animal communication to that cat. So she's like a guide. I feel she's like a guide too, to tell me what to do, help the other animals too. And in the group, somebody confirmed that about my cat too. So I'm very happy I have a nice cat doing that. And okay. Sorry, making you wait for 2 minutes because I'm saying things I already, I wrote. Okay. Okay, you could do a Reiki distance. You could do animal communication at a distance. Like you can take the picture and like a recent picture if possible, and sometimes the whole body, not just the head. I like to see the eyes, so I can work on the eyes first. And you can do it like I do also Reiki at a long distance. Like I have someone in Vancouver and she loves it when I do communication because she doesn't feel well. And so I tell her, do you want some? She says, yes. And then she tells me what happened. She validates, I felt so good. I was singing and her energy came back. So that feels, when I do that and I help, makes me so happy. It makes my life so beautiful when I could help someone. So that's what's happening. So I'm going to continue. Okay. And I don't know if I said it, but I think I said that you have to ask the owner first and the animal too. Okay. Okay, and when you do animal communication, what's so great about it is your relationship with your animal is much stronger. It's more closer. And her eyes, the way she looks at you is so different. She's in her zone, like energy zone. You're with her. She communicates with you like that. And then it's off. She has her normal eyes, and sometimes she looks at you and she comes back into that zone. And sometimes she comes to you and she wants Reiki. She shows her butt or she shows her head. She wants you to put your hands on her, or some animals don't like hands directly. So they know about energy, and they know, like when they talk to you, they know why they're sick. Like this animal, the horse, she had big body. When I did animal communication, she had big body communication. She showed me where it hurt her with her nose, and you can show it with your paws. But she showed me where it was hurting. So she knows what the problem. She showed me where the problem was in her environment. She was very specific, so that they know. So, okay, I talked about, one thing you can't do is you can't give a diagnostic. It's against the rules. The doctors, no way. No. You can lose your license, your business if you. So what you say to the owner, you just tell them what's wrong. You know, it hurts you there, and then call the vet. Or you can say, surgeon, call the vet, but you don't give a diagnostic. Sorry. That I told you about the owner wanting to change certain behaviors with the other animals. Okay. Okay, you can accompany an animal when it's dying. And, you know, it can get like let's say it has no more energy to move. Well, sometimes what happens, you communicate or you give Reiki, and they get enough energy just to play with you before they die, if they want to. And then they die slowly. And what I want to specify is that when you do animal communication, I'm saying this so much, animal communication. When you do that, you could see things in the present, but you can also see, like, sometimes the owner doesn't know what you're talking about, because you can see also things in her past life, and you have to learn to know the difference. I'm not there yet. I think I saw things that were in past life, I'm not sure, but that's why I'm taking the other course, a professional course, to develop more things. But you could see things in the past life. But it's important to know how to see it and the difference, and if it's okay or if it's nothing that was good. So that's one thing. Okay. Okay. Now since I began animal communication, I'm developing, my canal is getting stronger and open and more than before, and I can see more things. I can hear things that I used to hear things, but I have to develop the hearing thing. That's one thing I'm less of. And but by doing it all the time, you develop everything. Okay. I told you I have the masters for humans, but I took Animal Reiki 1 and 2 with the same person, Liliane Bolak. Great course. And now I'm going to take the 4-month professional course. Whew, that will be something. So I'm looking forward to it. It goes into deeper in solving problematic situations like behavior, sickness, emotional problems, end of life, a lot of things. Now, like I said before, you need to work your own energy first, your issues, so you can be aware how to help the animal. Like me, my force is suffering. Sometimes I cry with the animal, but professionally, I will learn how to be neutral. But it's okay to cry as long as I stop crying. But doing animal, I lost my thing. That's it. Like I said, the animal, you have to learn to listen and be neutral and let the space for the communication to come to you. You learn so much about that. You learn to do that with humans too, and you can communicate with dead animals. And people want to know if their animals are happy, if they're at their next mission, because animals and humans have missions, like I believe it, and they're there to help. Some of them, they're to help people in another mission. So they want to know if they're happy or if they're okay. I'm not an expert. I'm just telling you what I learned. So, okay, I talked about the past. So, that's my last page. Okay, most importantly, what I think is how to learn to communicate with the animal's owner. Because they cherish their animal, they love their animal. And sometimes you have to tell them really hard things, like when they're sick or they're going to die. You have to have tact. You have to be careful. You have to have empathy, lots of empathy, and listen to the owner, what they feel. Be present for her. And how to act professionally. So meanwhile, I wanted to tell you, you have to learn how to live in the present moment. That's very, very important, to be with your energy now, here and now. One person who helped me a lot is Eckhart Tolle. I don't know if you know him, but he teaches a lot about the present moment and consciousness and everything that goes with it. And he's so great. And that's where I started being conscious of things, and with my some doctor. And he opened my heart, my eyes. I went to a show, I went to see him. It was really good. So he has books and CDs, and he's on YouTube too, if you want to know him. And then, this will be, my mission is to help, and I'm going to have more tools to do it. I want to study the sounds of bowls, drums, everything else that could help with the energy. I want to learn. I'm learning tarot. I saw he wanted to learn tarot. My medium, I'm taking medium courses too, to develop my own skills. And I'm learning tarot. And this is the one she told me to take because it's simplified. It's easier for people to learn. Doesn't mean she uses that one, so it doesn't mean it's not good because it's simplified. I'm beginning, so I can't talk more about it. And now I acknowledge who my soul is, my essence, and I'm very proud of it. It's the first time I say it, and I say it here, imagine. So I'm so grateful for you to invite me so I can express this. It's so important. And to finish off, now that I have to work hard on this and practice, pursue this beautiful goal for humans and animals to respect each other and work together as a whole, a beautiful world. Plants need contact too. They're there too. Don't forget them. All this for a better world. What a beautiful goal. I believe in that. So that's, maybe I forgot things, but that's what I had to say. And it's the first time I do this, and you gave me the honor of doing it, sharing this with other people, and it will give me a lot more strength in believing in what I believe in myself, but it will enhance this belief in myself. And especially not myself, but the energy up there who's giving it to me, because I'm not the one doing it. I'm getting it from up there. I'm contacting them, and they're so wonderful to help and to open their heart to me. So that's what I wanted to say. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, that was quite a presentation. Just so many. Someone in the chat, Mark Jaycock says that Carol's connecting to so many energies. I don't know how she sorts them out. Why don't we start there? How do you sort them out? I mean, that is a lot of different frequencies. I mean, I know if that were me, I might question myself and go, I think I'm insane. So first of all, why haven't you thought that about yourself? A, and then B, how do you sort them out? How do you keep them in order?
Sorry, what's the first question?
why do you not think did you ever question if you were going insane, going crazy? Okay. Yes.
Well, yes, when I was, especially in my childhood, I'd see really bad energies, and they'd come in my dreams and really haunt me. But some dreams, some energies used to tell me good information to get out of there. I forgot to tell you that at 8 years old, I decided I knew about that. I was in danger. And at 16, I was gone. I left home. I all 8 to 16, what I didn't play outside with the other kids a lot. I studied because I knew I had to have a trade to get out of there. That was my goal. So yes. And then it continued. All the energies came to my house, and I saw things and the heat, and I didn't have answers. I would ask people, "Oh, maybe you did it, Carol," because I had anger in my body because of all what happened to me, and I was aggressed, and nobody would believe me and turned their back to me. I had no family that believed me. So I was on my own. That's when I knew. And when I was 8 years old, I knew, well, of course, I love my mother, and my father wasn't there, but she had her problem. She had problems. Okay. So I knew I was alone. So I asked Jesus, I said, I have no father. I have no mother to communicate like that. So could you help me? You're my daddy now. That's what I told him. And since then, I felt protected, and I talked to him. There are years that I just forgot because I was trying to survive. And then I came back. But meanwhile, I had all these energies coming to me. I was really scared. When I was 8 years old, I'd sleep under the blanket. I was so afraid of the devil. I sleep under the blanket. I made a little hole, and I breathe there like that all night. So that was back. Now I can laugh about it, but it wasn't funny. So I had no help. And when I was 15, I didn't tell my family, and I went to see a psychiatrist, a psychologue, and he just shut me out. Oh, he says, stop crying, big baby, get over it. That's the past. And that blocked me for 10 years. I shut up everything. Then I went to see, I saw a lot till I found the one. And I found it not a long time ago. And that's when everything went out. Everything exploded. Oh, I could do this. Oh, you're a medium. Oh, this. Oh, that. I've been 3 years out sick leave. And I couldn't walk anymore. Like the last job I had, my body just crushed. I was like this. They sent me in emergency. They thought I was making the ACV. I don't know how to say it in English, but they thought I had a brain problem. And they brought me to the hospital in CVR, in an ambulance. And I stayed in the hospital 3 days, and they didn't find what I had. And they brought me back home. I said, what do I have? I don't know. Go back home. But it was all bad. It was up there. They were telling me, my body crushed. My body's telling me, do something. You can't go back to the work. So I took a sick leave, and I didn't work since then. And I'm still. You're asking me about the energies, what I do with it, how do.
Yeah.
I first of all, I took care of myself with Reiki. That's the first thing. And I have to eat well and all that. And slowly I did walks like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Like it took 3 years. And now with the energy, now that I know I am recognized for who I don't need to be recognized, but they told me, and I said, yes, of course. And they gave me the space to be who I am. So now I have a course with the medium, and I'm developing that. And she made me meet every energy with her. So since I sensed them a lot, I could sense that energy is this archangel, this or energy, like depends. Doesn't have to be an archangel or angel. It's an energy, for people who don't believe that. So I could recognize the different energies that come to me. I did it with her, so then I know which energy is which. And sometimes I'm like, when you take how do that in French? You take something that's pointy and you ask a question, yes or no.
Yeah, like a pendulum.
Yeah, well, my pendula is my head. It's so strange. When I talk, if let's say I don't recognize, I'm not sure if that's when I call it's the right one, because I don't know who's coming. But first, oh boy, I didn't tell you that I had to cleanse. Can you see this painting I did?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
This is something I did. It's a practice that helped me clear with them above. They came to clear what was left of suffering in my body. They clear all my energy that I had to clear up before I could do the rest. So I had no more bad energy. And when I did have a contact with the bad energy, once I was in the office with the person that helps me, and there's this bad energy that's coming into my body. And I was like this.
Right.
I was laughing about it because it happened to me when I was younger, and it happened to me when I was initiated in Reiki. And they helped me get it out. And this time they helped me. I said, hey, someone is here in my body. There's something going wrong here, wrong. So they helped me. And they killed it. They got it out and he killed it. And I know some people don't believe about that, but that's what happened. So everything is cleared of the bad energy. Now all I have to do is, I still have my trauma. So I'm studying about trauma before I do my animal course. I cleared the energy, but trauma is in my body maybe again. So I'm doing exercises. Do you know Paul Levine?
No. What is that?
Well, that's a person who did CDs, and I listened to them, and now I'm practicing that with my doctor, so he can guide me in getting rid of my traumas.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some some dissociate from their body. Me, what happened is my soul or my energy there, it was on top of me. It wasn't in my body. It wasn't like my aura. It was on top. And then with the exercises, with the medium, we brought it back in my body. And I had a big reaction. I didn't know where I was anymore. It was really strange.
Right.
How come I'm not in the office? I have an hour appointment. Well, you've been in that. No, I've been there 5 minutes. The time was the same. And I got back to myself. It was okay. So I did all of these exercises, and I really put money into it because it's okay. This is, I don't have a house or a chateau, but this is my chateau. I took care of my chateau. So, that to answer your question is that I know, and when I'm not sure if it's the one I asked for, I just ask, "Are you there?" And my head's gonna go, I guess. Or sometimes they bring me on their shoulder, like they want to console me. So my head goes like this. I don't do it. They do it. It doesn't. Yeah, it moves like this. When I do that, I know they're like consoling me. And I had my first appearance energy-wise. Oh, well, I believe in angels because I didn't believe in that when I was younger. I have enough of my life. I have to take care of it. But when this spirit came and was so tall, full of love. It was too much for me, all that love I received was too big. I never had love like that. And that's what I went, and I was in the wrong time and I didn't know where it was. But that's where I saw that, oh my God, yeah, that energy is really powerful. You can call it angel or anything else, but there's beautiful energy helping us down here if you want it.
Do animals have angels?
They have guides. When I communicate with them, I ask my guide. I have my own guide because there are different levels of energy. So some I ask something else. Some so animals have their own guide. So I ask my guide to help me, and I ask their own guide to help. I name the animal, and I ask them.
Yeah, in the U.S., one of the when there's sort of this joke. It's not really a joke, but when a puppy passes, the parent will go, well, there's a special place called doggy heaven and all that. And now you're making me believe it might actually be real. I mean, do you think there's a separate space for animals in the afterlife? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts, what I learned, and I find it's okay. They have a mission. Some animals, I don't know if all animals, because not all animals are guides, because they evolve like humans. They're not at the same place. So some are guides and some have missions. Like Miss Zach explained, her horse, like he was there to help.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. Like I have someone I know, the dog. When did I talk about that? The dog had a mission in the other life. No, that wasn't. Okay. The dog had a mission, and they saw that, oh no, it's the horse. It's the horse. Yeah, it's the horse. He had a mission to go do something else or teach. Yeah, teach communication with the other animals and the people. So yes, I heard about that before, but I don't remember which occasion. It's in my course but yes, I do believe they could have a mission. But look, they're doing it here. Like when I communicate here with the animals, they're helping us. Like my cat, she told me I had a bad energy. Like, take care of that, before you come back to get me. They don't necessarily accept you to talk to them. If you're okay, your energy is okay, or they feel like they say okay. But you have to be worthy of them. They're not just an animal.
You know what? That goes right to one of Sabrina's questions in the chat, which was, have you ever encountered an animal who has denied communication to you? Completely rejected it. Yeah, I know that is the answer, right? Your cat did deny you.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that is interesting. Also, there's another question. She says, do animals know right away that you are capable of communicating just from your energy?
If they just from my energy, it's not my energy. It's a canal that goes get the energy up there. Like it's like your own soul who goes up there and reaches their soul, and then you communicate. Like, I'm not an expert yet, but what I did so far is you're related. Everything is related. So if I answer a question, first of all, it's not my energy. It's getting the energy from out there. We meet in a place and we communicate. Does that answer the question?
I think so. Yeah. Eddie Jr. has a whole bunch of questions here. Let's see if I can get to some of them. What pets have you had? I guess let's start there. Can you name all the pets?
Oh, I had, since I don't have a house, I had cats all the time.
Oh, Interesting. And
Yeah.
then a question that's not really related.
Oh, I
but
had turtle. Sorry, I had a turtle. I took so every time
a
I had
turtle.
every time I took care of animals, you had to have a luxury. Like my turtle had a heater, and he had this, and he had that. Everything had to.
Yeah.
And when I had to move, and I had to leave the turtle, I found a place where the guy had a big aquarium where he took care of all the turtles. You know, I don't do halfway stuff for my animals.
Yeah. You know what no one's talked about so far? What do they sound like when they speak to you?
Oh, that's a good question. It's not really a sound.
Like, do they sound like I don't know,
It's
like
information.
a Frenchman in Quebec? Like, are they? Oh, hello. I mean, like, what is going on with these animals? Does it change?
It's more like telepathic way. It's like information you get. It's not a voice. It's like when the lady came into my body, I got cold. Came into my body, and
Yeah.
I just saw something here move, with two little eyes and a mouth, but it wasn't her face. It was an energy that was moving like this, and she telepathically told me something, but I didn't hear her voice. And I knew her when she was living, that lady. And I didn't hear her voice. It was telepathy. It's info. Yeah, it's information that comes to you.
Yeah. Here's another question. Another Eddie Jr. question is, how often do you practice Reiki?
How often? Every day.
I feel like you're living it at this point. I don't even know if it's, I mean, is there practices for it, but is there a difference between someone that just emanates this energy, which it seems like you do, versus actually consciously practicing it to get better at the craft of Reiki, the healing practice, and what are those differences?
Well, you have to practice it if you want your canal to stay open. First of all,
right?
The energy has to flow all the time. If you stop doing it, well, I don't know if you, like in 2 years, if you didn't do any meditation, nothing. Of course, I think it's gonna be weaker, but maybe it's always. I think I was told it's always there, but you'll have to work again to make it reopen, because you have to, how you say, entretenir the energy. I live it. I meditate. I first of all do protection morning and night to be protected, because when you have this light energy, the negative energy wants to come.
Right.
Since I lived that in the past, that's the first thing I ask my medium: how do I protect myself? So I have a way of protecting myself before I go to bed and when I get up from negative energy. And your energy, you have to. I live it. I live it every day. I do Reiki to my animal. I do Reiki. I do Reiki to other animals. And the more I'm going to do some, like now, since I've been studying animal Reiki, I neglected my poor little cat because I didn't have time.
Right.
I did other animals, but now I'm getting back to her, and I'm still doing other animals. But I think, because I'm learning so many things at the same time. See, before I do my other course, I want to do the trauma thing so I can liberate that. And I'm studying tarot, and it's going to help too. So there's a lot on my plate.
Yeah.
There's a lot on my plate.
I know. Well, when you're tuning into so much, how can there not be?
And I'm an artist, and Omar asked me to. That's one of them that I showed to you. He asked me to show you stuff that I do. You have time?
Yeah. Do you? Yeah, sure. Also, do you have a website where people can see any of your art, or
yes,
is that
Carole Campo photos and sculpture? Photos and sculpture. That's
we'll have to share that out.
I do paintings too, but
yeah, let's see your art. Let's see it. I want to see some of this art. Yeah, let's do it.
Well, I'll show you, like, when I was suffering, it's really, that's when I used to suffer about what I was living. So I expressed it like this. And I don't know why, but I have these feathers like
Oh,
on my head. Well, let me see. You can see it. All these feathers. So
yeah.
like, I was living with Amérindien, I don't know. And this is like my brain, like the industrial world was killing my brain. So it was coming out like this. And I opened my brain there, but it's very significant, but I won't go into that. But that's one of my...
Wait, I really do want to know what that's about. I know you can't go into it, but
No. This is I went to my friend's place. She has animals and all that, and she has a land. I went for a walk, and I was afraid of going in woods alone, and I was afraid of horses. I'm not anymore. I just love them, and I go to them. And there was a wolf I saw, but not sure if it was real, but I saw it. It was staring at me, and he had a broken ear like this. But I didn't think of doing the wolf. I just did this thing that came from that wolf. And this is
interesting.
How it looks.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like a creature. I don't know. Look at it. It's on its legs. Look at his eyes.
Yeah, that is very strange. I love it, though.
It looks like from another planet. I don't know. And this one is one I made a long time ago. And this is like suffering for me. It was what I felt. So I did a little boy who was suffering, and like he didn't have a haircut. He's very poor.
Yeah.
And that's my little boy.
When's your exhibition? You should have.
I made
one.
one. I made one for each one before, but I don't know where. I'd have to be in contact again with sculptors.
Yeah.
And well, I do painting now. Oh, I didn't show you this one. I have to show you this.
Yeah,
I actually have a question, if you don't mind, Carol. It's Rob. How are you?
Oh, hi, Rob.
My question for you is, does technology interfere with your ability to feel these these communications or, these energies? Does technology have an effect on that for you?
Technology. Well, being
it
in
gives
a
off
computer,
like waves and stuff like that. Like sometimes it's like interference.
It's not interfering, but it like being on a computer all day, taking a course. Like when I used to work in an office with a computer, I'd be drained. It drains my energy. I have to find a way to protect myself from even a television drains me. I can hear sometimes the television.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I understand that 100%. 100%.
Yeah, it does affect, but it doesn't affect my ability to communicate. I just want to show the difference. It's just I used to paint stuff like that, and that's my ballerina.
That's really great.
See, I began doing realistic stuff like an eagle, and but what I want to do now is I don't want to do that anymore. I want to the message comes out and it's free. Like this one, that's where I began letting the message out. Sorry, it's not easy doing this. That's a heart. And what's funny about it is that here it's dragons. I didn't even notice. And in the middle, I found out like a month later that it looks like COVID.
Oh, that's interesting.
Look at that.
Oh
It's-
my gosh, it does. That is weird. That is weird.
Yeah, I started like I put all love in that picture. It was love I'm expressing, and all of a sudden, COVID came. I started laughing. Look at that! There's COVID. You know. So the message I think is that love overpowers everything. So.
Wow.
And this one is like, and I painted this spontaneously. It's like a new world, and it's a world, a new world. Like it's not ending. It's not the end of the world. It's a new world that's coming.
Yeah. Carol, you know what? I did want to ask you something because you brought this up earlier, and I think this could be very interesting for the people listening that don't know. You talked about automatic writing.
Oh, yes.
And I definitely love automatic writing. I think it's it's something that I'm a hypnotherapist, I have a hypnotherapy and hypnosis background. I think it's a very the pendulum speaks to hypnosis. What you were talking about with your head is kind of like that. And automatic writing is something that is a very naturally hypnotic process. You're going into a trance state. But I also think it's practical for people to experience other states of consciousness and connect to this energy field that you're describing. I think it's a great entryway for people. Do you have could you talk about a little bit more about what automatic writing is, how you got into it, and even how someone might learn how to do it so they might be able to tap into what you're tapping into?
Yeah, because everybody could do that.
Yeah.
It began in my, I have a medium that gives me courses. So I began with her. She's the one who told me everything that I could do. So I started doing it. And then at the beginning, she presented me everyone up there, and then I contact with them. And then she taught me like, okay, Carol, just don't think about anything. Just contact them and just write what you see, just write what comes to you. And the first words, don't get discouraged, because the first times when you do automatic writing, you write stupid words, any word.
Yeah.
Then there's a little phrase there that comes out. And then there's, like peanut butter, or you could say anything. And then there's the good word. And now I'm writing, like I just had my last course with her. She's, Carol, my God, it helped you, animal communication. I'm writing full sentences. It's like he's talking to me.
Wow.
And I told her, I said, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm writing this. It's my maybe I want to hear that, maybe. She said, no, it's not that. You're there. You can write it in sentences. You're there now.
Right.
So what, I would tell them to take a course that a medium, to take that course to teach them. Because it's practice. And sometimes I have too many things to do and I don't contact them because I have to do animal communication. Well, I miss them. And
yeah, right.
And then I have to get the energy to go flow again, but it comes back.
Reestablish it in a sense. I have an internet radio station with a couple of shows on it, which is, Full Spectrum Universe, aka Full Spectrum Network. And there's a woman on there by the name of Mandy Metzger, and she does spiritual writing during paranormal investigations. And it's wild the way she's able to get this information from like the ether, but it comes to her and she's able to write just like you are, Carol. And it's phenomenal, because what she does is she'll get the writing, then she has a spirit box where she's actually talking back and forth with the entities, and she's using what she found in the spiritual writing to like activate them, to get them to actually answer back and like intrigue them, because it's giving her subject matter for a conversation later on. And it's the wildest thing. It really is. It's really crazy.
Wow, I have so much to learn again. There's so much things out there that, you know, I'm 63 now, and I think I'm going to do, you know, it's going to get bigger and bigger. This is my life. It should have been in the first place. So I'm at the right place now. So yes, I believe that once in my life, I went to California, and this lady, she took a bracelet of mine to read, and she told me stuff, but I had found that bracelet. So I didn't think of giving her my own stuff, you know. I had found that it wasn't really, so she read that I was supposed to have trophies, but it wasn't, I think she read I found it on the street, so I didn't think about it. So you have to be careful what you give them. Like she used to be for policemen to find the bad guy.
Right,
So,
right. Yeah, that's fascinating stuff. You know, there's another question
yes.
from Eddie Jr. that I thought would be good, which was about Mesmer.
Oh, I love him.
Yeah, speaking of hypnosis and speaking of French, Parisian, Mesmer used a phrase describing the way hypnosis works as animal attraction, or magnetism, as I've heard it. Have you ever heard of this term? And if so, what do you think it is? What do you think it means?
Well, I was intrigued by magnetism.
Yeah, magnetism. Yeah.
Magnetism. And I want to learn more about that because well, you know, sometimes when I meditate, I always finish with this energy. I always do it, and it's natural for me. Nobody taught me that. I just did it. Sometimes you do things and it's right because it's natural to you. Maybe they tell you to do it. I don't know. I do this. I know I did Tai Chi one, and she used to do this, but I do this and I feel the energy, and then it gets bigger and stronger, and then I put it all over my head. But for a person to push and pull a person with that, I'd love to know how to do that. But for the other thing, what did you say? It was magnetism and
yeah, I mean, I don't know if Eddie that's just one translation of it, but animal attraction.
Animal attraction.
I think Eddie means the same thing as magnetism.
Magnetism. Well, I still want to learn about that more because, and I know people who know him, and
yeah, that's
another thing I want to learn. No, I don't know. Maybe I'm doing it and I don't even know it, but I don't know much about magnetism. I would love to learn about it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, me too. Yeah, and mesmerism versus hypnosis is a whole nother rabbit hole that I'll have to go down one day. But yes, very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. A lot of positivity for you, Carol, in the chat. I mean, we have this "Who am I?" saying that you're an authentic, kind, loving, and honest. You're becoming very powerful. It's inspiring to see you discovering yourself. Eric's, I don't know if you know Eric's, but Who Am I also says it's easy to believe in angels after you've had an experience with one. And you were an artist and now you're a artist. Love your work, love your spirit. Eric's. Do you know the Eric's at all? No. Maybe you do in some other life.
Me? Oh, Eric, yes, I know an Eric. Yes, I knew an Eric. Yes. And once I wanted to call my son Eric because I love that name. And well, my ex, he said, no, I don't like Eric. So I called him Kevin. But I do love Eric's. It's a beautiful name. It's inspiring.
Totally. I know we're rounding out soon. It's the bottom of the hour. Here's one more question. Eddie Jr. Here's an interesting one. Have you ever had to tell a pet owner that they've given their pet the wrong name and it should be changed?
No, I would never do that.
But that doesn't mean you haven't felt it before.
No, I didn't.
Really? Well, so names aren't as important as, okay. Interesting.
No, well, like animal communication, I've been doing that not that long there. I took the initiation course, and now I'm going to take the big professional course in the end of August. So I didn't do 1,000 animal communication, so that didn't happen to me. But I don't think I would. You have to have like a judgment not to. You have to have some respect for what the animal chooses to. You have to find what you could say and what you just keep for yourself. Ms. Zach said that too.
Yeah. I wonder what it's going to take to get you to tell us the lottery numbers. I mean, you said you won't do it, but what can we do to get you?
Well, when I was younger, very like in the 20s, I had a boyfriend, and he wanted me to, and I said, no, it's not in my principles. And he said, oh, just one. I said, okay. And I gave him number, like I chose, there were 6 numbers you had to choose, and I chose, and they won, but they didn't want the whole gros lot, but it's still, I was against it, so I don't think it would have worked, the gros lot. But and sometimes I talk to myself. I said, well, you're stupid, Carol. Why don't you do it for yourself? You need money. I never did it because I don't believe in that, because I find it hurts people, gambling and all that. So I'm not for it. I used to work in a place, a director. It was to help people in the street and all that. I used to work there, and he says, I know I'm going to make money with an event with gambling stuff. Wait, what? I said, don't do that. It's against what we believe in. They're going to get even worse after. So he stopped the event. No, I don't really believe in lotto.
Yeah.
It's me. I don't judge anybody who does it, but I don't. So I don't do it for myself, so I won't get rich.
All right, folks. You couldn't get the numbers tonight. I'm so sorry. We tried. All right. Yes. I know we are slowly wrapping up. Omar, I believe we have Paul coming at the top of the hour and some other things going on now. Before we go, I mean, you know what? You've covered a lot tonight. You've talked a lot about your experiences. You've talked a lot about the way this communication works energetically, how we can all tap into it. Do you think we all have the potential to become as powerful as you? Like, if you,
I would like to compare. Everybody has his own force. It could be different. You got to find what's your force. That's what I could answer on that. And me, I
love that you're still curious about it. I think I love that you still are curious about it. And I think that's what we're talking about the way beginning of this, about showing empathy. It's knowing that you don't know all the answers yet. No. Like, you know a lot of answers, but you've also very openly stated you don't know everything yet. And I think that's so important.
It would be boring if I did.
Yes, that's true.
Next life, please.
Yes.
So no, can I show you just one last picture that
please show us.
I want to give messages to people with my art. So this is the bad energy around the person. And in the middle, she has a light. So she's with her power of light, the energy can't reach her. That's like me.
Interesting.
That's and this, like, I'm on another planet sometimes.
Yeah, this stuff is so trippy, so psychedelic. I mean, it's just it's great. It's definitely tapping into some higher dimensional vibe compared to your earlier work. I would like to see a ballet. I'd like to see a ballerina with that as the background. I think you should draw. There should be like, with that kind of vibration. Like, that's what, if I'm going to Lincoln Center in New York City, I want to see like that kind of Swan Lake
in that energy.
Yes. That's
I'll try that.
Whoa, you're inspiring me. You're inspiring me right now. Yeah, Rob, good to
I
see
just
you,
want to
buddy.
know if AMC is going to go up or tank. No, I'm just joking. The crypto. Just tell me if crypto's the way to go. That's all I'm looking for. Just joking. That was a joke. No,
Yeah.
that incredible stuff. I feel like we've had so much so far today, and
Yes.
I feel like we're only about halfway through for the day. Not even halfway through the event
That's
yet. Halfway through
wild.
the day.
I
We're
had
like
to
a
listen
quarter in.
all of them.
Yeah, this is great. People are speaking so highly in the chats. They're praising the work. They're praising you, Carol. Yeah, it's been Omar. Good work with the conscious curation, man. You've nailed it with this lineup.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. It was just it wasn't just me. It was my partner, Rob Yox, right up there. Where's the finger?
Hold on, wait.
You're at the
there,
back.
Me and that guy right down there,
Yeah,
diagonal.
something like that. We organized this together, and we put both our energies into this, and most importantly, the energy of all of our speakers today, right from this morning with Mara and Sana, and then to Renata, and then who else we had on? Ildi. And now Carol. It's just been a fantastic download so far today, and some really sacred information, the things that we don't learn every day in classrooms or in schools, or for that matter, just sitting around with friends around the dinner table or whatever. This type of stuff is not really discussed. So I'm really grateful for the fact that we were able to organize this, and we can get all of these beautiful speakers to come on and share their information with us, so that we can take this information, so next time we go to a friend's house, we can begin to discuss things like this, and try to pass that knowledge forward and create conversation. So thank you very much, Carol. Really appreciate it. That was beautiful. Yes. It was just so genuine. That's what I really liked about it. It was from it was from the heart, very emotional and very genuine, and that's everybody in our PTA room picked that up. They picked it up on our YouTube channels here on Watchers Talk and also PortalToAscension. Just a very, very positive response to your presentation. So I'm very, very happy about that. So thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting me, for believing in me to invite me. Thank you very much. And I was honored to be here.
It's just what the universe wanted, and this is how the dice rolled. And we had another speaker lined up for today, but couldn't make it because of Father's Day. And then you happened to contact me, and I was like, yeah, this is the universe at work, so let's do it. And I just listened to it and just went along with whatever the plan was, and I'm just facilitating it. That's all. The architect's is being made, so I'm just kind of polishing it up, I guess.
this brings me even more strength.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Yeah, I hope to hear more from you, and I can see you on other podcasts and sharing your knowledge. Yeah, I'm very excited about that. I'm looking forward to it. And also, Carol, I didn't get your website address, so maybe after you're done here, if you want to hop into our PTA room and put your website address in there, so that that people can come and visit you and check out your art and all of your stuff.
Okay. In which room you said?
In our PortalToAscension room on the website, and then I'll just copy it from there, and I'll share it onto our YouTube channels.
Okay. My website. Okay.
One of the observations that I've made today is that we have had some veterans come through and some new faces, and the mix of it is just. It's incredible because you're seeing new people bringing new ideas to the table, and then it's almost like the veterans are reinforcing those new ideas with their work as well. The veterans we know are very versatile, could talk about just about anything with the proper research, and it's amazing. It's amazing what we've put. I feel like we really lucked out today to get this lineup of people at this far. I mean, I'm so excited to watch this again and pick up things that I maybe didn't hear properly the first time. There's so many nuggets of information in here. It's almost overwhelming at times. You're like, wow, this is it's incredible. It's incredible.
And we're going to be able to listen to it later too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everyone has free access to replays anytime they want. And as well, after the conclusion of the event tomorrow night and over the course of following days, we'll take each segment. We'll cut that up and then we'll put it onto our YouTube channels, and maybe Greg will put the audio on his podcast. Who knows? We'll just share it out so that everyone has access to this type of information, because today's just been a fantastic day with great energy, and as we know, it's summer solstice too. So we have like this beautiful energy coming down, and then all your guys' energy as well, and then Tessa's energy from this morning really reinforce this day for us. So I think Tessa's like looking out for us and making sure that this event goes smoothly. So cheers to to Tessa.
Yes.
I think so too. I think so too.
So thank you very much, Carol. Really appreciate your time here for this afternoon, and of course your evening. And I look forward to engaging with you more. And we'll talk in the chat room, or you can just stay behind in the backstage if you like. It's up to you. We're going to bring our next guest on, Paul Anthony Wallace. He's backstage right now. So
how do I get on the? You're going to put me on the backstage?
You can just put. I can just take you. You can just shut your camera off, and you can just stop your cam and stop your audio, and then you'll be just backstage. Or if you want, you can jump into our PTA room and engage and answer questions in the chat room there if you can.
Okay. Well, I had a long day today. I watched everything, so I'm just gonna watch more.
Okay, cool.
Thanks very much. Bye bye.
Okay. Have a good day.
Okay, you too. Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Have a good night.
All right, gentlemen. So we have our sponsor coming up next.
Yes,
that's correct. Anthony Wallace. This guy just totally rocks. I like him. I like the way he thinks, and I like the way he delivers the message, and very understandable as well. And it's all not to mention also his energy. He's got very robust, positive energy, and when he delivers that message, you're attracted to it. You want to listen to it, and that's what I like about Paul, is that his wealth of knowledge and the way his delivery is that that's where the key is. You can be the smartest guy on earth, but if you don't know how to deliver that, then nobody's going to listen to you, right? And Paul has that combination down very well. So let's bring Paul on stage here.
Very articulate, and one of the things that I also love is the creation of the relationship that we're making with Paul. Paul is such a great dude too, inside and out. How you doing, Paul?
Yes.
G'day, Rob. Great to see you. Great to see you guys.
Yes, hey, Paul.
Yeah,
what an
nice
awesome day.
You, yeah, nice to see you, Paul. It's
We're over the top of each other.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go quiet. You go ahead.
Oh no, it's just great to see your faces, and what a great lineup. And this is such an exciting topic to be exploring, and it's such a central thing, really. It goes right to the heart of who we are and how we live on the planet. So I hope everyone's enjoying it from that perspective.
Yeah, and it's only been in I would say just maybe 50 years, 70 years, 100 years that we've been using pharmaceuticals the way we have been. And prior to that, for the rest of humanity, it's always been plant medicine, holistic medicine, off-the-land medicine, and it's been like that for like millions of years. And it's only recently, in like the last 100 years, like I mentioned, that we really have become dependent on the pharmaceutical mafia, and we have become addicted to their drugs. And not only that, is that they're making us sick, right? The more drugs that they give us, the more sicker we become. Because like we were saying this morning, they are addressing the symptoms and not the disease or the issue in itself. And by treating those symptoms with chemicals, it's just making us sicker and sicker and sicker. So I think it's in this paradigm that we're in, the shift that we're in, now is the time to go back to the grassroots and to go back to our culture and our roots and say, okay, well, we've been living off the land and this is what we need to do. How do we equip ourselves with knowledge, and how do we put that into practice for our day-to-day lives and just get away from the pharmaceutical? If you have a headache, I'm sure there's tons of plant medicines out there that you can take and not go to aspirins and Tylenols and ibuprofens and things like that, which makes you even sicker because you become dependent on it. So that's kind of my outlook on it. And, and also I want to say, Paul Wallace is our sponsor for this event for Seed, and it's sponsored by the Eden series, so which is, I'm so happy to actually just hold these books in my hand. Right here it's Scars of Eden and Escaping from Eden, available at paulanthonywallace.com. I'm going to be binge reading these here really quickly, and Paul and I are going to have a talk coming up, hopefully on the Eden series all together. And but that won't be for anytime soon, because I want to study the books before I approach a project like that. So I have everything highlighted, noted, and I can say, okay, well, on page 20. And the third paragraph, you said blah, 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 blah. Let's explore that a little bit and then really engage on a deep level with that. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to bow out, and I'm just going to leave you guys on here and read Paul's bio, and off we go. And I will share links in the audience. Thank you very much, Paul, for coming, and I will talk to you soon.
Cool.
Awesome. So, one of the things I think that we're also we're being deceived in the sense of this false notion of convenience, right? So every time that there's convenience with something like a Tylenol, and people don't realize if you take more than 2 Tylenol a day, you could go into renal failure. But there's a lot of things that they give us this false notion of convenience. But if we actually had the means or the knowledge on these actual holistic ways of doing it, we really wouldn't depend on them like that. That false notion wouldn't be there. But I'm so glad to have Paul here, and it is my turn to read his bio. So here we go.
Enjoy.
Here we go. Born in Buckinghamshire, England, Paul enjoyed periods of his life in Bath, Nottingham, Portsmouth, and London. As a youth, he commuted for a 10-year period between the UK and Canada, later settling in Australia. His travels have included horse trekking in the depths of the Grand Canyon and the heights of the Himalayas, swimming in the Amazon, parachuting in Australia, and surviving a charging rhinoceros in Zambia. Wow. Along with more peaceful pilgrimages to Egypt, Zimbabwe, France, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece, Turkey, Germany, Switzerland, Belgium, Hong Kong, Singapore, New Zealand, and Kashmir. Paul's studies in languages, linguistics, and theology took him to the University of Bath, England, and the Machiavelli Institute of Florence in Italy, St. John's College, and the University of Nottingham in the UK, and to Brazil's Instituto Pastoral Regional in Belém, Amazonia. In the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, Paul worked centered around establishing a foundation in faith communities, being instrumental in planting 6 new churches in an Anglican and charismatic streams. Since the late 90s, Paul has designed and delivered training for pastors for churches in the UK, Korea, West Africa, and Australia. In Australia, Paul has delivered courses on history of Christian thought and biblical hermeneutics principles and interpreting texts, and has served as a community doctor, intentional intern ministry, and an archdeacon in the Anglican Church of Australia. Paul's books draw on diverse sources to explore the realm of spirituality and mysticism, probing the world mythology and ancestral narrative for their insights into human origins and the releasing of potential for a better, more conscious human experience. Paul practices personal coaching with a few clients each year. He is a musician, a mystic, a healing practitioner in the Christian tradition, an enthusiastic chef, and a barefoot walker. Paul is married with 3 children and lives in Australia. Paul, I will leave the floor to you, my friend.
Good day, Rob. Thank you so much for that welcome and that intro. It's great to see you, by the way. And thank you so much for today. It's my absolute thrill and pleasure to be sponsoring this event today. As you rightly said, what I'm currently known for is my work in the area of paleocontact. I surprised some people that's my field today because I've come from a journey in Christian ministry, as Rob mentioned, as an archdeacon in the Anglican Church, church doctor, theological educator. But my current books are what are really getting people's attention right now. And my latest book, The Scars of Eden, asks the question, has humanity confused the idea of God with memories of ET contact? So that's really the field that I'm in these days. And if I tell you that, you're probably thinking, well, what does any of that have to do with animal communication and plant medicine? What do those things have to do with paleo contact? Well, to answer that question, I'm going to take us to Southern Africa. And in Southern Africa, if you sit at the feet of elders of the Zulu people, you'll find that they carry a story that says that life on Earth did not begin on Earth. It came from the stars. And it's in this story that I think there are some clues about the whole subject area of animal communication. They tell the story of Unkulunkulu. It is a wonderfully cinematic story. So try and picture it in your mind as I tell you this. So Zulu elders will tell you that all the animals that we're familiar with on planet Earth came from the stars. They landed as seed pods on our planet, came down from the skies and landed in a marsh. And each seed pod looked like a bulrush. And inside the seed pods were the forms of different creatures. And they were gestating away in these pods. And there they sat in the reed bed for weeks and months, as inside one seed pod, a hippo was forming. Inside another seed pod, an antelope was forming. Inside another seed pod, a human was forming. And the first of these seed pods to bend down and bust open was the one containing the human. And out of this seed pod steps Unkulunkulu, the first man. And his job is to go around the other seed pods and open them up. And so he opens up a seed pod full of fish and he releases them into the rivers and they flow into the seas. And then he opens another seed pod containing the first antelope and it gallops off. And then another antelope gallops off. One by one, he opens the seed pods and the earth becomes populated with the animals inside. Now, that is a fascinating story. And when you ask the question, what's the purpose of that story? It's intriguing because it doesn't seem to stand as a moral tale. It's not a story that endorses any power structures. And it doesn't seem to quite make sense if we listen to it as a scientific account. But if we ask what is the memory that this story curates, the memory it curates is of life coming to planet Earth from the stars. And it really is, I think, a wonderful cinematic version of what we call the theory of panspermia. And the theory of panspermia is a story about our DNA that has been told and believed and proposed and put forward by experts in DNA science from the get-go. Francis Crick, the co-discoverer of the double helix of DNA, taught this story of panspermia. And what it says is that life is the rule in the cosmos, not the exception. That the cosmos is full of life. It has been seeded throughout with the genetic coding for biological intelligent life. And that whenever that genetic coding lands in an hospitable environment, which basically means a planet with water, it will generate forms of life similar to the ones with which we're familiar on planet Earth. Now, Francis Crick believed that because of the complexity he saw in DNA and the huge time frames that he believed would be necessary to result in the forms of life, even with which we're familiar on planet Earth. And so this was his belief, and he taught about it from the 60s onwards, and you can find in the scientific journals of the day interesting exchanges on the topic. Carl Sagan, the astrophysicist, was a great proponent of this theory and supported the discussion. It's still very current. In my preparations for my book, The Scars of Eden, I get into conversation with Maxim Makukov, who is part of a partnership. He and Vladimir Sherbak of the Fesenkov Astrophysical Institute and the Kazakh Al-Farabi National University came out in 2013 with some more detail on that theory, saying there was mathematical evidences within our DNA that confirmed the story of panspermia. Now, what's interesting about the conversation I had with Maxim Makukov is that he clarified that it's the genetic coding for all life that comes to Earth from somewhere else. So it goes a little beyond the Unkulunkulu story, where it begins on a planet that's already got plant life on it. The genetic coding for all life has come from off-planet, he says, and it means that we are all profoundly related. You and I are related to all the forms of life on this planet and all the forms of life in at least this part of our cosmos. And so there is a profound sense of connection implied by that theory, which is, as I say, held to by very serious, credentialed scientists. Now, Francis Crick wasn't the first person to put forward panspermia in terms like that. And indeed, the story of Unkulunkulu is one of a number that speak of life coming from the stars. Another proponent of this idea was the Greek philosopher Plato, who was writing about 2.5 millennia ago. And he had his own way of expressing the idea of panspermia. Of course, he didn't know about DNA, he didn't have that scientific language, but on the basis of his studies, which were essentially logic applied to things we can all observe, that was his main method. But then he also talked about ancestral knowledge, which he had gleaned from Egyptian sources, and there's evidence from Eastern sources as well. And then information from altered states of consciousness, which we'll come back to a little later. And on the basis of his synthesis of ideas from all that study, he had come to the conclusion that consciousness lies at the heart and at the very beginning of the story of the cosmos. In the beginning, said Plato, was consciousness. That is the thing from which everything else comes, on which everything else depends. In the beginning was this unified field of consciousness, which then fractalized to form the material universe. The material universe, he said, exists in order for that consciousness to express itself. Now, I didn't know this until I was researching Escaping from Eden, and I started rereading Plato. Everyone has to read Plato when they study theology and prepare for ministry, and I'd read it and forgotten all the interesting parts. But as I reread him, my ears pricked up at this because, of course, contemporary quantum research is beginning to show that consciousness organizes matter. That consciousness somehow is an organizing principle within the material universe. Plato was onto that 2,500 years ago. Now, when he says that the material universe exists to express consciousness, that applies to you and me. We're part of the material universe, aren't we? Our bodies exist, therefore, to host, receive, process consciousness. That gives me a framework for understanding how I might be able to get into communication with the cosmos, with the planet, with the animals around me, and even with the plant life around me, because all consciousness comes from that same source consciousness, if Plato is right. Another framework is offered up by my Grand's TV. And this relates to what Carol was talking about just now about animal magnetism, Mesmer's phrase. My gran had an analog TV with a metal aerial on her roof to help her TV get the TV signal in a valley. And it didn't do too good a job of it because her picture on her TV was very fuzzy and snowy most of the time, until a human being would stand next to it. So if we're trying to watch this fuzzy soap opera, if I would go and stand next to the TV, the picture would suddenly go clear and we could hear a clear signal. Now, we had no idea why this was working, but on reflection, what it means is our bodies are better antennae for radio signals than the TV aerials that we have on our roofs. We could demonstrate that our bodies are antennae for communication that comes in as vibrations, as light waves, radio and TV waves. Our bodies, says Plato, are not just receptors of radio information, they are receptors of consciousness itself. And those three stories, my grand's TV, Uncle Nkulu, Plato, give me a framework for understanding how I might, from time to time, begin receiving someone else's consciousness, someone else's thoughts, be they human, be they animal. Now, Plato's vision is really profound. It's one of profound connectedness, and it wasn't the end of his story of beginnings. He had a vision of life developing, evolving on planet Earth. Long before Charles Darwin, the idea was there that life developed, but he also taught that at some point there was an intervention in our evolution as a species, an external intervention that modified our ancestors and upgraded us to have greater intelligence and greater consciousness, and ultimately to become the technological species that we are. He didn't say exactly who it was did this intervention, but his language implies that they were beings from off-planet. So we would call it an extraterrestrial intervention, or maybe an intervention from another dimension. But that was what they came for, to upgrade our intelligence and consciousness. The Zulu story of Uncle Nkulu also has an external intervention. At some point, an entity called Mbabwane Warisa appears, and she teaches our ancestors about plants. Here's another connection. Teaches us how to work with plants, how to cultivate some as crops, how to use some for food, how to use some for medicine. And then a significant part of the story is how to use some for preservation and alteration of consciousness. I'm talking about beer. And Mbabwane Warisa is one of a number of ancestral narratives that speaks about some benefactors turning up from off-planet and teaching us the rudiments of agriculture and beer making. They always seem to go hand in hand. So that's rather intriguing. Now, the Mayans also have a story of beginnings, and in their story, they also give credit to an external intervention that taught them about the cultivation of crops for food, medicines, and for beer. The Mayan story of origins is told in the Popol Vuh, the People's Book, and this was translated out of an ancient Quiche text in 1700 by a Dominican friar, Francisco Jimenez. And they credit, just like Plato does, a non-terrestrial agency with upgrading our ancestors. And the impression is that they came, they found forms of life already here, they worked with what was here, and they adapted a primate ancestor wanting to create a working class, if I can put it that way, wanting to engineer a creature that was clever enough to serve them and bring them their food. This is the phrase that's used. And so the story goes that they took the Earthling DNA and they took theirs and they modified the Earth creature with their DNA. Clearly, the hope being, first of all, it tells you how compatible we are with our neighbors, that they even thought that was possible, if we take the story on its own terms. And clearly the hope was that they would get a creature with a middle intelligence, where the level of consciousness would be somewhere between their level and the level of a primate. What actually happened was they ended up with something much smarter. Now, that idea of Earth DNA being combined with the DNA of the colonizers doesn't just happen in that story. It's there in the Sumerian story, Babylonian, Akkadian, Syrian, Nigerians tell the same story. And they all begin with human beings living as, or our ancestors living as animals on the planet. Those are our roots. And so perhaps it's not surprising we should have a profound sense of connection with our animal neighbors. They all say that's how we began. Those are our roots. Go to the Hebrew story and there's a strange gloss on the story. Now, the Hebrew story has a number of layers, but you read it as it is, the current translation, the current interpretation, and it seems to speak with a kind of nostalgia for the time when we lived as animals on the planet. It has a nostalgia for the time when we were so unintelligent that we didn't even know we were naked, which is a little bit strange. The story is of an upgrade in intelligence, and yet there's this wistful nostalgia for how we were before. And in Christianity, that story is told as a fall from innocence. Well, where's that sense of nostalgia coming from? I happen to believe there is a deep memory that's carried on our genes of the time when we lived as animals. We have a deep memory of the time when our animal instincts told us what to eat for strength and health and healing. And we all retain those animal instincts within us. That's my belief. I think the memory is deep and subconscious. I think when our children populate their bedrooms with furry plush toys who all communicate with each other, I believe they're living out the memory of that time, and that same feeling of nostalgia is there. But let's go back to the Popol Vuh, to the Mayan story, to the story of their chief genetic engineer, Quetzalcoatl, aka Cucumatz, aka Kukulkan. There he is in his lab, and he's trying to get this midway intelligence between the colonizers and that of a primate. But what he produces is more intelligent, more conscious than he expected. Why is that? He's thinking, we're the clever ones. We've got space travel. We can do genetic engineering. We can do terraforming. We're the advanced species. I'm working with a primitive animal here that can't even speak. I'm expecting something in the middle. So what was in the mix that meant that the creature that emerged, Homo sapiens sapiens, was much smarter than that? I think, following the story on its own terms, and I'll just leave it to you how you read the Popol Vuh, I think he underestimated what the Earthling DNA was bringing to the party. I think he underestimated the intelligence of our animal heritage. If you think for a moment about some of the aspects of animal intelligence, think about the precognition of animals who know to flee in advance of an earthquake, or who know to flee in advance of an extreme weather event. That's better precognition than you and I have. Think of the sense of direction, global navigation that birds have. It mystified us for a long time, and now we're beginning to understand it's because they can read the Earth's magnetic field because of what's in their brains. And now we're beginning to understand, when we look at the pineal gland and other parts of our brain, we might have that potential too. but the birds certainly have it, this global sense of navigation and direction. Think of the relational skills of birds who maintain complex relationships, complex communication when they do their navigation, and many of them strong monogamous relationships through life. Well, many human beings find that a struggle. Birds can pull that off, apparently. Some birds have phenomenal learning and problem-solving skills, as do other animals besides. There is a level of communication that can cross from animal to animal, and experiments have been done where you teach one rat how to get through a maze, and all of a sudden the whole colony knows how to do it. Bees famously have that ability to communicate with each other when they find a fresh pollen field. They've got great skills. Think of the remote viewing skills of a dog who knows the moment their owner is packing up at work and preparing to come home. Or I heard of a dog that was able to locate its owner in a hospital that it had never been to before and found its owner there, made its way in. Think of dogs who have found their owners when they have relocated to another state. That's pretty impressive navigation and remote viewing. Think of the diagnostic skills, the medical diagnostic skills of a dog who can sniff out a tumor, can sniff out cancer. Think of the emotional intelligence of cats who have so cleverly organized human society to build whole industries to support their feline comfort. That's a lot of intelligence embedded in our animal heritage. So I'm not surprised that when Quetzalcoatl fused their intelligence with our intelligence, that they produced Homo sapiens sapiens. In fact, the story says, produced a human being more advanced than we are, a human being with better precognition, with better remote viewing, with better self-healing, and with better telepathic connection. Because all those things are part of our animal heritage. And that's why I'm a great fan of having pets. Because I actually think we learn to make ourselves more conscious as we learn to communicate with our pets. They tune us into other ways of being, other ways of using our brain and our heart intelligence. And I actually think that's what they're here for. And it's because we're getting in touch with our inner animal when we learn to communicate with our pets. And our inner animal carries intelligence and consciousness. So that's how I make sense of the Mayan story. Curiously, there's a PS to that story, because the Mayans didn't want us that smart. They wanted just a workforce. And so they hold an emergency meeting. They say these human beings are too smart for us to manage. Can we dumb them down so that they are easier to work with? Can we dumb them down to the point where they're limited just to their 5 physical senses and to what's told to them by an authority? Because we can work with that. And so Quetzalcoatl goes back into the lab and he produces a vapor that, when sprayed over human populations, damages our neurological connections, damages our mental acuity, and brings us down to that level that they wanted. That's rather a curious story. Again, it's a story that doesn't glorify anybody. It doesn't glorify us, the colonizers, kings and queens, powers and authorities. So why is it told? And it's the repeats of those details in stories from other cultures that have caught my attention. The Efik people of Nigeria tell of our engineering by entities from off-planet called Abasi and Atai, and they also have this problem of we get too numerous and too clever, too smart, too technological. How can we dumb them down? They address that question, and they come to a solution, which is to release devices into the environment that will damage our health, our mental health, and our mental acuity. There are similar stories in other texts. The Bible has its own version of that story in the Tower of Babel, where there is an external attack on a technological human race to bring us down to a level that is preferable to our visitors colonizers. Now, they're pretty dark stories. They're pretty grim stories, but there's actually a kernel in those stories that is powerfully encouraging. Because when Quetzalcoatl and his mates, or whoever it is, or Abasi and Atai, want to dumb humans down, they do something externally. They put something into the environment. Because what is in us intrinsically is highly conscious. That's the takeaway, that our natural state is highly intelligent, highly conscious, expert at self-healing, telepathic connection, precognition, remote viewing. That's our natural state. And so again, there is a framework in those stories for understanding why our consciousness might exceed what we generally think of, what we generally use. We are, in that story, more telepathic than we think we are, and more telepathic than they'd expected. So I'm going to suggest that our telepathic ability comes from our animal heritage, because that is how animals communicate, isn't it? They're not verbal. They do have vocalizations, but a lot of their communication, as we observe, is telepathic. And so I'm going to suggest that telepathy is our original animal language. And if you think about it, it's still our first language. As babies, telepathy is the first language we use. We have to get our mothers to respond to our needs and wants, because our mothers can't yet read our vocalizations because they're not yet developed. But our consciousness is here and our thoughts are here. We have to get mummy to give us a change, to give us a feed, to help us to rest, whatever it is. And so from the beginning, there is this intention to communicate telepathically. And parents always have to reach for telepathy to understand, what does baby want? What's baby trying to tell me? And so in that way, even today as human beings, telepathy is our first go-to when we seek to communicate. Now, I'm really looking forward to hearing Angie Bryars, who lives just down the road from me. She's about 30 minutes down the road. And she's got some incredible stories of animal telepathy, animal communication. And I'm in no way an expert in this field at all. But I'm interested because I have cats. And I've lived with cats for decades. We have two at the moment, Hugo and Sky. And it's been an absolute delight seeing my kids get into the whole field of learning to communicate with and understand our pets. Now, I probably understand about 3 vocalizations that my cats use. I know their vocalization for good morning, for it's me, and for assistance, please. I can recognize those, and I can understand some of their body language. I recognize their body language for food, water, and I want to go outside. Beyond that, it is all telepathy. My cat uses it when it wants to get a message through to me, and I try and use it when I want to get a message through to my cats. It's all telepathy. And in the decades I've lived with cats, it's happened in that vague way. It's part of the fun of being a cat owner, that you're trying to work out how much of what you're saying is getting through, wondering how much your cat is understanding. And I suspect the feeling is mutual, because certainly I can see my cats getting exasperated if I don't get their message. But something funny happened last year, and it was a level of communication I've never experienced with a cat before. And I believe that's what it was. We had our cat Hugo, beautiful Russian blue cat, smart, affectionate animal. We love him to bits. And he went through a phase where at 4 o'clock every morning, he would climb up into my bed, snuggle up between me and my wife, Ruth, and he would just have a snuggle for probably about an hour. And then he'd wander off again when he'd had enough cuddles. And then we got a second cat, Sky. Now, Sky is his half sister. They share the same dad. Well, as you can imagine, as is the case usually, Hugo was horrified that we'd introduced another animal into his house. And he worked hard for many months to make sure that Sky understood the pecking order. Because with cats, it's all about pecking order. Which cat wanders the territory is all determined as they communicate with each other and sometimes duke it out. All about pecking order. And so Hugo had to establish he's in charge. He's the top cat. And that's that. You're the junior, Sky. And then one evening, he saw Sky do something she'd never done before, which was sit on the bed with Ruth and me. Well, I could see it. There was some body language I could read. His face was a picture. He was horrified. What is Sky doing on this bed? Is this where it's all been leading? He looked absolutely horrified and jumped up and let Sky know this was not appropriate. Well, a couple of nights later, in the middle of the night, he jumped up, he got into bed, and all of a sudden, I felt this thought being pushed into my mind. And it was, do you do this with Sky? And I was sort of half asleep, and I just took it as a thought that Hugo was thinking. So in my mind, I said, no, Hugo, no, I only cuddle you this way. So you don't do this with Sky. No, Hugo, only you. And once I pushed that thought back to him, he got out of the bed and ran off. Well, I woke up in the morning and I thought, was that real? Was that an exchange of thought between me and the cat? It didn't feel as I would expect it to feel. It wasn't like a cutesy kind of experience. It wasn't a sweet, squeaky voice. It was quite an assertive push and pull of a conversation, quite brusque. And I thought, I think he really was thinking that, because I know that's what's on his mind. I know that's what he would talk about. It's all about pecking order. Was that really a conversation? And as I reflected on it, I concluded, yes, I think that was an exchange of thought between me and my cat. Never experienced anything like it before. And then I reflected, how did that happen? What state was I in that I could receive and process a thought my cat was thinking? And the answer is I was half asleep. My brain was probably in that delta state where insights come, when communications come, when we have interdimensional encounters, perhaps sometimes when we interact with those who've gone before us or other kinds of entity. And in that state, I'd interacted with my cat. And then thinking further about that, it seems to me that our pets are here to teach us how to occupy that delta state, if I can use that phrase. They are here to change our brain waves. They are here to lower our pulse rate. These are all things that have been studied, and it's why dogs and sometimes cats are allowed into residential care for geriatric and psychogeriatric people, patients, because the animals help our state of being. They comfort us, they lower our blood pressure, they alter our brain waves. And I think that's what they want to do when they allow us to make pets of them. I have some friends who do therapy with horses, and they tell me that horses are very deliberate and conscious of that when they work with horses to help people who have mental health problems or behavioral issues, the horses know what their role is, that they are there to work healing, and they know how to come along and alter the state of the person they're working with to meet the person's emotional state and then moderate their emotional state and their brain waves. Animals know how to do this, and that's why we have them. And I think when you listen to Angie, you realize that human-animal communication is not just about us wanting to have a better connection with animals. Animals are very deliberate and proactive about it. Any pet owner knows it, and anyone who's worked with horses knows it as well. So while we're still on cats, let me segue back to health and plant medicine. I had a cat years ago called Raoul. He was a wonderful cat. He was a magnificent size, and he was very gentle. And I was very sorry when I moved to Australia that I had to pass him on to my mum and dad to look after him because he just couldn't emigrate with me. So they looked after him for his golden years. And then one time when I was visiting them in the UK, he came home with this terrible limp. And we realized that he'd lost a lot of strength in his back legs. Well, I was about to return to Australia, so my parents had to follow it up. And they took him to the vet and had him diagnosed. And the vet said to them, has Raoul's diet altered recently? Has he been asking for different foods? And they said, well, it's funny you should say that because yes, he has. Because he never used to like dairy. But now when we get back from the supermarket, Raoul will come up to the shopping bags and he will say, have you got any cheese? Have you got any milk? Have you got any yogurt? Have you got any ice cream? And if we've got any of those, he will make us open them so that he can eat some. And he never used to do that, never used to like dairy. And the doctor said, yes, well, that is because, unfortunately, he's suffering from diabetes, and he knows that his best hope of managing his insulin levels are by consuming foods like that. Well, you could have knocked me down with a feather when I heard that. Raoul, the cat, knew he had diabetes, knew what his body needed to help him manage it, and then started communicating that to my parents. This is what I need. Now, the communication skill is one thing there, but the other is that Raoul knew what his body needed. He was able to listen to his body, hear it diagnose itself, and hear it say, these are the food types I need to help me, if not heal, help me manage this. And when I heard that, I thought, if my cat has that level of intelligence, surely I do. If my cat can listen to his body and know what foods he needs, surely I can have that intelligence. And it goes back to what I was saying earlier about our animal instincts. Know what plants we need for health, for food, and for healing. How does that relate to paleo contact? To come back to that question. Well, if you listen to the stories of some Native American peoples, listen to Cherokee stories, listen to stories from the Mohican people, and they talk about a time when they were visited by people who came from the stars and taught them about plants, taught them how to cultivate some as crops, which plants are good for food, which are good for medicines, which can be used to create an altered state of consciousness. If you listen to original Australians, you will hear similar stories. And so here the things go together again. Paleo contact, visitors from the stars, teaching us about plants, food, medicine. The Mohican story is an interesting one because they have a story that seems to reflect some kind of a cataclysm that's impacted the climate, and they've had to move to higher, less hospitable terrain, and they didn't know how to survive in this terrain. Again, there's a story of entities arriving apparently interdimensionally to show them, in this environment, these are the plants you can use. These are the plants you use when you get colds and get ill through the cold winter. It's rather intriguing. These things go together, paleo contact and our knowledge of plant life and how to use it and manipulate it. If you listen to Native American and Mesoamerican story, then you've got stories about leaves and fungi that can be used together to be smoked, to be drunk as teas, and these shift our consciousness to a point where we get information from other dimensions. Plato, to come back to him, talked about exactly the same thing. He said some of his information had come from other dimensions. How had he got there? Well, it was through a tea that used leaves and fungi and turned them into a tea. And when I studied Plato as part of my theology degree, somehow we didn't get notes on that part of his teaching. We got notes on the more generic parts of what he had to say, but I'd have been interested to have read that bit. And so those are really interesting correlations as well. Plants for food, for health, for medicine, for altered states of consciousness. Those stories are there in cultures all around the world. If you go to the book of Genesis, when they talk about healing for long life, it's healing botanicals in the Garden of Eden. Ezekiel said that he saw a craft. He described it as a temple, but I believe it was a craft. And what was inside that craft? Healing botanicals. If you go to the book of Revelation, John says he saw a giant cube coming down from the stars, a cube a bit like a Borg ship if you're a Star Trek fan, coming down from the stars, coming down from the planet that could house tens of thousands of people. It could generate its own light, it had its own food supply, and again, healing botanicals for a healthy, long life. In the very early liturgies of the Christian church, if you go to early Syrian texts, you'll find a text for the Eucharist that had early Christians thanking God every week for filling the planet with plants for food and for medicines. And that was the world we all lived on. Omar was talking about this just before I came on. That was the world we all lived on until the beginning of the 20th century, when we got into this new mentality of a pill for every ill. And that's what's been taught in our universities. That's what's been taught to our medics. Prior to that, doctors believed what those ancient Syrian Christians believed, that the earth has been filled with plants, some for food, some for medicines. And you'll know some of the pills that we get for our ills are still basically plant-based medicine. And there's a great appetite among people to switch this ancestral knowledge back on, because the pharmaceutical petrochemical medicines don't always do the best job. Sometimes they're awesome, sometimes they're not. Sometimes the side effects are terrible. And for many reasons, we want that natural approach that our ancestors knew about. I wish I'd taken notes from my grandmother, whose pantry was full of natural foods for health and healing. But when I was growing up, we were being entrained to dismiss the knowledge of our grandparents because now we had modern science. And of course, that's part of a much bigger picture. The narratives that have held crucial information about plant medicines have been deliberately suppressed and hidden. But the knowledge of them is ancient, it's international, it's indigenous, and it survives in the folklore of every country. Let me take you back as I conclude to Southern Africa, because everything that I've talked about in the last hour or so, I've talked about our animal origins, our place on the planet. I've talked about our paleo contact, our wider family and the cosmos. I've talked about the use of plants for food, medicine, consciousness. These are the kind of secrets that you will be told as you transition to adulthood and you go through initiation. All that kind of information belongs together, is curated by the elders of indigenous cultures and passed on at initiation. In the West, we've lost that. We've lost our patterns of initiation. but the information has survived in our own culture and in other cultures around the world. And one of the reasons I'm so excited to sponsor an event like this is I believe we're in a period where what our ancestors have curated, that information is being valued in a new way and is being put on the table in a fresh way so that we can all benefit from it, so that we can all get some kind of an initiation to know how to live healthier, better, more conscious lives on planet Earth. And for that reason, I'm thrilled to be part of this lineup today, and full of thanks to Rob and Omar for hosting this event, and very much looking forward to what's coming. So thank you so much for listening. And Rob, I guess I'm handing back to you at this point.
That was absolutely incredible. Incredible, incredible, incredible. I turned my light off to save energy. Here we go. Boom, right back. So, I mean, I did my presentation is also on cats, and it's so amazing how cats they really are these spiritual type of creatures that just they live in frequency. It's the craziest thing, and you know, I enjoyed the hell out of that. I mean, I was just sitting here the whole time like, whoa, man. Whoa, man. So let's see if there's any questions from anybody in the I mean, I wouldn't see why there would be questions. You pretty much explained everything. Everything. You know.
Well, a background.
That's right. That's right.
To it.
So, you know, I mean, thank you again for sponsoring the event. This is important to us as well. You know, I really feel like this is the platform where we can sort of come back to earth, if you know what I mean, like come back to the energies, to the healings, to what we're capable of. It's all, you know, it's all against this mainstream that wants us to be part of like big pharma or, you know, societal norms and things like that. We kind of fall outside of that jurisdiction. I truly believe, you know.
I think that's right. And I mean, there are all kinds of forces that have pushed this information to the side, and we've touched on the fact that industry pushes it to the side. You know, the pharmaceutical, petrochemical corporations would really like to have a patent on human health. But then it goes further back as well. When Catholic forces invaded Mesoamerica and South America, all this knowledge got pushed aside with their stories of beginnings. Same in Southern Africa. The Dutch Reformed Church teaches Protestant Christianity, not indigenous knowledge. And so there have been a lot of forces that have pushed this information to the sides, but the appetite is so strong now to bring it back center stage, because we want more sovereignty over our own environment, over our own health, over our own bodies. And it's exciting to see that appetite there.
It definitely is. And that's the truth. You know, I really, this paradigm shift comes in so many different levels. You know what I mean? Like you said, you know, we want these things, and it takes time, effort, and to reprogram the program that's already inside of us to look to big pharma for the quick fix. Or, you know, once this knowledge is more mainstream, or we can go into the library, or we can pick up a book and see it readily available. I mean, I really think that that's going to ultimately thrust us even further into this great awakening paradigm shift. I really do.
Definitely.
So I know Omar's back there, and I'm sure Omar has some questions too. Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, I'm just shooting a message. I'll be right with you guys just in 1 second.
I've lulled him to sleep.
No. So, I mean, guys, if you haven't already, go out there and buy Paul's books. Paul's books are incredible. You know, Omar showed them up before. We have, you know, Escaping from Eden, The Scars of Eden. They're a 2-part series right now. Is there another one coming, Paul? There's a third one on the way?
There is, absolutely. And what we're talking about today is very relevant to what's in the third. The third one really has a lot to do with initiation and the secrets that have been buried from our indigenous stories through the ages, and how they speak to how we can live on the planet today.
Oh, that's incredible. That's incredible. I can't wait. I can't wait. You know, I've been doing a lot of research into the Native American culture, and you know, we just had one of my good friends, Melinda, on, and she is from Arizona, and she is part of the Native culture there, and she has been enlightening to me in so many ways through her essential oils and having, you know, how the medicine man down there works and what his fundamentals are and the way he goes about treating things that, you know, would just be as easily like a Tylenol would cure.
Yeah,
You know,
wonderful.
so
Well,
amazing.
Rob, we're going to be talking because one way or another, you're going to be in the sequel, because I love your research and I love what you're in touch with, and that will, I know, it's going to be a significant part of the journey I make as I make the journey of the next book.
I would be absolutely honored. That is an honor and a privilege for sure, and I appreciate that. Appreciate that more than you know. Oof. That's a big one. I gotta step the game up for that. You know what I mean? I gotta get on top of that.
We sharpen each other.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So earlier on, Paul, you had mentioned, you know, you alluded to the Acadians, and you know, and then I went back and then I thought about that, and then there was the Arcadians, you know, prior to that, or no, it was the Acadians, and it was said that the Acadians lived in the mountains and they fed off of berries and acorns, and they essentially were living in the forest, you know, almost like a primate type of existence, but more on in an intelligent level as we are. That animal instinct, and when you were talking about the animal instinct that we may have today, like you know, when we put stuffed toys in our kids' room and they resonate with that and they talk to it, and then there's that memory that they possibly may be living. Do you think that that memory, that genetic memory that we have, arises somewhat from that type of a culture that lived off the land and, you know, like an animal? You know, it kind of sounds crude to say live like an animal when in reality they live, you know, far nicer than we do, right?
Oh,
So,
indeed. I know. That's such an important point. Live like an animal. You use that phrase and it sounds really vulgar and savage and awful. But then just pause and think. We're talking about animals who die with healthy teeth, animals who know how to find the foods they need when they're sick with a particular thing. But these are vital skills. And as you say, having that skill as a human population is pretty vital too. So the Arcadians, knowing how to live in an environment with a very restricted diet, whoever it was who turned up and helped the ancestors of the Mohican people had that information too that helped them survive as a people group. I think the ability to adapt and thrive in different situations, different availabilities of food, really requires that level of instinctual knowledge. And it's in no way a primitive knowledge. A human population that can do that, I would regard as pretty sophisticated. And indeed, you and I, for that kind of information, probably seek out human specialists who have that knowledge. You know, the naturopath is a specialist, and yet it is that whole field of information. Which berries are poisonous, which can be eaten, which will help me with my cold, which will get rid of my headache. It's sophisticated information, and it is in no way to disparage it to say, well, the birds know how to find that berry, or the apes know how to find that berry. We need to snap out of this sort of binary picture we have of human smart, animal stupid. And until we can snap out of that, we are robbing ourselves of a lot of intelligence and consciousness, to use that word.
I would, you know, I would say that over the last, you know, so many decades and possibly, you know, well, not more than a century, I would say that we've been detached and have become estranged from nature in itself, because we have forgotten that we are part of nature, that
We
on
have.
this planet,
Yes.
we are nature. So when people say, you know, I love nature and I'm going to go for a walk in nature, you know, they're excluding themselves. It almost feels like from that word nature, and nature is an independent thing outside of them, and that they're going to go and interact with that nature. I think what we need to do is keep in mind that we are part of nature and that we are nature. We are living beings on this planet, and
Exactly.
we don't need to observe it as an outsider because we are part of that. So my question is
Absolutely.
that with that statement, how can we go about, you know, reminding ourselves on a daily basis until it becomes habit that we are part of nature, that we must respect nature? And I think once we interact with that type of mentality and with that type of thought, then I think it would be a lot easier for us. Like a bird knows which seed to eat and, you know, what root, what mushroom to eat. I think that knowledge would just gravitate inside our minds because the earth in itself would just give us that knowledge.
All right. That's a wonderful question. Now, help me remember what I'm going to say here. I want to talk about color, feeling, dowsing, and grounding. So don't let me forget those. So the first one, grounding. So much has happened for me since I have given more time to earthing or grounding. So walking barefoot in nature. Some of the best healing I've experienced in my life at a physical and an emotional level have been times when I've lived near a forest and I can walk barefoot with a lot of skin exposed to the sunlight, deep breathing. Those things help me to reestablish my connection with nature, that I'm connected to the electromagnetic field of the planet when I walk barefoot, that through the soles of my feet, through my skin, through my breathing, I am uniting myself with the natural environment. And in times when I've taken time to prioritize that, I've known amazing change and healing in my life. So that's the grounding. After that experience with my cat, Raoul, who knew what foods he needed to help him manage his insulin, I thought about that for a long time. And then I got sick when I ate some food that had cooked peanuts in. Now, I'd never been intolerant to peanuts before, but 2 weeks running, I ate a recipe with cooked peanuts in, and each time I lost 2 or 3 kilos through sickness that resulted. When it had happened the second time and I was recovered enough to begin recovering, I realized I was craving a very sharp apple cider. And so I went out and bought some apple cider and some apple cider vinegar and started drinking that. And I thought, why am I craving this? And I Googled it and realized there was quite good reason for me to be craving that at that point. And I thought, all right, I'm learning to do what my cat could do. I'm learning to recognize what my body is asking for. And so we are detached not only from nature, we're detached from our bodies. And a lot of us have to relearn, what is my body asking for? Is it hungry or is it thirsty? Is my body happy with this water, or do I need to drink a cleaner water? Is my body craving salt or fat or sugar? What is it craving? We have to tune into our bodies, because not only are we detached from nature, we're detached from our bodies. We live in our minds so much. Many of us, our work sort of requires us to do that, unless we do very physical work. And there's a tuning back in that has to happen. And this is where color and dowsing comes in. I have a friend who has helped me with weight management, a midlife issue. And he said to me, I don't think you're generally overweight. He said, I think you look bloated, because he's a friend. He can say things like that. And he said, I think you're reacting to some foods differently than you used to. So you need to find out what they are. So I thought, okay, I need to tune into my body and ask my body for that information, and then just experiment with reducing that or cutting that out of my diet. And it was a success. It's just been a wonderful impact on my health. But the way he suggested and that he uses is dowsing, where he gets this little pendulum and he asks his body questions. And the pendulum will behave differently according to whether his body is answering yes or no. And that might sound like woo-woo or like magic, but he said what's actually happening, he says your subconscious knows the answer. And your subconscious creates micro movements in your muscles, and that alters how that pendulum is going to swing. You are asking questions of your subconscious, it's answering, and the pendulum is just telling you how your body is answering. And I've heard that explanation given by others who use dowsing, and that was how he had identified food intolerances of his own. So that's just one method. A method that I was using a couple of years ago with friends of mine when I was living in Victoria is color testing, and being able to pick up on their responses to different colors. And that was cluing me as to what foods their body was craving. And I just did it as a bit of an experiment. And I found there was a strong correlation between colors that they were responding positively to and food types that they needed to be ingesting to better manage their health. Well, these are just tools, but the great principle that I'm talking about is we, like the animals, need to tune into our bodies and hear what they're saying, because our bodies know what they need for health, and our bodies know which plants we need, what foods we need in order to maximize our health. And that is animal wisdom. That is in advance of our own, if I can put it that way. And that's part of being part of this great party. We are all part of the same consciousness. We're all learning together, and we have to accept our animals have a contribution to make to us, not just vice versa.
Would that be the reptilian aspect of our brain, the oldest part of our brain, the fight or flight, that's indicating to you on what the body requires and needs? Because it is, when you think about it, it is very heightened part of our brain. And, if you're requiring, say, spinach or, kale or whatever the case may be, do you think it's that aspect of our brain that's telling the rest of the brain that, hey, you need to get this or else this is going to be the consequence?
That's a really interesting question, Omar. It could very well be, because when we ask our body those questions, it is a binary kind of question, isn't it? Mm-hmm. It's good or bad. So yeah, maybe it does feed into that very primitive part of our brain that is so binary, friend or foe, safe, unsafe, good, bad. And reptiles have to know how to eat and look after themselves. So I think you're onto something there, that it is in a very primitive part of our brain that we carry this awareness. It's why reptiles have it. It's why mammals have it. It's why we have it.
Well, I would think that it would be based more on instinct, right? Your body's needs is more of an instinct, and that reptilian part of our brain is really working off of instinct, right? It's either run away or stand there and defend yourself. So, I would, suggest that it may very well be that, our avatar is reacting to instinct, and it's telling us that. And then, but problem is that we've forgotten, like you were saying, how to listen to our body because of all these distractions that are around, right? For instance, the distraction of work, get up at like 5 o'clock in the morning, go and work until 6 o'clock at night, come home, fight the traffic on the way to and from work, eat a little bit of food and go back to sleep and wake up and do it all over again 5 days a week. And then you have the telephone and you have TV and radio and like all these distractions, and it's not helping us in to tuning in, to looking within, because we're just constantly like this, right?
That's right. That's exactly right.
Is what's happening, causing us to not react instinctively to our natural, I don't know what else to say, like natural need to want something, right? So I think it's like really, it's dumbing us down even more. As you were saying earlier, when they would spray that mist and dumbed us down, I feel that smart technology that we have today is kind of like metaphorically like that same mist, because it's detaching us more and more and more away from outside with our friends, with our pets, and
Yes.
kind of what have you.
Well, this is why I like the epic story of Abassi and Attai, who released devices into the environment to distress the humans. That's essentially how the story goes, that if they can distress the humans, it will make them sick, it will make them mentally ill, and then their potential has been lowered. Now, I think that it's a really resonant story, and I like to phrase it that way, releasing devices into the environment, because it tells us to be on our guard with regard to what's in the environment and with regard to devices. And a device could be a literal device, and it certainly could be the distress of the kind of pressure we're under in the world of work, where we are having to work so hard just to keep ourselves housed. I think that on its own is enough to disengage us from a better level of consciousness. And I think tuning into our bodies, you actually have to take a bit of time to do that. And to develop those skills, you might actually need to take some time out, take a retreat, take a couple of days. And sadly, many of us are under such pressure that we feel we can't do that. But I think this is a gift we can give each other. We need to look after each other in this world. And if you can give somebody some time off, an evening off, a weekend off, a holiday, it's a huge gift. And how often do people get clarity when they go on a holiday and they leave their normal environment and they leave the normal routine? Sometimes that's enough for someone to say, all right, I've got to get back to this thing, or I've got to learn how to relax, or whatever it is. We need to look after each other so that we can take these opportunities, because it does take a little bit of time to research these things, to practice them, and to tune in. But we've got to help each other do that.
You know, there's also a stigma that goes along with this too. When people see people go out there and they're trying to, you know, live by the earth, they get called names like hippie or survivalist, like a conspiracy theorist waiting for the apocalypse, and now he's going out there and trying to do this stuff. So there are social cues and stigmas that sort of veer people off that path of getting back to that.
Oh, definitely.
To that spot too. It's really crazy. It's crazy.
Exactly. That's exactly right. It's the same as what I was feeling growing up, where I was being entrained to mock my grandmother's wisdom about foods and medicines. You know, oh, I've got something that'll help with that. Oh no, it's all right, Gran, I've got a pill. You know, I was being entrained that way, and it's all part of the same entraining that has people write others off, as you say, as hippies, conspiracy theorists, survivalists. It's all the same thing. And we would benefit ourselves so greatly if we could learn a bit of respect and listen to people that we don't initially understand, because then we might learn something as well.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that. It's crazy too. You know, you see it like even in some of like the old Western type of stories, they have trackers, the guys who go and they track people through the woods, and they're looking at footprints. They know the berries, the lay of the land, and they always look dirty or like unwashed or unclean in some way. And then there's the sheriff, you know what I mean? But these are the things that they put in front of you to program you like that too. The programming is so maddening sometimes when you really see it. It's like, wow, they're really attacking you on all angles.
Yes, absolutely. And we see it here in Australia, where to this day there is such a disparaging attitude towards Aboriginal knowledge, Aboriginal history, Aboriginal medicine, Aboriginal healing. The subtext is always, that's primitive. Thank goodness the British turned up. And you've got to be very deliberate about seeking out that kind of information and giving it the respect it deserves. And again, if we can do that, we might learn something, but we are always working against industries that want to have a monopoly over our thinking and our health. And I don't care if I get called a conspiracy theorist for using that kind of language, but we have to learn to be sovereign people, thinking our own thoughts, making our own journeys. And if my Gran has something that can help me with that, to learn to say, thanks, Gran, I'll give that a go.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Absolutely.
I'm really glad that you mentioned the Aboriginal, Paul, because as you were saying that, just before you said that, I was thinking about our hair, how our hair is, it has a form of energy that connects us to the earth. And here in Canada, when the British and the French showed up and they began assimilating the native population here, and they began putting them into residential schools, the number one thing that they did was they began cutting all of their hair, and they pretty much outlawed any Aboriginal from growing their hair out any longer than the ear length. And I think those people back then, they knew the significance of long hair and how that long hair has that connection to the earth, because I've had long hair for a very, very long time. And a few years ago, I cut it off and donated it to the Children's Hospital, the Stollery Children's Hospital, so they can make wigs and give it to kids that are going through cancer treatment. And after I'd done that, I cut it to like about this long. And having this hair, this is like half the length, which it is what it used to be. And what I noticed is that as soon as that was cut off, I began to feel really depressed, and I felt down about myself, and I just didn't feel that robust energy that I usually have, that gung-ho, go, and very happy about things. So when that happened, and then you were mentioning the Aboriginals, and that was the first thing that I thought about, that this was part of that, shutting down of that knowledge, right? Like they training you to ridicule your grandmoms, and for us to cut off our hair and and just tell our elderly that you don't know nothing, that the pharma mafia is here and yeehaw, they saved the day. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, I think that's profound. Even in the Bible, we've got the story of a person who had phenomenal strengths and abilities, who lost it when his hair was cut. That's the story of Samson. And then in North America, Rob, you might know the story better than I do, but the U.S. Now, I'm not sure if it was after the Union or before, but U.S. Army started deploying Native American personnel who had an ability in what we might call remote viewing. They realized in the battles they had had with Native Americans that they seemed to have an edge on knowing when they were going to turn up and what route they were taking and stuff like that. And they couldn't put their finger on how they were doing it, but they knew that they had these incredibly skilled trackers. And so they started using some of those trackers within the US military forces. But once they were in the army, of course, they had to cut their hair, army cut. And all of a sudden, those Native American trackers couldn't do it anymore. And that
reminds me of a movie that was like that. There was a movie with a gentleman who was in, I think it was Vietnam, and he was a tracker, and he was Native American, and they made him cut his hair, and he actually he retained a little bit of what he could do. But before that, he was, very adept. You're right. But I believe that was during the 1800s into like the early 1900s, and then again into World War I with the Native American people.
Now, this is very personal to my family as well, because my wife, Ruth, has a company called Afroshi, which makes natural treatments for skin and hair. And she began that because our daughter has hair that's about 3/4 African, so kinky, coily, curly hair. We couldn't find anything we could buy in the shops to detangle it. And so trying to brush it and detangle it was always agony, painful, tears. It was awful. And so Ruth decided she would have to develop something. So she developed this product, Afroshi, this amazing recipe, which she now sells all around the world. And as she's been selling this around the world, Ruth has become aware of how much politics there is in Afro hair. You know, it really was a strong statement in the 1960s when African Americans started wearing Afro hair, because it was an assertion of a refusal to be shamed for being African American. And in Victoria, in particular, I will name it, Victoria in Australia, the school policies against Afro hair are so strong and so nasty. It is unbelievable in the 21st century.
Wow. That's
You
crazy.
cannot have an afro if you are African and going to an Australian school in Victoria. They will force you to cut it off because it's offensive to them.
Serious?
And seriously.
That
So
is
then
racist.
other families then put it into long braids. No, you cannot wear braids. You cut it short or you can't come to this school. And there are a number of schools in Victoria that have had this clash. I can think of 2 off the top of my head. Well, as we began realizing this was happening, and we would send Afroshi to them to encourage them to have their natural hair, to encourage them to have their natural afro and to grow it longer, because we wanted to support them. And we sent it to the schools and said, could you pass it on, please, to the students so they can look after their afro hair? And one of the schools never replied, and the other returned it.
Wow.
Yes. We found the same was happening in South Africa.
Of all
In
places.
South Africa, of all places, in Pretoria, a girl was suspended because she had long afro hair and it was not acceptable in that school. Now, why is it done so strongly? Is it just to do with ethnicity? Is it just to do with a white culture dominating a black culture? I think there's a little bit more to it than that. Certainly, there's a huge amount of self-confidence and self-esteem that comes from being able to wear your hair natural. And for most Africans, that means they're going to have an afro. It's a very empowering thing to do. But I think it does go further, and I think it relates to what we were just saying, Rob, about Native Americans growing their hair long because that is part of their body and part of how they are conscious, and they use it. I wonder if something similar is happening with the afro hair, and there was shamanic knowledge, initiation knowledge about the value of that hair that informed the conquerors and said, well, get rid of that and you'll have gotten rid of more than their self-esteem.
I bet you it's all of the above, plus an attack on individuality, because they don't want people to express themselves. They want you to fall in line. And it's almost like, you know, cutting with the ability of the hair and the extra perception of the hair, it's like cutting them off at the knees. Now they've taken your individuality away. Therefore, you'll never explore that next step of what you're capable of internally, externally. So it's all of the above. It's all of the above. It's a dominant culture because the few want to lead the many. It's also because they want to take away this individualistic idea so you can't explore what you're truly capable of, because they want you to fall in line, and you're not going to exercise that right to be able to do that. It's wild. That is some of the worst, the most destructive type of programming, because eventually what's going to happen, they don't realize, is the cup is going to fill up until it runneth over, and then it's really going to be a problem.
Exactly.
I have a great comment here, guys, from our speaker coming up here this evening, Angie Briers. Welcome, Angie. Hopefully you're
G'day, Angie.
Hello,
wonderful
Angie.
Day. So it's 2 comments, but I think it's a single comment put into a question. Let me just stop bouncing around here. Okay, so Angie says, my sister was just teaching me about how the Tongas, the Morai healers, were jailed or hung for healing our people. The Morai women are outlawed from breastfeeding their own children, but they were used to breastfeed white babies, etc. This psychological genocide is at the base. this terrible. This is at the base of our loss of natural healing, isn't it? Do you think that getting messages of this out to mainstream will help snap people out if their doctor knows best? Social hypnosis.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. One of the things I've tried to do in The Scars of Eden is show the connection between the suppression of narratives of paleo contact and the culture wars that we're facing right now, so that people who recognize there's a farming war, a water war, an education war, an information war, can read what I'm saying and see, oh my goodness, this is all of a piece with this bigger suppression. And so it's a rabbit hole they can go down to get into this great rabbit warren of topics. And I think, yes, when people understand there is a big picture of cultural genocide, of the deliberate extinction of indigenous cultures, it actually awakens our desire to know, well, what is this culture? Why is it so important and threatening that it's being attacked in this way? What is the information it carries? I think it's, in that way, it's a very powerful red pill, because it's not just information. It pulls us in at an emotional level. And I think a lot of us, if we've got any sense of compassion or empathy, will be invested immediately into how do we safeguard? We want to stand along the one being attacked. How do we safeguard this culture, these people, and all their information, and what makes it so important? So I think telling these stories is very powerful, very important, and will go a long way to dislodging people from simply drinking in all the entrainment and information of the mainstream.
That where the nursing of children is cut off is a direct attack on the cognizant brain of that child. Your mother's breast milk actually helps you to be more conscious and more aware of your surroundings earlier in life, and the ability to retain information. So the fact that they would take that from one culture and put it and actually take those women and give it to another culture is this it's like they want them to be so subservient, and it's a marker. It's a marker in history that's absolutely appalling. I mean, to hear that made my blood boil. Like,
it's horrible.
That's horrible.
But it's also physically robust. That a baby becomes physically robust, has resistance to pathogens in the environment through breastfeeding. And so it's an attack on the longevity and strength, health, survivability of those Maori babies. It couldn't be more profound.
Wow.
It just makes me really sick to my stomach when I hear about things like this. But I realize that we need to talk about things like this in order for other people to pick up on this and learn from this and go out and create conversations and try to combat this, because it really, genocide of any sort is unacceptable. It doesn't matter whether you're Aboriginal, you're Black, you're Irish, Indian, it just is unacceptable all the way around, because everyone has something to offer to this world in order for us to make our human experience a little bit better. Now, I wonder, the forces that are doing this, I'm wondering if they have like this initiated knowledge that, like some secret societies would carry with them, and like higher priesthood that would have this type of knowledge. And then they are the ones that would, deliberately put out this call for this to take place. And if that is happening, which we know it's happening, how do we stop this type of manipulation of our people?
Spotlight it.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's what Angie was saying. It's what Rob's just said. Spotlight it. Tell the stories. I think that really is the vital thing. And you tell a story like that, who's not going to be horrified and outraged and galvanized by it? It's the most powerful thing we can do.
So I got a comment here, Paul, directed at yourself from Who Am I on Watchers Talk YouTube channel. It says, at Paul, some of us humans love the challenge to work these cures out. Ancestral info or not, it is their missions. Just need protection and encouragement. I promise they are here right now.
I agree with that. Who was the they in that last sentence, though? I wasn't quite sure what that was saying at the end.
Yeah, I'm not sure who they are, but I'm thinking they would probably be like the extraterrestrial, the powerful ones that are, you know.
Well, I do agree with that. I agree
here.
with that. All through the ages, our ancestors have said that we're surrounded by a great range of others, other dimensional beings, extraterrestrial beings. Some are here because they want stuff from the planet and we're sort of irrelevant to them. But some are here because they're very interested in us, very interested in nurturing us. And I mentioned those stories out of Aboriginal Australian, Native American culture that talked of others coming from the stars to help us in moments of crisis. So many of our stories of origins begin with others arriving to help the planet after a cataclysm. And yes, I think they are still around. And interestingly, they are beings, some of them I believe are material beings who communicate telepathically. So it relates to this whole area of shared consciousness and communicating across species. But I believe that there are people who do channeling, which is a practice in probably most cultures around the world will have an indigenous tradition of channeling. It's there within primitive Christianity as well, if you go to 1 John 4. And I think some of those whom we are channeling are ET visitors, ET helpers, ET nurturers, who are still very interested in our health, well-being. I believe there's evidence for presences around us that are trying to prevent us from nuking our planet to death, but I think they help us on a micro level as well, rediscover who we are and how to live. And I think that's wisdom we can tap as well.
I think they're going to help us beat the caste system of, you know, the needs of the many outweigh the wants of the few, shall we say.
Well, that I must say, Rob, that's where my optimism is as well, because I think we see so much in our political systems that represents a hijacking of power for the benefit of the few over and against the many. I don't see any political movements that are really going to alter that dynamic. But my hope is that those who are with us and on our side in the Intergalactic Federation might bring something into the mix that does benefit the many and isn't just there for elites.
I definitely hope so myself, for sure. For sure. We need it.
Personally, I think we got that, last year with this whole mess that we've been dealing with, even though it was a negative thing that happened to us, but we have to look at the polarity of the situation as well. You know, everybody got locked in their homes, and it allowed them time to spend time with their families and also spend time with themselves and begin to ask questions of what's important to them and what's not. And I think that was the first step towards independence, because now a lot of people, they're remotely working from home. Some people have actually left the city and bought property out in the country, and now they want to raise their families out in the country. So there's a lot of positive that's come out of this last year. And I think what you guys are talking about is just began last year, and it's only now that it's taking root. And once everything gets back to normal, we're going to see a massive change in, less traffic in downtowns, less traffic in towers, less people working in offices, more people at home spending time with their pets and with their children and grandparents and parents and kind of what have you. So I think we're on that positive shift now, and people are just going to slowly wake up. And this whole conspiracy theorist and pseudoscience and all of that, I think it's going to become a thing of the past here in a couple of years, because people that used to say, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist and you're pseudoscience, are the ones now that are beginning to ask questions. So they're going to realize their fallacy in a couple of years and say, okay, well, these guys weren't conspiracy theorist and
vindication.
Yeah, exactly, and then they'll become part of this, and then that's just going to grow and grow. And so I think there's a lot of positive that is happening, and that has come out of a real ugly situation. Even though we've lost a lot of people, but you have to tear the old down before you can build the new. Even though that sounds crude and very cold, but sometimes it is necessary. So I think that that galactic intervention took place, and now it's just a matter of time for it to sprout and really take hold within people, because over the course of next few years, when people are working from home and they're raising their young children at home and their remote schooling as well, that just allows them to spend more time together and create that stronger bond. So I think it's a very good thing, guys.
I agree. It's actually why we've moved. I'm in my shipping crate here on my driveway, and the rest of my house is in chaos because we bought a total renovator, but it's out of the city, and it has enough land around it that we can grow more of our own food. And so that's why we're currently camping in a total renovator of a house, because we wanted that. And it was, as you say, through the pandemic situation that we started thinking, well, what's our security? What are our vulnerabilities? What are our priorities? Like a lot of people thinking that through, and certainly where I live, there's been a big move of people wanting to be either on the edge of the conurbations or actually out into the country towns, such as the move we've made. So I'm happy to be part of that phenomenon, and I agree that there's a lot more deliberate thinking about how we are living because of the health situation that's happened.
My sister actually is one of those people who needed to be close to a city to do her job, but now she's doing it from home. And she actually called me like a week ago, and she was like, you know what I'm going to do is I'm picking up from Dallas, Texas, and I'm going to live in Florida for a month. So this is sort of out of her normal, and she has that ability now to take herself to a place where she can find that inner happiness or that sense of peace and be by the ocean that she loves and things like that. So I really think that is, you're right, that is the paradigm shift as well, that people are learning that they don't need to kowtow to what society is telling them is a must. They're getting that extra foot out there.
Definitely.
With our thoughts, we can create our future. With our thoughts, we can build our reality for tomorrow, for our children, for our grandchildren, and for ourselves. And it takes one step, and then that step turns into a leap, and those leaps turn into bounds. And those are the steps that we are on today. They're baby steps and small little steps that we're taking, but hopefully this plants seeds, and these seeds take root. And that's really what my hope is. The intention of this entire event is to create conversation around the table about things that matter to us, and really bring the pharmaceutical mafia into spotlight and tell people, say, look, they made $1 trillion in profit last year, so that means that they must have made $4, $5, $6 trillion in income last year, and the $1 trillion was just their profit. Now with this whole thing that's happened in the last year, that $1 trillion is going to turn into $2, $3 trillion profit, and that's just going to exponentially increase more and more and more and more. And what that means bad health for us. So we're losing, right? So we just really need to go back to our grassroots, understand the knowledge of our ancestors, and ask our grandparents the questions that we want answers to. Because I know that my grandma that's sitting over there, well, not really my grandma, but you know what I mean, metaphorically, my grandma that's sitting over there has the information, and I just all have to do is ask her. And maybe after this pandemic is over, people can go and volunteer in old folks' home to try to curate and to try to preserve this lost knowledge that was going to be lost by the death of these people, because they're all getting old. So maybe volunteer in an old folks' home or in a facility where they go and play bingo, and just ask them questions. How were you treated when you were a kid? When you got a cut, what did your mom do? When you had a headache, what did your mom do? When your wisdom tooth was pulled out, what happened? How was it fixed, and how was it healed, and things like that. So I think that we should make really a goal for ourselves to do that. And I think I may do that once this pandemic is over, and go in and ask all of the old people their questions on the same thing, and maybe come out with a book and a remedy book, an old lost knowledge, and just really put that out there as an ebook for the world to download and just learn from it. I'm not looking to profit off of anything. My profit is this engagement. My profit is people watching and commenting and creating conversation. And that's the purest form of profit that we can really have. Because once we involve money into things, it really throws bad energy into things. And money creates corruption, money creates greed. It just comes with a whole host of problems. So I think we should just do everything for free. With that being said, Paul, thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate you, and I really appreciate your thoughts and the depth of your knowledge. I find it incredible. Every time you speak, I always take something away from it. I learn something new every single time. So before I let you go, you're back tomorrow at 4 o'clock, same time, for the panel that's happening tomorrow. So you guys, you're not going to want to miss this. It's a plant medicine panel happening at 4 o'clock tomorrow, and Paul is going to be a part of that. So before I let you go, Paul, do you have any final words for our viewers? And maybe give your book a plug on where they can get it and things like that.
Sure. Well, the Scars of Eden does touch on some of these issues, and particularly indigenous understanding of how to live on the planet, the culture wars around water and farming, all part of the question of who we are as a species. You can find the Scars of Eden at Amazon, Kindle, Barnes & Noble, Hive, Book Depository, wherever books are sold. And I love dialoguing with my readers. So if you get hold of the Scars of Eden or Escaping from Eden, you can go to Fifth Kind TV on YouTube or the Paul Wallace channel. And I'm always there in the comments having conversations with people. I'm really excited by what's happening today. As I say, it really is all about who we are, how we live on the planet, how we can have a better human experience. It's a great pleasure being part of this lineup with Rob and Omar and everyone speaking. Really looking forward to Angie, who's coming up a little bit later. And so I will be here sitting at the feet of these wonderful experts as well, drinking it all in, and then I'll reappear again tomorrow for the panel. So thanks, guys, for doing what you're doing. It is so appreciated. It's so relevant to 2021 and what people are looking for. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Really appreciate you.
Always an honor.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Rob. Wonderful job. And again, thank you, Paul. Really appreciate you, brother. And we will talk to you tomorrow. And let's bring on our next guest.
All right.
You got it.
Take care, Paul. And here we have our next guest is a friend of mine that I met at one of my conferences. I believe it was at, I met him at our Alien Ancestry, chapter 5, chapter 6 or something. And the knowledge that Jerome was sharing, I was really moved by that, the way he was approaching the life situation, the mental, the health, the body, the financial, the spiritual. He really has the whole thing put together, and has a wonderful formula as well that can really help each individual really find and define what it is that they want, what it is that they need, and what it is that they love. So with that being said, let me bring on Jerome Calvar onto the stream. Jerome, are you there, bro?
I am.
Right on, my brother. Maybe you need to turn your camera on so I can get you onto the screen here. And I will read your bio. There's my brother from another mother. Welcome, Jerome. And thank you very much to Paul Anthony Wallace for that stellar lecture that he just gave us in the past hour and a half. Just totally outstanding. Thank you very much, Paul. Really, really appreciate your wealth of knowledge. So with that being said, Jerome Calvar is from Australia. Well, lives in Australia right now, and I'm going to give you guys his bio. So Jerome is the creator of the present time alignment method. He works as a consultant to talented and ambitious individuals who want to level up the experience of success in their business, relationship, family, and lifestyle. Within the framework of understanding one's value, Jerome guides individuals through a process of identifying and dissolving the root cause of an issue using the present time alignment method. The cause of these issues can include limiting beliefs, emotional resistances through patterns. Unless the issues are identified and dissolved, they hamper individuals to reach their desired outcomes. The present time alignment method is a powerful tool that gives the capacity to individuals to face challenges, make decisions, and take action from a state of clarity, certainty, drive, and confidence. The product of this work is transformative, eliciting inspiration and creative regaining vitality, developing high integrity, raising self-worth, increasing wealth, and living authentically. Welcome, Jerome.
Hey. Thank you for this intro.
You are a
there's only one thing missing. Only one thing missing. I've got a strong French accent. And sometimes
that's fine.
when I'm on my train of thoughts, just comes out naturally, organically. It just is. So you got to follow up. I do my best though for today. It's morning here on the mid coast of New South Wales, east coast of Australia. I still had the time to have a good stretch, a good checkup, a little bit of a few ideas to put together. I didn't really prepare for this talk because I believe that when you know what is that you want to talk about, it just comes naturally. So it's a big first one for me, not having anything prepared, but just going with the flow. I'd like to ask you, Omar, would it be aligned if we were talking food in terms of energy itself?
But isn't food energy in itself?
The essence.
So
here we would be focusing on its essence in the food. And it's the way I've learned it, the way I've been exposed to, the way I grew up, how I evolved. I've been exposed to any information which were around me. My mom, my dad, the shops, kitchen, hospitality school. All I knew is food was an art and there was a way to make a career out of it. That was my relationship with food. And I decided to then get into kitchen, start doing some work, then travel the world. I landed here in Australia and I looked at food from a total different angle. I started to care for myself in terms of health from a way that was really unusual. And what I've learned from one main person is the essence of everything I was being, doing, having was just energy. Call it food, call it plant, call it flowers. They're all healing if you connect with them. We were talking language. What is the very first language for us to communicate by nature? What is the very, very first language? Energy. So we're going to talk about energy, but we're going to look at it in terms of practicality. I want to give people, it's funny because I had a big revelation last few days. So it's a little bit exciting for me to share today. I'm going to put it together such a way that even a 7-year-old kid understands it. It's going to be simple, succinct, but there is an order. And here are the key points. After doing so much research, work on myself, studies in many different modality, different source of information, I realized by doing what I was loving doing was a key component for everything to unfold. That is energy in the purest sense, but I didn't know it. I was following my intuition. That was my language. Connecting with myself, being true to myself, and feeding myself with what makes me happy, growing, evolving. Not really happy, because there's also some sadness. We always will face the positive and the negative. But here was the point, is I realized not long ago how so obvious, so simple, it's all before our eyes, what it is to be, for us to do in order to have. From talking about the macro in life to the micro, from talking consciousness, spiritual, divinity, right down to minerals, vitamins, amino acids, fatty acids, the foundation for the body to hold together. Where do we get this energy? In the food. Am I correct? So every time we get up in the morning and we are in a certain state of mind, a certain spiritual state, yet still we're waking up. Mentally, we just go, what am I up to here? What's happening to me here? Started to think, and we start to speak. What do you think happens right at that exact moment when you get up? You're looking for energy. You're going to find it in the bathroom. You're going to find it in the kitchen, in the fridge. You're going to find it at doing something like exercise, the one you love. You won't need to speak to anyone. You'll speak to yourself from inside. You will be doing your exercise. You will grow, you will evolve from it. That is the power of energy that we need from food, from exercise and rest, the second source, and from doing what we love, loving what we do, the third source. From the moment we tick the boxes of those three sources of energy, we already have more chances to be healthy, to be connected, to be able to develop some faculties maybe we didn't know we have, when we can correct the path of our life, and then realize that our sensory acuity is so attuned with all there is that we see, we hear, we feel what many others don't. The power of food is immeasurable. I would say it's all around us. It's everywhere. It's in the garden. It's here. It's at neighbors. It's everywhere. We have the answers, all the question to all the questions when it comes to live on this planet. We don't need pharma. So let's go back and do a quick summary here. This is what came up to me, and God, I call it the present time alignment for a good reason. I've been following those principles for 20 years plus now, practicing, researching, and practicing on myself. There is an order in everything. From the moment we inspired to the moment we're going to manifest, materialize something, there is an order. When there's mess, chaos, it's calling for support, order. That's the law of nature. There will always be the two opposites, which can today prevent it and keep oneself happier, more connected, more real, more conscious, more present, more in the now, living life to the fullest. Doesn't take much. We just need, first of all, understand the purpose of what we're doing right at this moment in the day. And then look at the sources of energy we need in order to provide to this value we just named for oneself, we just labeled for oneself. That is your drive. When you do your exercise and your rest, when you give your body what it needs by nature, that's simple. When you do what you love and love what you do, guess what you get at the end of the day? Plenty of energy. Whether it's spiritual, area of life, connecting with people, connecting with what you love, connecting with your research, wanting to know what is growth and evolution of life. Mentally, consciousness, wisdom, how much do you realize? How can we measure the volume of growth and evolution in the mind? You start to talk a certain language, the language of what you've collected spiritually, what you've gained mentally, that wisdom, you start to share it because you've got so much you want to give others. In love, whether it's romantic love, family love, love itself, imagine the volume of evolution in that field when you are conscious of what's happening. Financially, it's only the complement opposite of your vocation, whichever way, however you speak to people, you see yourself giving something, the universe is going to send you back. You're going to receive in the shape of money, or at least a fair exchange of value between you and someone else. Socially, you're opening a network of people. People start to look at you from every angle. Who are you? Where do you come from? Physically, if you do a little bit of exercise, at least you walk, you can sit, you can stand, you can do a little bit of movement, you're still alive, the body is active, you're doing some physical exercise, push a little bit further. Regain, allow the body spiritually, mentally to grow and expand as well. The body will demonstrate it. There's a lot to say.
I'm fascinated by what you're saying, Jerome. I'm Rob, by the way. It's a pleasure to meet you. And, you know, the energy there's so many different forms or types of energy that you've gone over so far, whether it's the food or talking to people, it's the uplifting spirit, you know, the frequency that raises. Ultimately, you know, when you eat something delicious and you feel that euphoric feeling, that's your energy raising again. And, you know, I'm with you on that. I think it's incredible. Incredible.
Love. It's love.
Yeah. Hey, Jerome, I'm Greg. Pleasure to meet you. I've been sitting in the background just observing and really taking in what you're teaching. Yeah, I'm curious about the connection between food and living in the present and how food, because, you know, they always talk about when you eat weight loss, that you eat presently. So you should take each bite and devour each bite, and that's going to make you less likely to binge eat and all that stuff. But I'm curious if you think about, can food actually help you get into the energy of full presence? Can the exact kinds of food you take make you more present? I'm curious your thoughts on that.
When you eat something you love, that makes you speechless. You're in the present.
That also goes for when you tell somebody something and they retain it and they're actually listening to you and you feel that feeling of like, oh, I'm really getting through to somebody.
Yeah.
You know, I'm really getting the information to this person.
Totally.
Whether we measure it in frequency, vibration, sound, waves, to me, they're all labels. Just is. We have the capacity to connect with that centeredness very fast. There is an organic process of development. There is an organic process of growth and expansion. There's an order. We cannot do anything against it. That's the law of nature. We grow, we expand. Has anyone had babies? First weeks, you got it at home. You got this kid, you hold it. You get a picture, visual picture and sensation. That's you, especially when you're a man. You let it go, mom cares for it. One morning you get up, you go and see him. Hey, babe, what? Something funny here. What's up? He looks fat. She comes home, she goes, no, it's normal. I said, look, we keep an eye, we never know. A week later, he slimmed down, but he grew. What does that tell you? Organic process of development. If we apply the same rule for everything we do in our own life, there's only health. I can't see anything else. So remember, 3 sources of energy to keep it simple. Physical exercise and rest. Do what you freaking love. I hate jogging. Give me a reformer Pilates. I'm going to play with it. Give me 2 wheels and an engine. I'm going to burn rubber. This is what I love doing. Yeah? Rollerblade, bicycle, motorbike, racing cars, boat, jet ski. I love it. Ask me to jog. I watch you. I look at you. Pass me by. Do what you freaking love. If you love doing badminton, play badminton. You are unique. Use that uniqueness. Recognize those signals, those signs. Your sensory acuity is telling you it's been concealed. Open your eyes and see. Look at what you were not seeing before. Do what you freaking love. I hate jogging. I'm not going to go jogging. Simple. Simple. Don't ask me. Call it boundaries or not. It's not about boundaries. It's about doing what you love. Energy, love. Go in the food. Second source, rest. Exercise and rest. You gain as much energy by sleeping as you go when you do exercise.
Balance.
When it comes to food, look at it as simple as it is. And I give you a tip here. A lifetime business. How much costs life? If you had to sell your life, how much would you sell it? This is my price. I go and look at what the body needs by nature. Why should I go anywhere else? The body needs it. The body knows the needs. It knows it. So eventually I ask for support. I communicate. I ask questions. But I ask simple questions. What does the body need by nature? Because what I want is the energy which it gives me. Eat what you love. Balance it all out. Stay centered. A little bit of green, a bit of yellow, a bit of red, a bit of purple. Play with the colors, but make it the way you love it. Be interested. Be in the moment. Suck in the energy. Third source of energy, do what you love what you do. It's simple. Yet, that's the 80% of conditioning that we are all victim of. Spiritual corruption, mental corruption, vocational, the voice is shut, the heart is closed, there's rules, you got to get married, you got to have a family. Yet there is individuals, but the family learns to be on top of one another, mom, dad, mom. And one day they blow up because they want their own space. It's all about energy. Now, the more energy they have in the body on a physical level, on a chemical level, resting and so on, the better the quality of doing what they love and loving what they do. The better the quality of understanding one another and being then together for some time, remembering they are 2 individuals. That's a beautiful dynamic of energy. That's beautifully healthy. Yet, we need to snap out of the conditioning which stop us to understand that. Through good food, what the body needs by nature, doing what we love, loving what we do, a bit of exercise and rest. And the spirit expand. Hey, we're not going to get younger, are we?
No,
So here goes the
that's
show.
not happening.
The transformation is simple. We grow when we develop, we grow, we expand, and never stops. When the mind expands, be prepared to fill it up. It wants you to grow and expand. When you're on the path, it's not going to stop you. It's going to kick your ass. If you don't go, it's going to remind you one way or the other. There's some spiritual powers taking control. If we don't open our eyes, that energy, I would say even more power rather than energy, is forceful on us. We need to step up. We need to cut off with the spiritual conditioning from past lives, to liberate oneself, to really have the sense of freedom. We are individuals before anything else. But we have the same lifestyle, in a way, by nature, by human nature. All this is transitioning at the present. It's moving. It's already moving.
That's
it's happening
right.
on big scale.
I hear what you're saying too. It's so easy to reach that spot, but to maintain it, you have to be willing to work with it and find yourself within it to get there. Once you get there, because it's easy to get there, it's very fast, but to maintain is really the key.
Values, alignment. At the end of the day, we still need to be present. Okay, it's like I was wondering, how would you define it, what you've put together? And I said, a GPS. It's a GPS.
You found a location.
It takes you where you want to be. You don't even know where you're going to be. What I'm talking about, what's most important is to be, really. The to-do is simple, is easy. The to have, it can be a celebration because of something even bigger than what you could expect. So in this generation, in this era, in this generation, we're talking manifestation, materialization. I'm one of them, but I get to understand it in a point of such thing as manifesting is happening at every moment, but we don't see it manifesting at will. When we are aware of that moment, moment happening, when we can identify the specific and how it links into one another, we see simplicity. We see the path of least resistance. We cannot stop that process of growth and development. We cannot stop it. We can break through what has encaved us. That's easy. And then keeping it up, feed yourself with food, feed yourself with exercise and doing what you love. The purpose of doing is most important. The big why. Can I share my screen?
Yeah,
Omar,
you should be able to, right?
If Omar's there, yeah, he could bring it back up. If Omar's back there. None of us have control.
Coming up.
Let's see.
No. Yeah. Can you see it?
Oh, not yet.
Okay.
I have to wait. Can I ask you something about manifestation in the meanwhile?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So if we are constantly manifesting, if the law of attraction isn't something that, you sit there and you go, I'm going to close my eyes and my dream job is going to be there. If every day I'm waking up and going into a situation that, whether it's a job I don't like or a relationship I'm not happy with, but I don't fully understand what you're talking about yet. What's one small thing I can do right now, Jerome, to change what I'm manifesting?
Okay. Whoever we have close enough to oneself, who we can confide to, let's speak, that person can speak our own language. Speak to someone who, ask questions. And let me say, the process of manifesting has already started when you have the intention, intent in action. I want to find someone who can give me answers to some question. Bam, you're going to bring it to someone. I tell you, it's not an accident that I'm living here, right there, where I'm speaking from. I projected it. It's like straight in the middle of the target. How did I do that? I've just put my intention out there. I was myself. I knew what I wanted and described the space I wanted to be on the coast, headlands, hills, bush. Boom! I put a picture in there from Google, and I landed it right on the spot. I was responding to from within what's most important. So I get up in the morning, something happens to me. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm lost. I don't know. I don't have any direction. Boom. Can we see the screen now?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. Can you see this? Okay, let me say. Can you see, guys?
Yes. Yes.
What do you see?
I see neo wealth. I see organic process of development, process of growth of expansion, empowerment strategies, and this man standing there.
That's it. So you got the empty one. You got the empty one. Let's talk about this empty one quickly. When I get up in the morning, that's me on the left. That's you. That's everyone listening. So I get up in the morning. What is the very first thing that I'm going to be doing? How about what's most important to me no matter what? Fair enough?
Yep.
Cool. So I'm responding to the question, what's most important to me? I don't give a shit about anyone else or anything else, do I?
No.
Cool.
Nope.
I'm an animal.
Right.
I'm an animal. I'm myself. I get up. What's most important to me is what I'm going to be doing. Would you agree? So my organic process of development for the day starts with what's most important. What's the purpose for me to get up in the morning? What's most important? What's my drive? What's my direction? What's my reason? Yeah? I get up, I'll go straight to the bathroom. I won't describe why. But if I go straight to the bathroom, it's because it's what's most important to me, isn't it? How simple and stupid am I speaking up? How simple it is to understand, and how stupid can it be? Can it sound like? Just imagine you do the same for $1 million business. The same attitude, same energy, same behavior.
So many people can't. I mean, it seems like such a distance.
Let's change screen. Oh, I didn't expect that at all. So it's a bit of Chrome tab. Yeah. There you go. Here's your answers, guys. Go to the bathroom, leave the bathroom, go to the kitchen, get my apple cider vinegar, a bit of honey, a bit of hot water, a bit of cold water, go to the deck, take a deep breath, watch the ocean, do my calf stretch on the deck. What am I doing when I'm doing all this at that exact moment? There's no authority over me, no spiritual authority, no mental authority. There's no one over me stopping me to do what I'm doing, right? I'm doing what I love. That's what we call health. I'm not separated, I'm whole. If everyone in the morning gets up and do what they truly want to be doing and manage their day, eventually, as I say, there's a GPS. The GPS is in front of you. I can ask myself in bed, which I do every morning, what's most important to do this morning? I didn't expect it too much. I had this presentation. I went, oh my God, I know it's going to be fun. Just let go with it. Did some good stretching, went to the bathroom. But I did that plan. You have in front of you in the morning in my head. So I found a drive, I found a direction, which is going to help me to grow and expand, which is the purpose of my life. I find the values, what's most important. Sorry, did I say it? Yeah, I said. I look at what's most important to me, what's going to empower me today, what drives me, the value of what, sharing something you're the first to watch, which means a lot. What did I do? What did I need to do that? I did a bit of stretching. I did some stretching. I did some yoga. There's a Swiss ball. There's a broomstick behind me. Yeah, I reset myself physically. Even though it's a bit cold, 6-8 degrees, I get my lamb wool. I'm happy. I'm full on myself. I look at the values then. How am I going to put all this together? So I did the exercise. I had my breakfast. I did what I love what I do, which is what I'm doing right now. Not really this way, like I really take it as a conversation here. And then I look at the bottom part of me today. How am I going to do that? Spiritually, mentally, vocationally, love, financially, social, physically. What is it going to make me be? What is it going to give me? I cook my food. I'm an animal. I live in a cave. I cook my food. I do my own exercise. I do what I freaking love. I don't care about anyone else. And I love a lot of people. I'm back. There you go. I really didn't expect to have that chat with you guys. Nice to meet you, by the way.
Nice to meet you too. I thought it was great. I enjoyed it. I was just listening, like, you know what? It is that simple. It really is. And I think in our heads, we really make it difficult. It's a simple thing, but we overthink it 90% of the time. So we usually don't live within that.
That's a beauty. You're not overthinking. It's only a person who knows there's another answer than the one the mind is giving you.
Wow. Oh,
That's right.
man.
That was
just blew my head
profound.
open.
That statement right there was profound because it's that true. It's that true. And that it gave me chills when you said that because it's true. And it's something you see every day. It's the functionality of every day does that.
It's something you say every time. It's true. I tell you what, if it's true, that means it comes from lies. Such thing as truth and lies are part of life, polarities.
That's right, dichotomy, yep, the duality of everything.
Energy just is, doesn't have any complement opposite. The essence of what all is takes you there, in that space, yeah. You see things the others don't. You feel things that you don't. Most of the work I do is remotely, but I connect it with you guys. I was talking to you too on that screen, not to the audience, because I'm a visual, kinesthetic, and auditory person. I sort of have a balance of those three senses. So when I hear your words, I love you when you speak it. But here it is. That's my job. It's to say, hold. You're telling true. That's right. You spot on. That true comes from lies. Here goes the show. You have the awareness, the presence to correct yourself, to see the positive and the negative. When you neutralize the two, you just go, thank you for telling me. That's great. I got something for myself. That your mind, on the chemical level, the body goes in the process of growth and expansion, of fine-tuning your sensory acuity. So you see, feel, hear, touch, taste, things that people may not be able to. And as you climb the ladder, you get to a space where, there's not many people there. So you become an entertainment, you become a coach, you share information. Life just is fun.
Oh my gosh. Remember that sculpture that Carol did earlier today of the head with the thing in the back of it with opened
That's
up?
it. Boom.
I I love to give people something to take home.
Yeah, you know, I'm really
Like
enjoying
the intention, just the intention of such. When you develop that level of consciousness, awareness, energy, and power, just your intention hits.
Well, that's
people.
what you're doing. I'm getting excited. Talking about it, I'm feeling excited. Like, all right.
This is gratitude.
All right.
You know how much I'm grateful there? 25 years, one A4 sheet.
this is what I wanted to see. Jerome, I'm here in the, I'm still here on screen watching and listening, but because you and I have interacted on a number of different occasions privately, I know the method that you're talking about. And in fact, we talked about it last night. What I'm really enjoying is the, you know, the astonishment that Greg and Rob are in at the moment, you know, because I was in that same I guess, position when I first spoke with you. I was really taken back by your intelligence and your empathy and the way you approached me as though that we've known each other our entire lives. And I'm really enjoying seeing this, you know, this take place. But I really wanted these guys to engage with you and you to engage with them, because you know, I think that all three of you are incredible people. And this conversation is just is totally stellar. I'm really enjoying it. So please carry on. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, you don't interrupt. I just get to the tissue box.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Omar tricked us into being on a group coaching call. Is this what he signed us up for coaching secretly? How dare you, good sir?
I'll tell you what, though, like.
It's worth it.
I don't even know what to say, because I'm like, it's right. Like he's saying, you know, it's back to life spirituality, but I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like my brain is wrapping around it. Like, okay, you're right. Yeah, I feel that. And then it's just like when he said that, it just chills. I was like, wow, wait a minute. What am I doing to myself? Like, what am I doing to myself all the time? It could be so different. It could be so different. If I don't even know how to explain it, I'm just like I'm in awe of it right now.
If you had a question,
yeah, you know, that's how I had a
question. Rob, what would it be?
If I had a question,
yeah, we got a bunch of questions going on here, Jerome. Here, let me toss you one your way. This is coming from Who Am I from the Watchers Talk YouTube channel, and it says, how can we manifest all forms of love on a consistent basis in our world? Discussion, I am without a clue. Any ideas from panel or chat? Jerome, do you think the key to continual growth includes holding on to your inner child, i.e. curiosity and passion to learn new things?
When we're in search of anything we want, we have to be it. When we speak about it, it doesn't mean we are it. We are it when we feel it from within. Very important, something very important to remember. We feel emotion. We don't have feelings. This is very important. The language I speak is specific. It is very wild out there. So we got to explain. And when we speak, when we answer such a question, it's very important to speak the same language. We feel the life. We experience life through the feel. We're feeling it. What within that feeling, that sensation, we sense the energy happening in motion. Therefore, we're feeling emotion. When we speak about something, we don't specifically, yes, we're going to feel something, but we're speaking something we want to achieve, which is here in this case love, and how to express, to be able to be love basically is my point, in order to pass it out there. To find what love is, we need to experience it, feel it. Now, love is neither exciting, neither depressing. It just is. So if we're looking for positive and feeling good and good and good, it's not going to work. It's going to call you back. No. It's not it. It's not it. It's not it. It's going to bring you feeling bad, looking for love. You are it. The conditioning takes you away from that sensory acuity moment where you can pick on yourself and you know you are love. Then
so
you
true.
emanate love. You put it on a podcast, you emanate on 100,000 people. You put it on a conference, you put it on TV, you do it as big as the network can be behind it. When you are it. So how to pass it on, if the question is right, how to pass it on to the world as soon as we are it, would it be? I can't hear you.
That's I would assume that's just what it sounds like, because that's my question is how do we are love, right? So how do we show other people that, so that our lives kind of dictate that edict to other people?
Support them to dissolve those illusions they have most of the time. And they're not present. So another word, give me an example. Okay, cool. I'm in this town. I'm going to hear people talking about stories. They're all over the world except present here now. I can see that they're blind. They're blind in the sense of feeling. They just feel the stories. They just feel something which is really light, vibration. It doesn't go, it doesn't emanate. Love does. It just spreads. Oh, merde. Am I missing a point here? Could be. There's so many to give. So much to give.
I think you hit that right on the head. I think you're talking exactly what it is. I don't think you missed anything. I think you got that one right on the money.
So there we go. So if we go back to the map, how does that apply? There's a value. There's something important. Whoever asked this question, I don't know. This lady or this gentleman is the person on the left. There's something important to that person. There's a reason. There's what is important. What's the purpose? Why that person is connecting? Because they want love, value, and how to pass it on to the rest of the world. That's the value. So what needs to be done? What are the resources? The resources is energy. I can feel there's a presence right here, right now. There's a presence. Yeah, someone. All maybe related to it. So what is the energy? Physical energy. How am I going to present? How do I feel? How do I look? What do I need to care for in relation to myself to be able to emanate that love? And then what is the activity? Well, I'm going to do some coaching. I'm going to do some podcast. I'm going to do some TV. I'm going to do some newspaper. I'm going to do some talk. Now, what is it going to? That's very important too. There's a reason for which you do it, or someone would do it. If it's to love and to be able to pass it out there, what is it going to give? Ask the question, what is it going to make you be spiritually as soon as you achieve that? What is it going to make you be mentally as soon as you achieve that? What is it going to give you vocationally, lovingly, financially, socially, physically? Intangible, spiritual, mental vocation. Tangible, financial, social, physical.
Yeah.
Love is in the middle. That's the only way to do it. Neutralize the positive and the negative. Just be you. Speaks love for what it is versus what it's believed to be.
And there is a lot of misconceptions of what love is too. So you have to define that first and foremost before you could even endeavor into that process.
Okay, we all have it. You have it right now.
But it's different for everybody, is what I mean.
Yeah, people, when you are in the moment, when something is important, and I believe what I'm sharing is important, when you are connected, when you really listen, you're in the moment. You're sucking it all in because it's love. It's pure. There's no shield. That's how it emanates.
That's absolutely right.
Look, I've got to say it. Something happened in France. I'm in Australia. I get to be connected. I talk to someone in a hospital, talk to the doctor. What's happening? There's not much chance. The person is pretty old. The person is on ICU. There's not too much you can do. There's a second condition. We don't know what it is, but it's not too nice. It's like there's a loss of energy. So I listen, say thanks, connected with the person. Following day, it was healed. When you have it, Rob, it just goes. You cannot stop it. And we need hips, but we need some true love. We need some power. The transition, the new sphere, the ascension happens only one way. If the planet is sick the way it's sick, it's because the low level of consciousness. We need to regain that presence, that awareness. Some will go, will diminish. It's part of nature, destruction, creation. Look at it on a bigger level. Can we save 7 billion people? Who says we need to save 7 billion people? We need to live. What is most important to this individual? It's to live. For what purpose? Let's go further. Evolution of life. For what purpose? Let's go further. What could be more than evolution of life?
Prosperity of life.
Correct. I wouldn't mind to jump on a
I want to kick the sands of Mars.
Go to another planet. There's not many with trees, but if there's one and there's a way to go there, I just go, why not? I'm loving Formula One. Give me some spaceship. Why not? It must work.
That's right.
Give me the joystick. I'll play with it.
I'll get there. I'll get there sooner or later.
But this is the beauty. It's to live. The point is to live. It's not to rush to get some money. Let's correct it. Let's bring oneself back to this moment. Love is too beautiful when we're in the moment. And the only way to do it is to remember that we are it already when we get up in the morning.
What you just said too goes back to that Uluru prophecy that Stephen and Evan Strong talk about too, where it's the shift of some will go up, some will maintain and go somewhere else and stay there until it's over.
Correct.
And they can work to get to that next spot eventually, but it's they have to go away and come back in a reincarnation type of thing, not just from where they are.
And as human consciousness, we want to put a number. So we want to have an idea.
Right.
I just go, if I have my idea, I just go, there's more
20 will rise, 80 will fall.
Look, I go, there's some beauty, like Schumann resonance went crazy. I felt it. I was connected. I was in the moment. I sense things. I cannot explain it. It just is. But I know it works. And power is just infinite. There's no way it's going to be as bad as it can be imagined, because that's human consciousness. We want to have a number. I say, come on, there's so much oxygen to breathe, so much shit too, but we're good recyclers. I believe in it. I believe into love justice. It's amazing. Look, we're talking, I'm just saying, but if the planet is 23 degrees, I said, it's interesting. How can it bring back there? What else can it be? I mean, trees are calling for attention. Not by accident.
It's because we're cutting them down.
That's our fault, yep.
It's because we're clear cutting the other side of the highway in the mountains and trying to pass it off as a beautiful scenery. And we know that trees breathe, and we know that trees communicate with one another. We know that trees take care of each other. If there's a tree that's dying, they'll try to give it energy, and if that tree is just past any help, they'll cut energy off to that tree. We know that when we look at a side of a mountain and I see 100,000 trees, to me, I'm not seeing 100,000 trees. I'm seeing a single organism that's living on the side of that mountain, and it's communicating telepathically, like Tessa that we talked about earlier today, is communicating with other trees across the planet, because we have to remember that the boreal forest is the second largest forest in the world, and it encompasses the northern hemisphere of the planet. So it wraps itself around Canada and through Russia and through Europe and then back to Canada. So the entire top of the planet is one forest. So that one forest in itself is a single organism.
It's beautiful vision. You're climbing the ladder.
Jerome, you know, you work with a lot of business people and entrepreneurs. I'm curious, how many of those people actually love what they do? Because that's my confusion. I see a lot of people, and I'm in New York City, that are in corporations doing these corporate jobs, putting money in or putting their time in to projects and businesses for the purpose of, I don't know, it doesn't seem like anything beyond making more money. So I'm wondering, you know, is there a misalignment globally in terms of how people spend their times? Business wise.
Whoa, hang on. You're putting a few components there all at once. Money.
Okay,
and
that's
time.
fine.
Okay.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay, so if I'm listening properly, understanding what you mean or where you're going, which is the ultimate well-being, wealth, sense of well-being, which is freedom. So if you want freedom, time, money is not relevant. Time is relevant.
Fair.
Make sense?
Yes.
So you want more meaning. You want more life, eventually more money. Money gives you more time, eventually. When you manage it, you gain more time for yourself. So there's wisdom. Now, your recipe of money and the recipe of time, it's yours. For me, time doesn't exist. It's only now. When it comes to, you were saying, I just missed it. Most of the people I have attracted, and I believe there's a relationship. It's normal. Maybe it's me who asked for, I don't know. But I went from chef to working for myself, to developing my own range of chef's uniform, to starting some MLMs, and to doing the first learn to cook online, live interactive cooking school. And then I went from two cookie schools. In the same time, I did all this research about consciousness, energy, and so on. And I've become that person today, which I'm sharing information. What I mean to say is I've been transitioning from something I was not doing for the love of it, but I was loving it, to becoming myself, self-employed, and then having my own business. Most of the people I've attracted then are people who transition from corporate to own business. And you could have there's amazing stories. The beauty behind it is not the money, but the money came in. Because that person was in corporate, was working for $250K a year, comes home, care for the kid, because there's some priorities. There's a new value for working. So the lady works at home and care for the kid. The kid has the condition, so she needed to be there for him. Out of that, she got inspired. But yet, during the week, she was conducting 2 or 3 different little business. It came out that her business was a mission that she had in relation to her kid. The kid is a happy boy, and now it's a more than 6 figures, if it's not 7 figures business going around the planet within 2 years. And it was only an idea on the side of the desk. I dropped by and I said, I'm sorry, but I'm glad to work with you if you do this, because that's what you mean to be doing. You sure? But I can only guide you. Then you make a choice. Another person was in red, a few meals worth network, a business in the red, not going too well, and now it's going like crazy. You don't know why. That person value themselves. They are worth the time, the freedom to do, to be, and do whatever they want. There's no authority over them. And if there is authority, we wipe it off the whiteboard. We get rid of it. Whichever, spiritual authority, mental authority, family authority, romantic club authority, boys authority, doesn't matter. The point is, if he's aligned, it just keeps growing and evolving, growing and expanding.
I see what you're saying.
Freedom. And the values change. The value change. One moment it's money, one moment it's business, then it's health, then it's romantic love, then it's family love, but business is still powerful. All of the other area of lives keeps growing and evolving. That's what we call wealth, well-being.
I get what you're saying, Jerome. It just clicked now because we had a nice conversation yesterday, I believe it was, and you were explaining this to me, and I really wasn't getting it. And then you were telling me too, you're not getting it, you're not getting it. And then now that you were just speaking, it just finally clicked on what you're saying, because what I'm taking away from it is that the power of thought, the power of mind that we have, the more value that we put into ourselves, the greater the value accumulates around you, because you're creating that reality for yourself. So the more energy that your positive energy that you're giving yourself is creating more energy, like a vortex, like a greater torus around yourself, and then that has like tentacles, and and then that increases wealth in your family life and social life and business life and kind of what have you. So I think
life is a business.
Yeah,
life is a business.
Yeah,
exercise and rest is a business. Food is a business. All is a business. What is the meaning of business? What is the definition of business? Occupied, an activity, an occupation.
Yeah, really mind-blowing stuff, because then
manifesting is very simple, and this is the beauty of it. If we look at it, just imagine we're going to a blackboard and we at school, right? We all kids, we all students, we all sitting there, and here there's a dude on the whiteboard, on the blackboard with a chalk, and he's writing how things comes to life. Okay, it's only a game, yeah, it's only a suggestion, but watch it. You start with, I don't know, process of learning. If he's a teacher, he's telling you at that moment you are unconsciously incompetent, and you just go, exactly. In a sudden, the teacher goes, look outside, and you see a bird flying, just gliding by the window. Boom, inspiration. You become consciously incompetent and start to go into the idea. So inspiration doesn't cost any energy. Inspiration is actually, for instance, what I did to Omar just before. He got a moment of inspiration. It clicked. So it starts with being inspired, talking the subject. Then there is a spark. There's an idea. There's an intent, which turns into action, to which we attach a value. There's a purpose. There's got to be a purpose to put an intention out there. Then you look at your belief. Am I congruent with it? Is it integrated? Is it aligned with my intention? Is it embodied? So my body knows it. It becomes it. It is it. Then we look at the intention. We look at the vision. How do we speak about? How do we feel about? And then we look at it and we say, hang on a second. Writing is the doing of thinking. So we put the thoughts, the inspiration, the vision, the words, we put it all on words. We have the business plan. Then we do a to-do list. action plan. And we start to take action, these things. I haven't done mine yet. But this is it. There's a launch happening, etc. But whatever. And then I just go, strategy plan, to-do list. From the moment of the to-do list, it is manifesting. When I get up in the morning, I'm hungry, I'm going to the kitchen, I open the fridge, grab the food, chop it up, make and eat. I've manifested what I want, didn't I? It was easy. It was simple. There was no emotion. There was neutrality. There was a synthesis of the positive and the negative. Yeah. Did I want to say something else? I could say, oh yeah, there you go. So you got the manifestation process, and don't forget, manifestation is happening. So you have the materialization. It becomes real. This didn't happen unless you had it in your mind first. Scientists take some time to get it going, but they academically skilled. You get to the materialization. What happened next? Celebration, gratitude, contentment, fulfillment. Fulfilling for the mind what is perceived being missing. And as soon as it's not perceived being missing, another one will come along. Hence, I'm doing this launch because I was going so well. Now it's got more evolution. Anyway, see my face? I just go, oh, fuck. And then, it's all good. It's happening. It gives me a smile. We need that simple information to go out there for the purpose of the well-being. Only a certain category of people will be in touch. Whatever number of people you touch out there, remember, there's love in it. They'll change. Yeah. What you're doing is based on that. This is the power. No one can stop the power. But we need energy, otherwise it's useless. Both works hand in hand. To me, divinity is universe is to the body what divinity is to the mind. Consciousness, it's the glue which sticks it together. Simple.
It is. It's that simple, and I just love the look.
It is
Craig
simple,
and Rob's
but at the
face.
same time, you're absorbing it, and you're like, yes.
Yeah.
This is another one of those. The
And you're trying
chat
to think of
is
something
quiet.
intelligent to say after
talks.
it, and you're like, there's no reason to. Like, it's all been said. It's been said.
Yeah, you
Like,
bring us to the present
It's
constantly.
profound on its head. Right. And I'm like, well, I'm usually really good at talking, but not right now. Like, this is not, just not at this
Greg,
moment.
I want to thank you for your presence. Rob, you are your library. You got a library inside you. Every time you hear something, the doors are wide open, you take it in. You're just a sponge. Greg, I love the way you not label, you frame it, you put it together in your own world, in your own frame of mind, and how you put information together. It's cool. It's beautiful. I'm sorry, guys.
Don't be sorry.
No, I'm not. Actually, I'm
This
not.
guy really, Omar,
no
I
reason to
feel
be
like he
sorry,
really
dude.
knows us. He really knows us, and he hasn't even really met us. But you're right. He
but he still
instantly
knows
picked
us.
up on it. That's
Hey,
amazing.
it's not telepathy. It's energy. It's what is. Crows come to the deck and they talk to me. I care for a dog. It's normal. It's a living being. You're a living being. I don't see any labels behind you. And the beauty is, when you're there, you give really no shit to anything around you that could bother you. You just are with that person. You build a shield of protection. When you are with a person, you put yourself in the dynamic. This is when the healing occurs. One is a challenge, one is a support, and they interact. You know, I did some research since I was a chef, French training and shit. Anyway, I ended up wondering what the heck is restaurant anyway? Because there's sort of similar key words in French and in English. Restaurants in French means medical center. I explain. The first French restaurant was in Paris. I think it was 18th century, 1760, 65. It was a medical center, and you had the pubs. In the medical center, you had a broth. Only fresh vegetable and even bones, I guess, they were making a broth, a concoction. And it was full of nutrients. It was food to restore, restaurant to restore. Yeah? And then you had the pub. It was a medical center. A restaurant is a medical center at the first place. It extracts all the energy out of the food, which is through a broth, which is all the nutrients, all the minerals, and so on. And then you can absorb it through the soup. What was I saying that for?
Restaurant. I like that. That's I never knew that.
Restaurant means restoring.
Yeah.
You were doing a study. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm listening, Greg. Greg, your turn.
No, you said you were doing a study. That's where this came from. I forget.
Pardon. Merci. Thank you for keeping it. He's my PA. Thank you. You're good. Thanks,
Good job, Greg.
Oh, yeah, I love it. I need it. What was I saying? A study. I do so many of them. I measure and cross-reference information.
Let's see if somebody in the crowd remembers.
It started with the crows. You were talking about the crows.
Le pouvoir, la connexion, l'échange de dynamique. Oh man, Greg,
I wish
I'm
I
sorry.
spoke French when you say it like that. I wish I spoke French.
No,
sounds so nice.
I do always studies. I cross-reference everything. It has to make sense to me. There is a simple information. If there's some fluff, I look through the fluff. Yes. Anyway, I have been able to communicate with animals. I've been able to communicate. I wouldn't say with trees that yet there was a language, and I don't know that language. So it's a discovery, which one day will be history. But there is a mystery at the moment. I still don't understand it. Wind, yes. But at the end of the day, it's all energy. And when you have animals next to you, they don't need to make noise. They speak their own language. If you observe them, they speak themselves. There's even, I believe, if you're in a unit and your dog wants to go out, for some reason, you're going to look at the dog. To my belief, the dog has called you.
Right.
Sorry.
Right.
Whatever you may say. For me, there's a connection. Otherwise, you don't look at the dog.
Yeah, it could be that because
if you're in the present, you get it. If you're in a moment of anger, a moment of fear, a moment of excitement, you forget about the dog. You're not connected. Your sensory acuity is disconnected. You can't sense the vibration, the calling. It comes from the place of love, centeredness, balance. When you're there sitting, you're watching TV or you're reading a book, the dog's going to pass by, he wants the door. But if you're doing a party with 10 people, you forgot about the dog. You're not connected with that vibration. But you connect with the animal. The dog and the cat comes to see you. The cat sitting on your pelvic. If you're lying down and you give yourself Reiki, the cat will come and sit on your pelvic, on your bladder. It's healing. It helps to push the energy down out of your body, base chakra. Animals talks to you all the time.
Yeah, I was going to say they're probably 99, 100% that they're communicating with us on a daily basis, but because of our desensitization, to the animal world, we have lost the connection and the signals to pick up when the communication is happening. And because we're not aware of those signals, then we don't see it, and then we're not able to communicate. But if we do realize and understand what those signals are, then we can detect that that particular animal. Because as I've always said, a cat may be a cat, but it's also an expression of yourself. The elephant in Africa is an expression of yourself. Humanity is an expression of yourself. So it doesn't matter if it's a tree, a cat, dog, a gazelle, or an alligator. We can communicate with it, but we just don't remember the signals. And I think that's the biggest problem. Because we probably already have the capacity and the capability. We just can't hear ourselves. You know what I'm saying? That animal is yourself, so we can't hear ourselves. So if we learn to hear ourselves, then we would be able to hear everything else as well.
Sensory acuity. It's drop down. It's like immune system works at 10% instead of 100%. The senses works at 10% instead of 100%. How can you feel things and hear things that animals can when you can't even connect with yourself? And look at people, they get older, they're losing the senses. I'm sad. It's not only my mom and my dad, who, by the way, got the fastest recovery of COVID-19 plus a loss of blood, fastest recovery at the one specific hospital in Paris, 88 years old. The doctors doesn't want to recognize that something magic happened overnight. That makes me laugh. The power behind it is to be lived, is to be experienced. To be experienced, it's very simple. Connect with someone who speaks energy, who becomes energy, and ask that person question. That person will only channel some truth to you, whichever truth it is, what you call truth. In truth, as simple as it is, it's what is.
And that's it. It's as simple
you
as
can
it is.
transcript the energy from the sensory acuity that you cannot connect with. You can translate the energy, the information to the person. You can pass it on to the person. So you allow that person to connect with something they didn't see. They knew it was there, but they knew it, but they don't know that they know it. They're unconsciously incompetent. They move to consciously competent. As you shake the house and remind them, make them aware of what it can be, they become sensitive enough to respond to the event. We are asleep. When we say asleep, that's, to me, this is the first thing I see, is the conditioning, which has just...
Oh, man. We dropped everybody. He lullabied him to sleep like a baby.
Yeah, you know what? This map I showed to you, it's the organic process of growth and expansion. It's exactly the same process than healing. It's exactly the same. Why would it be any other ways? It's simple as it is. And this is where I'm saying it's about time we get that simple information out there, because there's so much we got to swallow. We are so gullible. Oh my God.
Terribly.
And I keep the smile, and I'm not pissed off. I'm saying, God, when are we going to open the eyes? Hence, when I'm able to change one person's perception, for me, it's like, I'm going to put a candle on the muffin.
Yeah.
And make myself a birthday cake. I celebrate.
You did it. It's your birthday. You did it. It's that day.
For sure.
It's so true, though. Like, that's why I said, when you started this whole thing, you get this joy when you actually able to have somebody listen to you and you affect the way that they consciously think, because it's not often that you can do that. You have to defeat layers and layers of program and skewer what they're thinking. If they're open, if they're not open, it's
make sure you have a strategy.
Exactly.
Oh,
exactly.
It's
you intrigue them, so they ask questions, and eventually they'll kind of
Yeah,
not
yeah.
capitulate, but they'll
Yeah.
maneuver their own brain into being like maybe, and that's when it all goes downhill for them.
So this is your work, though. I mean, are you like this in social settings, one-on-one with people? I mean, where
no,
do you?
No.
It's like nope.
Oh, okay, because I want to know.
They're not
I want
ready
to know
for
if you're
Oh,
okay.
guys, it's Sunday for me. It's calm. No. Today is admin day. So it's paperwork day, and it's the map for the launch. No, it's really casual here. No, when I work with people, is I assess using this map. I assess first the story. I listen to their story, so I identify the value, the why. Identify the positive and negative in the what, the energy, physically, mentally, physically, food, and then activity. And then I look at the 7 area of life, 1 to 10. Energetically, I do a measure, and then I find the way to bring them back to centered. So I make sure that 10 in each area of life, energetically. Then I go back to the purpose for which we're getting together, and I put them on the path very fast. We meet only once a week because the body needs a week to recover.
Absolutely.
Not to rest, not to sleep, to recover. There's an energy shifting passing through. It's an experience. You feel it, but the body and the mind never been exposed to it. They don't have a reference point. So it needs to get used to. The mind goes, holy shit, that's a new software. What the heck am I doing with that? And the mind doesn't have emotion. It just goes, it's an instrument, basically, which needs to be attuned with the values. Yeah. Simple. It doesn't have connection. Really, what's most important is the spirit, the heart, having the body as the vehicle. We have it all. So, and over 8-10 weeks, depends. People come from 3 months, but now I'm they get to know everything now. I didn't put it yet. I didn't announce it yet, but I'm putting the method. So I'm teaching people. I'm teaching people the method. And so those two things, I work with people. I keep attracting. I'm sorry, but I think I keep attracting ladies who transition from a job to their own business. I keep attracting them, or men, but they're rarer. It's 90% women, and I take them through the process. So depending on what they are at, what was I going to say? I train them through this method, so to be present and to think according to the map. So it reminds them at what point they are at. And then there's another category of people that are more practitioners. So I share with them the tool which I use, as well as this map. So this is what I'm at the moment. So there you go. There you go, you know it.
Rob, we got to come back in a week and meet with Jerome and see where we're at.
That's right. That's right.
Look,
what happens.
Yeah, I feel like this is gonna take a week at the very least to all sink in. I mean, my gosh.
Well, you'll probably do it tomorrow. You'll probably do it
Okay.
tomorrow and get it done, and then the next day you'll fall off a little bit until you get back to Jerome a week later, and then you'll do it again and go 2 days.
Yeah,
It's gonna take
okay.
time
I promise I behave tomorrow. I'll behave. Promise, I'll behave.
You don't have to behave. I would rather you not behave. It makes it more fun, and we get to, experience all of Jerome.
I promise to hold on the F word, for instance.
Oh, it's not even an issue. Are you kidding me? We drop bombs all day long. That's not it.
Bombs, power to you. This is we believe in free speech.
Uncensored, unadulterated, pure emotion.
It's just free speech, because we're here to tell you the truth. And if you speak English like I do, where every second word is a shit and a fuck, then that's how I express myself. And that's how you're going to get the information from me, because that's the only way I know how to express myself, because that's my personality. That's what I do. I drop F-bombs all day long. And we're here to tell the truth, right? So there's no need to censor ourselves. Let it out, brother. because
Yeah,
the
so
world needs more truth than ever.
I'm grateful for
Really
specifically for
politically
Rob
correct nowadays.
and Greg. I didn't. Yeah, thank you two guys. I don't know what time, how time we're going here.
We are, we're coming to the end of our session. It's 6:48, and
I have a question for Rob and Greg. Did I answer your questions properly?
Absolutely.
Missing.
Absolutely.
I think you did, but you answered our questions, but you made me ask more questions.
Right. That was it. You made us question more, which in turn we learned more. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
so
very.
I'll give you a tip. 2 tips. First is first for the week, if you want to rest and let it sink faster, much faster. Like overnight, it can really shift all this thing of energy. It's hand on your crown, hand on your the back of your head, neck, and fall. Oh, they're beautiful. Oh, thanks, guys. Beautiful couple of birds. And let it sink on the mattress overnight. You will shift the energy. You might be sweaty, you might be hot, but you will be actually shifting the energy, and you will recover balance and centeredness very fast. It may be a couple of days.
I'm going to try that.
Yeah.
The second, yes, please. So that's part of the process. Okay, I'm giving people a manual, a guide, a self-care guide. Okay, for the before, during, and after session. We're talking energy. The body has never been exposed, neither the mind. So they need adaptation, and I process and support them every single day, connecting with them. And if I need to, I bring them some centeredness to allow the negative energy to move. You never know how they're going to respond. I had a friend paralyzed in bed. So you really got to be careful with this tool. It's powerful. And the second part is the self-care guide. Second part, Greg and Rob, remember, for every question which comes along out of that information, it's only the mind who's curious. So she's at play. You got to play with it. There is an order. You have consciousness for yourself. You have consciousness. The mind is there. She wants you to grow and expand. All you have for yourself to take control is consciousness. So in that consciousness to take control, I would say, remember the golden rule. There is an order in this universe. For anything to manifest, it starts by inspiration. You know you have it. When you go with the curiosity, intention, energy, you're activating something to happen. Make sure the value attached to it is clean and congruent with yourself. Make sure that the vision is attached to it. If there's a vision missing, you stop there, hold back. Look for the vision. Otherwise, there's a piece missing, a link missing for the manifestation. As long as you don't have the vision, hold back. Wisdom. There's a time for everything. So if you have other questions, I would say, Greg, what is the very first one which comes to your mind right now?
I've got it for you. Ready?
Yeah, okay.
It's how do I fill in the rest of the vision? I have I have some sort of vision,
a semblance of vision.
But I want to know what it is so I can actually move towards the thing I want to create in this world.
Are you prepared? Are you obviously somehow, some ways giving me consent?
Oh gosh. Oh yeah, sure.
This sounds wild. Go ahead. Go ahead. This sounds wild. He asked for consent.
Oh,
here we go.
Gosh.
Really?
Go ahead.
Okay, because the only thing I can give you, Greg, is the block. Identify the block, and actually it's a lie. It's not the only thing. But it's
one
really
of the only
the block.
things.
Really is the block in the moment. Fuck, I'm engaged now. I'm involved. It would be disrespectful if I snapped out of it. It doesn't even come to me. Integrity. It's a rare commodity. Thanks, Greg, for joining in. Let me connect with you a little bit. So he has an idea. He has a business idea. Okay, this idea, whatever it is that he wants to manifest, is it spiritual, mental, vocation, love, financial, social? So is that network, people, podcast, books, blog, writing, movie, TV, videos, social? So it's leadership, training, something in the social and social area of life to manifest. Yeah. So would it be correct, more or less? For people? No. Is it learning? Is it leading? Is it the influence, the ability to influence others? It's connected, but not 100%. But anyway, we go back to the vision. So here we are into this bubble, into this space. Yeah. Thank you, Omar, to have only Greg and I on the screen. Seeing back to Greg, seeing that bubble. Yeah, we got that container here, that text, that container, that space, which is Jerome and Greg in it, where Greg is evolving, growing, expanding, and getting into a business, and he's got a few bits and pieces. But somewhere the vision is missing. Is it the truth? It is. Cool.
Oh my
We're gonna keep it. Is it safe? Is it healthy? Good. It's solid. So if there's a block, a resistance, hold back or hold. You holding. So if you're holding, it's a light energy. It's only something like self-esteem, confidence, trust, faith. Let's find out. Is it the most valuable? Is it the highest good? Is anything deeper, anything beyond? Okay. It's a block. What is it? Is it physical issue, chemical, emotional issue, spiritual issue? Yeah, obviously. Is 60-40, 70-30, 65-35? You do for yourself. You do for others more than you do for yourself. That's one point. That's one blur vision. So it's not completely blind. But if we go to the blindness, the hold, he holds. He holds because there's a spiritual issue. So is he aligned? No. Is it congruent? No. Is it integrated? No. Is it embodied? No. So we want to CAI the vision for Greg. Yeah? No. Yeah? Yeah. Physical, chemical, emotional, spiritual. Double check. NET, central of fires, metal, rocks, cheerful, money, too much. He's gonna take his joyfulness away. He's gonna take his joyfulness away. So in this business idea, he's a little bit shy to get into it. You don't have all the details you wish. It's not flowing at ease as you wish it would be. And there's some sort of a space related. Would you please do something for me? Hands free? Cool.
Yeah.
Would you please grab your right hand? Yeah, right there.
Right here.
On the collarbone. Right finger and thumb. Just about there. Yeah, yeah. Good, good. Yeah, good. Close your eyes. In the same time, reopen your eyes. Place your hand on the other hand on your forehead. Good. Close your eyes, yeah. Close your eyes. Find centeredness, find balance. Find peace, calm. Sitting on this chair, sinking onto the seat. Everything is comfortable. Breathing in deep. And breathing it all out. Thank you. And just picture yourself out there. Project Greg out there and see him standing tall, peaceful, calm, still. He has presence, absolute serenity, wisdom, and gratitude. He has trust and faith, breathing in deep and breathing it all out. And letting go of all negative energy and it attached with the hold for the vision to unfold and coming back to presence. Now, drop your hands. Cool. Cool. Is Greg. Cool. Is it physical issue? Chemical issue? No. Is he reset? Good. Is it a sub? Is it residual? No. If I go back there into, that's really light. That's cute. That's like breadcrumb on the table. Easy. Okay. Is it a physical issue? Chemical issue? Emotional issue? No. If I go back to the manifestation. That's enough. Is it safe? Is it healthy? Is it safe? Is it healthy? There's a lot of shit moving. Back here, Greg. We're done. Back to Omar, back to Rob. Welcome back, please, boys. It'd be cool to have you. Yeah, simple as. There's not much to say. Except that I connected you with the negative point and the positive point. And we said the energy through the breath, reinforcing it with a vision, seeing yourself peaceful, calm, confident, trustworthy, and just go on with the day. Something definitely will happen. However, whenever not worth to even think about, the more you let go of it, the more it happens. The more you wonder, the more you overthink it, and you're not an overthinker. Or if you are an overthinker, it's like, really calm and peaceful way, like nothing would disturb you too much. You're into your own space, self-preservation mode. And you get your answers and you do your homework. Look at Rob, you okay?
Yeah. I'm good to go.
What just happened?
I felt like he was hypnotizing the hypnotherapist.
I know he was.
It was awesome.
It was. I really enjoyed watching that. Hopefully, your vision is, less defragmented. Let's just say, because you have the entire vision in your mind, right? But for now, as your consciousness increases, that vision will just become more defragged, and it'll just make a picture on its own. You'll begin to understand it. And that's what I think.
He cleared the way. You could tell he was clearing the way.
Correct.
Right. That was amazing to watch. Yeah.
Spot on. That's putting it this way. Speaking the language we're speaking, when you say clear the way, it resonates to me as a flush it all off. There was a cloud there of energy where he didn't have the confidence in himself. It was actually, in truth, to be very specific, it was for him to go into a business, it's a bit the back thought of, it's going to take too much cheerfulness of my life. I'm not going to have as much joy. It's going to engage.
What's crazy? We talked about it the other day. We talked about it. We talked about it, Greg. You remember?
I know we did.
We did. So as soon as he said it, I said, there it is. There it is. He got him.
Good one, Rob. Well done, Rob.
Yeah,
well done. It's nice for me to hear that from you. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
So see, this is another indication.
Here we just unblock it. It's actually not a block. There's different type of energy.
It was like a fog. It was a
vibration change. Yeah. It was more of a thin cloud hidden in your self-preservation box.
It was a touch of self-doubt or wondering how. And you've cleared his synapses up so he can get a clear path to making it happen.
Hold on a second. Remember, there's different steps. He is still in the intangible side of the manifestation of his idea, which is the vision. You cannot touch it. Yeah, so it's a vision. All we do, so if I may, we're going to get to step 2, Greg. I would like you, please.
We just did a full circle here. Earlier on, we were talking about the vision, and then you make a list of to-do things. And when you're making that list of to-do things, you're putting your intention down in paper in the physical world. And then from there, the energy will manifest as you put energy into it. And then the more energy you put into it, the more it manifests. And then thus, you're programming your reality for yourself, for tomorrow and the next week, and so on and so on.
Greg is actually 65, 35. So another word is more into intangible than the tangible. We want balance of the two. Having this vision is going to rebalance. You were 65, 35. I don't know how it is right now, but I would like to step it a little bit quicker. Like really, this one's going to be quick, but it could be
Speed it up.
Is it safe to go there for Greg? Is it healthy? Greg, do you do exercise?
Not enough. I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay.
Not enough.
So I won't go there because it seems unhealthy. It could be too strong for you. One
We
step
rode
at
the
a time.
same boat, Greg.
I need to start regularly exercising more.
It's recovery time. The recovery time. What happens in terms of energy? The body goes, okay, hold on a second. I am a self-healing mechanism. I need to heal. There is some negative energy which needs to be flushed off this body. Can you help me? On a spiritual level, can you do something? Yes, you can do this. On the mental level, let go. On the vocational level, don't talk about it. However you feel, enjoy the moment. And everything will happen.
Yeah, because when you talk about it, you're giving it energy. And the more you talk about it, the more energy it gets and the bigger it becomes. So if it's something that you don't want, but you talk about it, you're just creating a monster.
Boom. Oh, not a monster, but something you don't want.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean, right? I'm just trying to be dramatic about it. Because,
I just give you an
Very
information, some guidance, Greg. Do you have in mind the name of your business idea?
No.
Okay. Do you have the business idea itself?
It's
the most part.
No, just yeah, Greg. It's yes or it's no. When I ask you a question, what do you say first? Thank you.
Yes,
cool.
yes, you
Stay
do.
there.
Yes,
Stay
you
there.
do, Greg.
Yeah. Don't worry, Rob. Don't worry,
He
Rob.
does. He does.
Yeah, I
He
think
told
you're
me
having-
about it, and he told me
Okay.
he even
Rob.
asked on how to make it launch.
Yeah.
So you
Can
know
I-
what it
can I
is. But
Can I say something? Because, Greg is an actor. So his passion is to be an actor. So, for me, I'm looking at, like a Jason Bourne or, Michael Corleone or something, because that's what, Greg's first passion is. He's an actor, right?
But you know what? I don't know if it actually is anymore.
Acting, or if he wants to do movies, not too sure. But from what I've understood from Greg, he's an actor, right? And whatever he's doing on the side is kind of what he's doing on the side, but his passion is the actor. Right.
I think being the performer is always there. But I think Rob's right. I think these topics that we're talking about, these exploratory topics, part of my vision was when I closed my eyes, there was part of me
sweating.
I was like, I want to be Jerome. I was thinking like I want to that level of I do think I'm there's like a conscious thought leader kind of thing inside of me that has to happen. There is the closest thing I could think of is like Tony Robbins-ish type of thing. But it's not quite there. It's not quite there.
Greg,
I know.
I'm going to tell you right now, it's even different than that, because we talked about it the other day, and you said, how hard is it to make this happen, to get it from the ground to a place where it's a semblance of something that can be not so much monetized, but to get in front of people with it. But it wasn't so much talk.
It was a radio show. It's like a talk radio.
No, do you want me to say it? Dude,
what was it? What did I say?
It was hypnotherapy. You wanted to help people by hypnosis. You wanted to figure out how to get out there through hypnosis to help the people and to interact with those people. And you said, how would I take that from what I'm doing now and make it something that's relevant at the same time, also like a business model?
Right.
That's exactly what you said to me.
Simple. If has he got a podcast? He's got a podcast.
I do. Yeah.
Cool. Simple. It's very simple. You just speak to the right people, asking the right questions.
Mm-hmm.
And it's too easy today with virtual. I'm sure they booked out themselves day after day after day after day for even 1 hour speech with them. Called Dispenser, call Vitali, call me. Let's have fun for an hour and make people laugh with what life is, rather than just going into some clouds and never come back down. Because it's missing. It's fucking missing. It's freaking missing. People are being they kept there or they write down there, but in the middle there's the heart.
All right, that's
love.
it.
It's no one.
You said the F word, man. I'm gonna have to boot you.
We're all the same. I have my own share. Trust me. There's 7 array of life. There's many events. To any life event, there is a response that leads to an outcome. The life event, whichever area of life, we respond through the belief system that will lead to a reality. That life event, whichever one it is, we respond through the belief, which means be love, be life. We experience it through the emotion, energy in motion. Actually, you know what? I have this picture there, right there, but not worth. Event plus response equal outcome. Whichever life event, if it's scary, what is it going to be the outcome? Yeah, simple as that. So any life event you want to have, love. So you get the reality. Simple.
All right, guys.
The feel is what tells us if we're misaligned or aligned. Full stop. However we experience it.
I think we got a present time alignment today here in the last.
This is so much. I love it.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Thank you very much, Jerome. That was
very grateful.
Very grateful.
Download.
I didn't expect.
At times, it felt like the cogwheel just like sitting there, not moving for a bit, and then after a few sentences, it's like, oh yeah, okay.
It's like it was rusted, and he just greased it and went and turned it on.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Broke the rust off and kept going, man. That was wild.
You guys can check out Jerome at his website, which is jeromecalvar.com. It's in the comments in both of the chat rooms on YouTube and also in our chat room in the PTA room. So look that up, and also look Jerome up on Facebook and shoot him a friends list. And if you have questions, reach out to him. And I'm sure he will be more than happy to communicate with you. So with that being said, Jerome, do you have any final words for our audience before we bring on our next guest?
What would you like? If you had to hear something about something specific, what would be the specific? What are the should ask questions? What are the questions people don't ask that I can't wait to hear from? Don't say anything unless your words are more beautiful than silence.
Please, man. My beautiful friend, thank you very much. Really appreciate you. And thank you for this incredible piece of information today. It really, sets, it syncs with the rest of the day from what we've learned. And, we learned about, medicine and Bach flowers and such this morning, and cumins and mints. And, then we got a, download from Ildi into how the ancient Egyptians used the medicine and how they healed themselves. And then after that, who else came on? Melinda came on, and she gave us knowledge on aromatherapy, on what to mix, and how to do it, and how to burn it, where to burn it, and then how to use it. So that was another, sense-based healing method. And then